Hello, everyone. Welcome. Oh my God. Adeyemi, welcome. Oh, I'm so sorry. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, BB. Thank you, Cynthia, my darling. Welcome. Oh, you wanted to cut the show a bit. Oh, I hope you're still awake. Hey, BBMJ, my darling. Welcome, welcome. BB, I got your message, but nah, we go talk later. Maybe not today. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, Cynthia in the house. My beautiful, gorgeous Cynthia's is here. Hey, highly favored. They don't beat you today. Oh. People first you enter, but you came right on time, though. Welcome, welcome, highly favored. I greatly appreciate you. Amaka, welcome. Thank you very much, BBM. Please, you people should like the show, like as you enter. Oh, they like, I beg, they like as you they enter. Nene, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome. Neka, my love. Neka, my love. Oh. Eh? Is that how they sing the song? Neka, my love. Oh. You people should not laugh at my voice, so I beg. Easy. If you easy, run now. I'm just teasing. Welcome. So good to see everyone. John Onoche, welcome. Greetings. Greetings. So now welcome. Oh, it's good to be here. Oh, what a day. What a day this has been. Oh my God. I'm sure all of us we don't watch the what's it called? Obi speech and all of that. Twitter has been on fire. Hey, I say, man, let's have a take off work today oh, because this is a lot. Eh? Honestly, my belle sweet me today. I no go lie. I can't lie. In fact, I was very happy. I was just smiling. Of course, there were times I cried because man is an all-round man, man. Ladies, get you a man that's an all-round man. Hey. I'm glad that we have someone like that, because it's going to teach a lot of people things, and hopefully people will take good things from him. But it's been, how has your day been? Oh, my people, how na day be? How has it been? Oh, mm? I hope you guys had a wonderful day. At least whatever it was, I mean, I hope you made the best out of it because that's what it's all about. Hey, Ojemwa, Chicago na baby, you dey enjoy you. Honestly, you're enjoying your laughing all the way. Maddie Love, welcome. Oh, na Choma dem talk. Hey, say I don't change am to Neka. Chama, my love, oh, in a wetin I sabi. I mean, una leave me, oh, I get voice, oh. Anybody wey laugh me for there, no flowers for you. No flowers for you. I go take am comot for your hand. Eh? No flowers for you. If you do anyhow, I retrieve the flowers and the champagne. Eh? Yeah. So yeah, girl, Cynthia, I cried though. I saw him, I was like, ah man, I cried the same way, y'all. Everybody that was emotional, I was too. Hey, Yvette, welcome. Oh wow, Obodo Connect. Obodo Connect. You see, thank you very much, Yvette, for subscribing. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. Tolu's Diary, greetings, welcome. Enter, muna carry una bench. If una no get bench, muna carry chair. If una no get chair, muna carry joko. Una know it be joko now. All those small stools for inside for village that time, Muna carry enter. Heart Desire, welcome. Good to see you. Yvette, you cried so much. I cried. I'm not gonna lie, I cry. Hey God, the tears of joy. I don't know, man. There's just the creator is doing something in our lives. We just have to be thankful, remain focused, and courageous and fearless. Fear has no place in all of this. We've got this, we've got this. Yes, Yvette. Most of us for here can I can say for free had some emotions, had some tears come out today. Yes, so John Oche, yes, so as e dey sweet us, so e go dey pain dem. In fact, imagine INEC elect president. E be like say na morning. Our own, when dem deny, when dem thief from, see as people dey celebrate am up and down. The man come out, dem no even let am see. Some people dey run go meet am like papa wey don comot for house since, when we just, hey God oh. Please, oh, may we always be on the right side of history. Oh, this is why, when you have integrity and character, never ever step away, step outside of your integrity, step outside of your character to do something just because it's popular. Your character and your integrity will speak for you long before, right before your eyes, when you're trying to get somewhere. Your integrity from before, your character from before will come and testify. Hey, man, this is wonderful. Honestly, honestly. Neka, your day was good, Abi. You watched our president's cover. Oh my God, it was everybody. Yes, all absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I cried too, Cynthia. It was very touching. Yes, me too. It was it was so touching, you know. It was so touching. Yay! Brand new to food has landed. Brand new to food. Please change this icon. My God, you dey make home food dey hungry me. See your correct jollof rice with correct chicken wey dem roast well well dark, just as I like it. Let me share my link abeg so that una go dey enter. May I no go talk myself forget. Mirabel is always telling me, share your link. Come on here as you enter. Share your link. I dey hear word. I dey always forget. Before Mirabel enter, come dey talk to me anyhow. Come dey talk to me anyhow. Make I quickly share am o. Abeg, anybody wey wan join, make una dey join now o. Make una dey join. Make una dey join. Eh? Tolu says, I just watched Obi's speech. Gave me, oh yeah, so much hope, so much going on in that speech. We're going to be listening to it together. I mean, at least snippets of it. If we can't take it all, yeah, we're going to listen to it together. Again, just to recap, you know. Favor Johnson, welcome. Oh, you're from Cameroon. You be my brother, you be my sister now. You are next door. We used to be together. Eh? We used not be greedy people. Well, we used to be Nigerian. Is it how they used to say? National Council of Nigerians and Cameroons. Not me with me before. Yeah, my sister. Now all of us. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. He will emerge as president, without a shadow of a doubt. I'm not shaking on that. Yeah, you're right about that. Absolutely, Atlantic. Welcome. Welcome to our village center here. Yeah, Yvette, you cried also when you watched Arise News and saw, yeah, DK Chukwumereje. Yes, that was a powerful poem. It was touching, man. Woo, man, I listened to that one like the day before. It tugged at my heartstrings, man. I was like, goodness. Look at all. Well, you guys notice something? This is bringing out the best of us Nigerians. I don't know if anybody else has noticed it. It's bringing out the best of Nigerians. Now don't they come out? All those people that have been silent and quiet, they are finally finding their voice and they are standing strong in it. There's so much courage, there's so much power. Hey, what a time to be alive. I feel so privileged to be witnessing all of this, to be a part of this, because this is history right here. This is history, my people. Yeah, this is history. Oh, I don't know about that though. I heard those rumors. I can't confirm them yet. I saw it somewhere in an article. John Oche. I don't know how correct that is. So let me start here. Come and see protest, peaceful protest. God, Nigerians will not do this one. Nigerians, I love you. I love you, Nigeria. I love you. I love you. I love you. You guys are they totori me. Now they totori my belle. Oh my God, go bless all of you now. Whether I like them or not. God go bless you now. I'm telling you. See this one. I think this one is let me Complete hope all the way. No small place, oh. Yes, so they cannot make it our own fault. Exactly. Absolutely. Writing down. Yes, it's worth writing down and framing. Honestly, beautiful words on marble that there is. Look at banking hall, oh, my people. Not be only when they play football, the people they tanda like this. See banking hall, as if na football that they play. People are listening. Hey, hey, I feel privileged, so privileged to be alive, healthy, and to be able to watch this happen, unfold. It's about time. Raheem, yes, our mumu don't do for centuries, for years upon, for decades. Ah, our mumu don't do. Yes, so my dear sister, e sweet me, my God, this speech, e totori my body. I'm telling you, this is making the descendant, yes, bold to express all their hearts. Absolutely, Bibi. Honestly, it's giving everybody, all those good people, when we say politics is a dirty bit. Do you know how many people have entered Labour Party now? I can tell you for free. Good people that have now gone to become carrying carrying card members of LP. Good people, I'm telling you. Ha! No, you don't know. The thing dey sweet me, oh, I no go lie, it has birthed so many things. Look at banking hall. People listening to Peter Obi, as if na football match. Look, market, oh, na market be dis, oh, my people. See am, people stop for middle of my, see am, people dey watch Peter Obi. People dey watch am. Eh? Hmm. It's a recent one. Yeah, it is a recent one. I can't remember where exactly it is happening. It's a recent one. There are protests, peaceful protests all around. I know about Abuja, I know about River State, I know about Edo, I think. And there are other places that they say they're staging peaceful protests, you know. Yeah, that poem is beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely. It should be. Yeah, it should be. Yes. It's worth writing down and framing it. That guy, man, spoke from the depths of his heart. Hmm. Hmm. The brand new to food. It's fake news. Because me, I saw it, but I couldn't. I wasn't sure about the news. I checked other areas, other sources. I didn't see anybody carrying it. I was like, okay, maybe this is just fake. We must from demonic people, because that's what they are. Fossils. Fossils, na they be. Yes, it cannot be negotiated. That's right. He bet hope in all Nigerians, not just youth, all, every single. See banking hall, my people. See, people they watch am. See, this is what happens when a revolutionary, when a man with a vision, transformational leader, when they start to speak, this is what happens. People listen. When you lead correctly and you lead right, you lead correctly, people would listen to you. You don't have to force anybody. They will follow you wherever you go. They are willing to stand beside you. That's what happens. I hope people are taking note. Oh, this is the type of leadership that matters. Yeah. We don't want alliance. We don't want. You people should go. Mikano, Mona, they go. We don't want. Mona not use on a red oil stain our candidate white. We don't need it. Thank you. Let me play this short clip for you guys. This is funny.
When you get $2 million wire to come into this country, I have all the details. When you get some, I'll let him to know the damages has done to the use of this nation.
Officer, can you revive that man? Mr. Michael, are you up to it? Can we proceed?
Oh my lord, I'm okay.
Them say I'm living in a rush because I'm moving fast. Them say my matter don't cast, but me I know reply. Why them asking me why? Violence gets high. Mommy, I never reply.
$2 million.
Oh my god, I thought that was funny, so I don't know. See, oh, as they come out for let the team.
Pizza open. Are you coming? Where is this? You thought you got your problem as well. This is my president.
My people, oh, not be football match, oh. Hey, my goodness. Eh? Let's listen to our firebrand. I don't know if this is, yeah, Aisha Yusufu. Let's listen to her, man.
Laying claims that to the victory. How do we go out of this that looks like a logjam? If the three political parties are laying claims to the victory.
Okay, it's very simple. All we need to do, and at this stage, because that was what a lot of the party agents that were at the collation center, when in the Abuja collation center, where can you bring out this sheet one by one? I had said, let's bring out the polling unit results and be able to check them against citizens have. But he didn't want to do it because, of course, he had his own process he wanted to follow, not the free, fair, credible election process that was now. By the time we bring out all the polling units results that are out there, and they bring out what is in IREF, then they'll be able to check them and be able to match the that they didn't put into consideration is the fact that there's now technology. You are putting this result. Some of these results weren't even matching. The calculation weren't matching. So by the time we go to the polling unit by polling unit, we will be able to know and sort. And so that's where we're going to. And the thing is that for those who keep saying that, oh, go to the courts, go to the court. Yes, we will go to the court, and we have confidence in the court. The court will do what it's supposed to do. And for the first time, Nigerians are going to focus on the judiciary. We will stand there before the judiciary, and we must ensure that they do the needful. The based on how deep your pocket is that you get justice has to go. We must get to a place where Nigerian judiciary takes up that mantle that it's supposed to take up and do the needful. So there are a lot of that. What we need to do is start polling unit by polling unit results. Let's all calculate them. Let's all put them together, and we will get the person that really won without all the. In short, even in the IRF, there were situations where people were actually sending SOS notes. They were sending help notes saying, this is what is happening. People are running. We have also, I think it's in Imo State, if I'm not mistaken, where the collation officers have come out to say that is not their result. We saw what happened in Lagos, where the Lagos the Labour Party chairman in Lagos did tell them that that is not the result. We are contesting not just the result of where we did not win, we are also contesting the result of where we win. Because for us, it is not about a win. It is about having a transparent process, having a free process, having a fair process, having a process that goes with the rule of the law. That is what we are asking for, not for the win. It is for them in APC that.
Correct. You know what? The part that got me the most too is when he said, "Let us observe a 1 minute silence for those who were deleted during this election and those who were injured." It never. I was like, "What a leader! My goodness!" It didn't even cross my mind when he said it. I was like, "Wow, this is a man who pays attention to details, my people." Ha! Mm, man, I am blessed to be. Hmm, hey, God. This is a 50-minute video, Now 50 minutes now, right? Yeah, it's 50 minutes. It's too long. Unless you guys want to listen to a little bit of it, I'm not going to do the entire 50 minutes. If you want me to play the video, let me know so we can move on. Let me know. You watched the interview. I have to go back and watch the entire thing. She did great there. Yeah. She's always spitting facts. Please, more than like, oh, make una dey like, abeg, make una dey like, biko, more than like. Before we continue, let me know if you want me to play the video, and I'll play it. Yeah, me too, Yvette. I like her. They messed with the wrong generation, oh, for real. They did. They never expected it. Mhm. I should play it. Okay, I'm not going to play the entire 15 minutes just so that we can get. He can't address. How will he address? How will he address Sage? He hasn't addressed the answers. Person wey no address answers victims. Now I want make you come address this election when they thief. I beg you, make you no worry, make keep am. It was all inspiring. I'm telling you, I was like, that was the part that first got me bawling, like crying. I just kept crying. I was like, wow. Hey, man, I said, what a man. What a man. Eh? It touched me. The man remembered those who were hurt during they were trying to vote for him, and then he remembered the injured. Please, how many of your leaders have ever done that? Put their names in the comment section. If you have any leader in Nigeria that has ever cared for his people, me, I know one, no, although there was no social media at the time, it was Ambrose Ali. Ambrose Ali was an empathic leader of Edo State. That man cared for people, my God. Hey, that man cared for in my own lifetime. Oh, mm, 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 mm. That's one man, you know. Okay, play the video. Okay. You play the video 5 times. Wow. All right. So okay, let's get into the video then.
Okay. Quickly, this
Whisper.
was my fault. I was the one that called you. For much of the time, our principal didn't even know that you were already seated. To have
I want to go to where he's
like
speaking.
of Nigeria, of a presidential election of Nigeria, Mr. Peter Obi. Let me invite him to now address you.
No, I don't think I need one. Maybe. Oh, no. Okay, there's one. Let me start by most sincerely apologizing to you. I know you've been apologized and you've been told that I didn't know you were here. I sincerely apologize that you've been waiting. You know, there's too many visitors around in the country now and inviting you to one place or the other. I did mention that we need to do this today to him. Of course, he asked me what time. I said anytime from 12 noon or this, that, but we've not been able to get in touch because if you go to see some dignitaries or big men, your phone is not with you. So you don't even know you've been there calling you. So that becomes a problem. So I sincerely apologize for that. And before we start, let me plead that if we can observe 1 minute silence for all those that have lost their life in the process of this our election period, and also remember those who have one way or the other been attacked or injured or this, for quick recovery. May the souls of all those that who lost their life rest in peace. Amen. May their families be consoled and God grant them the fortitude to bear their irreplaceable loss. Amen. May all those who have injuries, sustained one injuries or had one loss or the other, may God grant them quick recovery and also compensate for their losses. Amen. Amen. We pray to God Almighty to continue to bless, protect our dear country, Nigeria. Amen. Amen.
At any point you guys want me to stop the video, just let me know. I'm gonna play for a little bit, but just let me know in the comment section. I'm happy to stop it at any time. You know.
Again, my dear people, let me again correct one impression because I've seen some people saying in the media that I released one news or the other. I have never, directly or indirectly, spoken or released any message since after voting on the 25th. My last comment to the media was mainly after voting on the 25th, and I've never done so until now. So whatever you see in the media, please disregard. It's not coming from me, directly or indirectly. This is my first time of speaking, coming out to the media. And I thank all of you for your understanding. For me, it's a very simple thing is to speak to Nigerians who on the 25th of February trooped out en masse as committed citizens to participate in what all of us know as called existential election for supposedly free, fair, credible, presidential, and National Assembly election. We enjoy, and in all things we give thanks to God. For me, number one thing is gratitude. Gratitude to God Almighty that continue to protect and bless our dear country, Nigeria. Number two is gratitude to Nigerians that participated in the election, answering the call as true citizens in our dear country. Number three is gratitude to those of Nigerians, especially the youth, that believed and worked tirelessly for a new Nigeria and trusting that new Nigeria on that thing and my good self. I thank them for their hard work, gratitude to the obedience, youths, those who believe that a new Nigeria is possible. And I say to them that a new Nigeria is possible, and we'll work for that new Nigeria that is possible. Their resilience, their hard work for a new Nigeria should not be waived. Daddy and I remain committed to that new Nigeria. I know how they'll be feeling now because of the way the elections have come and gone. The commitment and resilience of Nigerians, even in face of unwarranted barbaric attacks, is a testimony that a new Nigeria is indeed possible. I look at people like Lady Jennifer Ife, who was stabbed but insisted on voting. And that gives me courage to believe that a new Nigeria is indeed possible. And there's so many other Nigerians. The election that we just witnessed have been conducted and results announced as programmed. It is a clear version from electoral rules and guidelines as we were promised. This election, as you know, did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, transparent, credible, fair election. It will go down as one of the most controversial elections ever conducted in Nigeria. The good and hardworking people of Nigeria have again been robbed by our supposed leaders whom they trusted. However, let me humbly and most respectfully appeal to all Nigerians to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and conduct themselves in most responsible manner, please be assured that Dati and I, and indeed all of us, this is not the end, but the beginning of the journey for a better new Nigeria. Dati Baba Ahmed and I remain absolutely undaunted and deeply committed to the project of a new Nigeria that will be built on honesty, transparency, fairness, justice, equity. All the above starts with the process. The process through which people come into office is far more fundamental, more important than what they do thereafter. It is my belief, and I've maintained so consistently, that if you must answer His Excellency, the process through which you arrive to office must be excellent. We must now require that we do the right things in order to generate the required confidence and moral authority to lead. As you know, the instruction of a society begin and gradually progress when we act rascally or we deliberate the manipulation of the rule of law and suppression of the will of the people. During my campaign process, I would say that we will govern by the rule of law because we know what not doing that will bring about. And that's why we insisted that. Let me reiterate, and I assure you that good people of Nigeria, that we will explore all legal and peaceful options to reclaim our mandates. We won the election, and we will prove it to Nigerians. Please do not despair. We have elections coming up on the 11th. I enjoy you to go out, campaign, and bring out people to again come out and vote in that election. We still have so many massive support out there that we need for our subnational and state assemblies. Please come out and be part of that election. I assure you that I will be part of it. I assure you that I'm totally committed for a better future in this country. And nothing will stop that. That is commitment. My commitment is total. Rest assured that your support will not be in vain. And you will not find us wanting. We must build a better Nigeria, where Nigerian youths will be happy, glad to call their own country. Thank you, and may God Almighty continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, if you don't take anything home, in what you just heard,
Not to welcome, amen to your prayers, Dara Music. So I was going to ask you guys, this is the end of the speech. Do you guys want to listen to the rest of it? Or we can move on to other things. What do you guys say? Yes? No? We can move forward really because people can people can go and watch the rest of the video. I think the next stage was the question and answer. Do you guys want to listen to that? Hey, welcome, Mr. Pansa. Good to see you here. Welcome. Okay, I guess we'll just move on then. Yeah, other things. Yeah, I figured. Okay. Um, I'm telling you, taking is too much. Oh, I'm telling you. Hey, it's too much. Oh my God. Yeah, it's too much. Let's also watch our language and attitude wherever we are. You never know who's watching and listening to misrepresent the LP for LP will be known for. Yeah, that's true. You're right. That's the point there, oh, Dara Music. You're right about that. You're very, very right about that. Okay, well, let's go. I think this is during the town hall, and this Aisha's video. I love her. This woman always comes correct. Kai. In fact, look at people in the market, my people. Hey, only in Nigeria. I feel so privileged to be alive at this time to witness this. Can you imagine? Inside market, my people, una don't go market for Nigeria before now. Una don't see this kind thing before. Not only when they play football, me know some people they gather like this. So I've never seen this. I've never experienced it. Not on this level. Nobody dey lis ten to wetin politician dey talk for Nigeria. Only when election circle, and even then they no dey sit down, dey pay at ten tion, dey watch TV for inside market. It's when they suppose dey make money. Hey, na wow, this man come set serious standards, man. See banking hall. Hey, hey, new Nigeria is here. It's here, it's here, it's here. They cannot get around it. Yeah. Just as a reminder, guys, the governorship elections are coming up. Please, if you're in Nigeria or if you're planning to go to Nigeria, vote LP all the way down. House of Reps, governorship election, House of Assembly, senators, all of them should be LP. Please, let's give them these votes. Make we use this will just be for the foundation. Like you guys think you can get away with this? We're gonna come at you very hard. So by voting these people in. So for Lagos State, I know it's Badebo. I don't know about any other state, So Bibi, welcome. Good to have you.
Hi, sis. Well done. Oh, well done. This is the third day in a row straight. Your energy is very, very encouraging. Very encouraging. Thank you.
You are welcome. Good to have you, my girl. What's up?
It's so admirable just to see how calm he is. I mean, you would not believe that what just happened, he was part of it. But his calm demeanor just embodies, personality. I mean, character, strength of character. That's what you call character. And then for me, he is like your next door neighbor.
Right.
That's how he carries it. There's no grandiose attitude, as in, okay, yes, I'm the president contesting, so everybody make way for me. He doesn't have that attitude. He's like your father's friend that you had next door.
Yes.
And that's what you want for somebody that is going to represent a country. Relatable. One of the things that everybody loved about Barack Obama was that he could be anybody or be with anybody and still be, your friend. And I like that about this man. I mean, see the way they welcome him. You would have thought that maybe he did something for them individually or he knew them individually sometime. But just his passion for good life. And this good life is not that everybody should have $10,000 in the bank account. No, it's just that be able to go to bed and afford at least a meal and smile. Don't worry. When you close your door, it's not to close your door with barricade and keys and lock and lock. At least just go to bed. When you wake up in the morning, know that when you go to the gas station, you will see gas. Not that you will have to, stay long in queues for hours and at the end of the day, get there and still have to dash one person money. I mean, and that's all he wants. I don't know why anybody will find that difficult to appreciate. I mean, he came out to talk to everybody now and assure everybody. What did my other big brother stand in front to say? The air, as in we have done this.
Arrogant.
Nothing inclusive. You're not including anybody. Instead, what have you done? You say you will send your wife to become housewife. Really? In this time and day of age, when when women are going to the moon, you didn't say, okay, she's going to handle, you just said housewife. For what? Is that what you see? So this man, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I could just snap my fingers and make that day go away and we just do a new one altogether. Because it'll be extremely sad for the country if he was not ruling. Extremely sad. You want someone that can stand and hold his ground in front of other world leaders, that can express himself with confidence. I don't see that with Boda Tinubu. I beg, Mukona no vex.
Agbado, please. We don't mind
Agbado,
you
I no
here.
see him. I no see him for him body. I don't look tired. I no see. Now, which thing you get to talk with that? I beg.
You no go see him. You no dey now. Wetin no dey. You can't make it up. You can't fake it. If you know dey, if he didn't dey, he didn't dey.
Now, real. If you didn't date it, oh my yeah. Are you now common sense sisters? Please let's not start thinking and talking now.
And I have to thought and think. If he didn't dey, he didn't dey.
Oh wow.
Because let me tell you what, I'm so happy because a lot of people coming up are going to look to him as an example. Because who, as you're bringing children up, who do you point to as a good example? With all the craziness that's been going on in Nigeria, who can you confidently point to and say, look at this person, he pays to be good, he pays to be patient, he pays to be a person of integrity. No matter what, never take short corners. Don't do shortcuts. Take the path that you have been given, focus on it, instead of taking shortcuts. You have to have all these things, by all means necessary. No contentment whatsoever. At least people can look up, they can point their children in a direction. If they don't have a good example in front of them, in their homes, in their schools, at least they can point a finger to someone. And of course, when it comes in, there'll be a lot of examples all around. Because what this man has done, he's opened the doors up for all the good people in Nigeria that have been silenced, that have been silently watching this madness for decades. That's what this man, he has given them a voice, which is why we're here. Welcome, Skystream, Gravitas, welcome. Good to see you guys. The guy's just quietly, calmly handling the situation. No shouting, no threats, no insults, no. I'm telling you, what a human being.
Even the people around him too, they are not noisemakers.
Exactly.
Even the people around him, they just want good things and they want things to work out properly. He's trying to prove that, look, there are policies and there are ways to do things. Right. And if we get them done accordingly, everybody will benefit from it.
Exactly.
I don't know how hard that is for people to understand. I really don't. Why is that so hard for people to appreciate that? This is a straight line. Everybody queue up. In a matter of minutes, it will get to your turn. But if everybody goes and tries to get in, nobody will get anything. There will be chaos, nothing will be done. Everybody's back to square one. So I am really, really hoping that some people will be sensible enough to appreciate that and go out and do the needful and bring his people on board, because that would be really, really good.
Absolutely. And this is why, this is the first fight, in case you guys don't understand. When, voting in all LP governors, House of Rep members, House of Assembly, senators, that's the first fight, because that's coming up on the 11th. Even though we're still fighting, we're still in the middle of the fight, but that's like laying the foundation. So this is why it's very important that you come out en masse on the 11th, please. And I'm glad that our principal has spoken. I'm sure he has been able to calm your nerves in whatever way, to tell you, to let you know. And there are people on ground that are protesting peacefully. We're gonna take this back. I am peaceful about it. I know that we're going to take it back. There's no way around it. And which is why we have to keep pushing. We have to keep, no matter how demonic these people are, whatever powers that they're working with, it is only when you and I are silent that they can get away with the crap they've been getting away with all this time. Believe that. It is when we are quiet and silent about the situation, that's why they've been able to get away with it. Who was the person who said, what's it called? Evil people flourish when good people are silent, or something like that. I can't remember exactly verbatim what it is. If anybody knows, please put it in the comment section. I can't remember the exact saying. This is a time for you to be loud. You have to be loud now. Shout, read whatever you don't want. This is a time to speak up. We can't, it's not business as usual anymore. Everybody get to talk. You understand? You know, my somebody raised a concern about his security and all of that. Somebody's like, nothing can happen to that man, and I'm sure they're very aware and they're protecting him. But just in case he's hearing us, hey, please, oh, people should protect our candidate. Oh, we don't want here say fly bite am for night. Mosquito, e come body come dey scratch am. Hey, e no go funny o. We don talk our own now. My 22-year-old fresh college grad said to me, yeah, he'd be a good mentor. Exactly. I'm telling you, that's somebody you want to mentor your children. You want, hey, you want somebody like this to have a school, leadership school. I'm telling you, to teach what it means to be a transformation, because this is transformational leader in flesh right now, what we're witnessing. It does, gravitas. It pays to be good. It may be slow, but a good name is weightier. It is much more than all this crap that we see. It is, than all the shiny silver, all the shiny gold, platinum, name it. It's much more than that.
You who come to meet me for ritual.
Mama Echo, can you lower your thing? Welcome, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming. How are you today? How's everything with you?
We are doing great, though.
That's awesome.
At least Peter Obi don't give hope to those who
Exactly.
think it was over.
Exactly. No, we never did. We've been standing and waiting for to hear from him while we're fighting.
Yes,
So
yes, I said a strong word, though. I tell her, say, oh, maybe let me cut this sent to Obi. Obi, say when me and you meet for a while, I tell you, say, you not be my candidate. But my children like you. So I not get choice. I follow my children. I know say at this point, they go come beg you. They go bring every person to come beg you.
exactly.
If you listen to that beg, make I just tell you what I go do to you. 12 midnight, I go naked myself. And I go invite his blood of the innocent and their spirit to come hunt you down, hunt your wife down, hunt your children down, hunt your grandchildren down, and hunt all your generation born down. So if you don't want make me and you get that quanta, when they come beg you, then they say we go meet for court. And the only thing I want to hear from you be that. So when the country in conference today, he can say, not be because he need to win, no, but because he won't put the process in check. Make them go court. I say chicken now come. Now the useless small man, I come meet her for Dr. Damages.
Please not mention anybody name, I beg.
Yeah, I don't fear anybody.
I know, I not just want make anybody
Now I
name.
can say,
Go ahead, ma'am.
Dr. Damages, I don't want to be, whatever you don't want to be with me, this woman. Huh? Now open my this. Your wife and this woman, your mama and this woman. All of them when they aid you in a bit this. Why are we so wicked? The truth is this. If a big contest after the whole hard work and everything is transparent and in no way, I go tell my children, say, pat your children. Una don't win. But say in win, una come dey thief the mandate. Níbo ni ọmọ aláṣọ tí ń wà kìsà? Ọmọ aláṣọ kì í wà kìsà sẹ́. Only you. So all this, number one, if you people really want the election, why are you advising him not to go to court? I want to know. Shebi you people say you won.
Exactly.
If you won, as you have said, then why are you afraid of court? Then some come, they come, they talk nonsense. Say, it has not been done before. I say, there's always a one time. I say, let me tell you. In my final year in my school, here in US, for my social work degree, something happened in my internship. They can say conflict of interest. They say, make I drop my courses, make I repeat. Now I write to school. I say, you in your school in social work, you are teaching me what they call cultural competency. That means if I want to attend to client, I should put their culture into consideration. Now I am coming from a different culture into your culture, and you are not putting my culture into consideration in this matter. That is what they teach me now, Joro now. I said, then I don't write my department. I said, you people are teaching me cultural competency. And you're also teaching me advocacy. And you people cannot practice it for me. No problem. But let me let you people know one thing. Shebi in your system, I'm supposed to graduate. And after graduation, they'll give me 6 months. After 6 months, I'll start paying my student loan. So if you people ask me to drop, I will drop. But after 6 months, if they start asking me for student loan to be paid back, I will sue the school authority. I will sue my department. And I will tell them that it's you people that refuse me to graduate. Therefore, now I go pay this bill. And I go come charge you now for that. So if you people don't want it, call for a meeting. Let us look into the case. If you find me guilty, then you can talk this. Kia, they set up 15-man panel. My department, they gave me an advocate by force. We went for that. By the time I finished everything, and the person they sent for the president's office, which is the vice chancellor office, is a professor in anthropology. Now I can say, what I'm seeing here is cultural difference. So she didn't do anything wrong. Out of 15-man panel, Only one vote against me. They free me. They go look for a place for me to complete my internship. There was no position open. They had to create position for me to complete my internship and graduate with my mates. They not can't even give me 1 month for that disturbance when they do me. They can't give me extra 1 month to tally up my paper. So there is always a one time, yes. But when you are standing for truth and justice will always prevail. So make una not bring the thing say they never do am before. They never do am before. They don't steal my children mandate like this before in Nigeria openly. So make them they bring all this gimme when they bring. We go court, we go win. I don't tell Obi go court. Today I talk to Aisha. I say Aisha, I'm gonna go straight. But do me a favor. You see all the evidence, especially the graphic one. They could have put that for USB for me. Send that to me. And that Mogo charitable organization go watch it with those things. We will fight them everywhere. The mandate, we go get them back.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Madam Ichu. This is why we are here. Make I play one video. Make we take cool down. Make we take. Oh wait, make I share.
One young boy, 19 years, he commit suicide. He commit
I
suicide.
don't use that word though. Hey, Ichu.
Why did he do it?
Don't use that. Just use spy or so.
Okay, fine. Why did he do it?
I don't already see him. I don't already see him.
You can imagine that kind of thing.
Yeah, now hope now. But if or not, well,
Sorry, my dear. I go use spy.
No wahala.
Won this election and we will prove it. Una five who una go steal a mandate. Na person wey tell una say he be trader. No be ordinary trader wey dey on the job. Una don enter. You go pursue una everywhere like customer. This one no dey end anything. He never finish. Onitsha traders no dey let customer go. No matter wetin you come buy, he go pursue you. Make sure say you buy am. Na that kind of person you go collect a mandate. Just dey ready to run. Mamma mia.
I like his comedy. The guy is always
I'm
on
telling
point.
you.
Always on point. Man.
That is so funny, but that is also very true.
Yes. Yes.
Very, very true.
He go on the market trader, then you won't follow to.
You go gum in body to your own. You know, go.
But you buy the thing. They don't buy market.
I'm telling you.
They do mistake. Now so that they sleep, they see all the numbers where they appear.
You go say, wait, my market never complete. Wait, my market never
They do mistake.
Wait, not be 5,000 we can't that just
You know,
he
was sharing tears today. It just make me remember my own point yesterday when I burst out in tears in Dr. Damage's show. It's so painful. Children will never vote before. They put in their money, little money when they get, everybody contribute that. They put in their energy. They put in their sweat. Kai. When you say, but you know what they sweet me? They say the person when the gods won't destroy, he go first of all make them foolish.
Exactly.
If you see the way they are rigging not just go, get shape. They do and see in secret. But this one, they just call do and for open. God. No wonder he never attended any debate.
Of course.
No wonder they were speaking in confidence. No wonder he open him mouth for Osun when he go say, Labour go labour in vain. Irole pase. My children will not labor and somebody else will eat it. It is not a warning. But you see, our wickedness in Nigeria, it has come to an end. This will put full stop to the evil and wickedness.
Yep.
And when we have gotten our mandate back, we go know where to put them.
Absolutely.
You want make we multiply Esoluomo for 36 states of Nigeria?
It's not already multiplied there. It will
No.
be
If
worse.
we rule, if we leave am, you know say we go really multiply Esoluomo for 36 states of Nigeria. And subsequent election will be more. I don't know how we will. Now film, now horror movie we go dey watch for subsequent election. But we are stopping it in this one. See youth copper for Port Harcourt when they God wicked oh.
I'm telling you.
Jesus.
I'm telling you. Now we can't know who really wicked be. Just show himself for God. These politicians are very demonic. They have no feelings. They're used to just buying people. That's their lifestyle. They're just used to buying people without asking. No, it's terrible.
Youth copper.
Yeah.
You were chasing them up and down. Hey, with the kelebe. Jesus Christ.
So now.
For doing what?
Yeah.
For going to preside over election. That is their crime.
Exactly. To say they know they for not preside over the election. See, they shout structure. We have structure.
My sister.
Come and show up with no structure, destroy all the structure when they
no be them get structure. Why are they not fighting?
Ataya. Let me ask them.
No wonder I thought Joreto say the structure they are talking about, it is the structure of corruption, structure of rigging. Is it not obvious?
Now so now the stone the builders rejected. He don't become head cornerstone. He not even he don't already become. We now wait with the wait just to see him with our physical eyes. He don't already become.
It is now they go hand over to.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
You know what they didn't expect. they won't analog one compete with what do they call it, social media.
Digital age.
Analog. You remember computer when it first come out when
and
DOS, you go first type backslash, then you come directly. You want type, then you first type G, you can't type backslash. Yeah, this is that one we did. They don't expect they underrated the youth. They underrated them.
Did though.
They really did.
They did.
I'm telling you.
They did. I'm telling you.
They underrated them. Now they catch.
The thing is that if they really bring the results as it be, none of those other two people get reach 1 million. Because they were places they were getting 0, 4, 0. So how can you add such number? Because they give you this million when they give themselves.
No, they were exchanging Peter Obi's votes with their own. That's what they were doing. Then they want to take plenty. They will come
and
share.
the PDP too. They are not innocent too.
Yeah, of course they were sharing their votes. Now they were rigging to try and make him come second. That's what they were doing. That's
so they were rigging for both of them.
Both of them. It's just that the other one rigged more. That one rigged with 170 million. These people. Dara Music, my sister, forget nothing. I know which kind Wike can't praise Wike for nothing, nada. I'm sorry. Yes, it was because it was meant to be that way. He was doing all those things for his own selfish purpose, but it just worked out for us. He just worked
Yes,
out
he
for
was doing it for a selfish
He
purpose.
was doing it for selfish reasons, nothing for the guy. Annoyed. I'm more than you know who Wike is. Wike is a murderer. That's who he is.
Because number one, Wike don't write a LP off.
Exactly.
And since Innocent don't quarter with PDP, get to look for where to enter.
Put head.
Aye. Because if Innocent LP go win, you know go with APC. He go just do camp for LP. But he just write LP off, just like every other one of them. And because they don't use money to settle everywhere, they got it so. When I hear voice note of Wike for Port Harcourt, I say, really?
Honestly.
So the answer you dey Port Harcourt, you operate for Play 2?
No. Make I play this video of this policeman. Make I show now. Not that anybody else don't see him, but make I show now this video.
Without counting our polling unit here. It's very wrong. The commission said no. This is the police that ordered them. This is the police that ordered them. You don't want it. You don't want it. You never finish. They're having more than 500 candidates to vote. But Mr. Jenny Polino, he said no. You people can see him now. See the community, they say no. They took our ballot paper here away from here without counting our polling unit. They took our ballot paper here without counting it here. They have gone with it now. They have gone with it now. And he's aware. He allowed them to carry it from our polling unit. This is a committee chairman. This is a committee chairman. And he's not happy over it. So, finish our work.
Now, wow. Nothing where Musa no go see for gate. Make I show that this picture wanna laugh small. The caption reads, "The judge, when Peter Obi's lawyer presents to him Wike's rigging." This
like no, I said.
Oh my God! I don't feel laugh. I laugh. I say,
waiting with this.
Oh my God. They promised Wike Minister of Defense. He's selling soul now. Is it all about position?
Wike, he won't defend ready.
See, Anna, they said they promised, see the comment for here, they promised Wike Minister of Defense. You know, go
they not see person give Minister of Defense now. Person when they organize this guy pie.
Exactly. Say you're right. They forgot that the INEC portal collects timestamp history. So they are analog. They are not know. Most of these people don't understand how social media, how to upload all these technology things. They have no training.
They don't know that the time, the date, they change.
Exactly. Well, that's true, Dara Music. You're right about that. God used this kind of way to expose him as well. I'm telling you, these people are jokers. They're just playing their cards, and we're seeing it play out in public. I'm like, really? This one, INEC go block this one. But I say this one torment INEC, torment them. Now they block the guy. The whole INEC, they block individuals. And I never see that kind of thing for my life. I laugh when I say INEC get time to the block. Okay, this one is one of the INEC staff who conducted election at Obio Akpo, local government in Rivers State. He has confessed and revealed her. Okay, make me listen now.
So when we come back, then go change the results before they upload them. So they give us wrong password, we don't know. Or the password they give us as presiding officers for that beavers machine where you see there, wrong password. We don't know what's in this one. Only for me to go put in, conduct election, finish, count all the votes, do result by 8:30 yesterday night. Make I upload because the community people they say I don't go until I upload that result. They see only for me to try to upload results. The password they show me invalid. These people won't beat me for dear. They don't be seen a lie. They hit the table. 2 girls with me and then follow to the network, don't they cry? They fear. They say me and they step on the until I upload that result. And they call my SPO, my supervisor, nobody switched off. They try call people if he help resolve the issue. Nah, no way. 9 o'clock in the night, we still did there for pulling unit for me. I know even sabi. Fear won't kill me yesterday night. I say, what they carry me, risk my life. So I can't call the customer care of the people where do the BVAS machine, their customer care line. When they talk to one of their agents, when they tell them the situation on ground, say, if I don't upload this result for these people, say these people feel do the unbelievable here. Say my life they at risk. The guy can say, okay, you go help me. But say the one way go help me do that the offline upload. That's it, that offline upload, you go just show say you know upload, but you know go. So you can tell me, ask me the unit and everything. I can't tell them. All those guys can't calm down for the unit. As I tell them, I don't find solution. They can't calm down. I can't be talk to them. The guy can't show me how to do the offline. Say, off the data, off things, off. I can't do the offline upload, can't snap and upload, can't upload them. They can't happy, say I don't upload them. They can't carry me with their motor, go and neck office, drop me. Tell me thank you. Can't go. Now as these people go enter neck office, soldiers don't fool there. That's why they surround us, collect all the result for our hand. Change everything. This is what they tell you. People Labour Party win for senatorial, win for House of Rep, win for presidential. In short, people don't want to know who the House of Rep. But when I say they see Labour Party, they go vote Labour Party. For my polling unit, Labour Party get like 250 something votes. PDP get like 4, APC get like 7. Then change APC own to Labour Party, carry Labour Party own the APC. For my front, Kuru, I know if you talk, I know if you do thing, I know if you cry. I just carry my kaya, turn back. The officer escorts me to gate. I walk at the go house, die for my front. I was last night, I know if you sleep. I say, if my
Hey, my people. Now they hear something. Hey.
You know what's interesting, Omoye? People have very short-term memory. Because in this kind of situation now, all these young boys that went to volunteer or were paid to do these jobs, they forget that, you know, it's just a fleeting of a moment. You will come back to reality. You will go back to how things were. Because even if Peter B had won straight up, it was still a little bit of a time.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
What happened? BB, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay.
You went off.
I don't know. My internet is speaking in tongues. So these people have forgotten that they will go back to their original lives and whatever was given to them, max, maybe 1 month. It would say you know, spend the money now 1 month. With the rising cost of life, it cannot tide anybody till things start getting better. And that is why I really wonder, were they forced into doing it or they willingly gave themselves to doing that? Because if you have a conscience, which obviously a lot of them did not, because we are now hearing stories, and the stories we are hearing is because they are people they do orishi to them. They are telling them all kinds of things and threatening them. Now I make them they talk, say no be so, I no be one do most. Now waiting happen with this. But right from the beginning, why didn't you just say no? There were those that stood their grounds and said, no, I'm not going to be part of this. And history will also remember them. But even if history did not even remember them, whatever you are getting, could you 1 month law? Because I know sure say them promise any of them 1 million. Because if they promise them 1 million, waiting INEC chairman go collect. That one go collect a whole country. So it is so sad to see that the youth that should have hope for the future decided to bring themselves so low. Because their community will see them. They will be talking. As time goes on, more people will be giving more revelations out. And they will be exposing themselves like this one just talked now. Can you imagine? The shame is not going to go to just that person. It's also going to go to the family. Say, now so your pikin be, ha! Now wow, see what thing you do person. You know, that kind of a thing. So I feel so sorry for them. But at the same time, I hope this is a strong lesson for those that are going to be involved in the 11th of March, that look, it's not all candies and roses. Behave yourself well, because it might just come back to haunt you in the wrongest of the places. It's sad. It's truly sad. The
Yeah.
message is sad.
Yeah. So here's one of the girls that one of the results from um um the results from 8 wards of Obiakpo local government area in Rivers State, and this is according to the polling unit results on INEC server. Just 8 wards alone. INEC server. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Oh, what's going on? Can you guys hear me? I hope you can.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Kelly. Hi. Good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning, whatever your time is.
Good
Welcome.
evening, good evening, good evening. You know, I'm in Texas, so it's evening here.
Oh, okay. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, dear. How are you? I like your show.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Yes, so we're just going over, Peter Obi's the speech he gave today, and some of the reviews from it. Did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I understand Peter B, and I respect the way he want to handle things. But if you look at the struggle for during the civil rights struggle, if it was handled with kid's glove, as Peter Obi want to handle it. First of all, I don't trust the judiciary system in Nigeria. So look at somebody like Lawan that contested for presidency, and the law has said that you cannot run for two positions at the same time. All of a sudden, he failed and come back to Senate, and they gave him ticket. And so many other candidates, like Fabio, think Omaye, and few of them. So I don't trust the judiciary system. In as much as I don't like violence, but I think the youth should be on the street right now. The youth should be on the street. I don't know whether they're waiting for the gubernatorial election to be over. These keys, like you said earlier, that contributed. Remember, Peter Obi did not have structure. Remember, nobody, within a space of 8 months, this LP has up to maybe by the time this thing is going to be more than 85. But as of today, people like Ibazun lost in Abia State. Can you believe that? In Enugu State, in Anambra State, or Stella Odua and Obiano's wife, they lost to LP. So this man has brought LP to my fear is that since they know now that LP is a party to reckon with all the bad eggs from APC and PDP, they're gonna start running into LP now. So my dear, I just want that country to show their anger. Even if it means me going back to Nigeria to show my anger, what happened is just unbelievable. It is something that I cannot fathom it. I cannot. I mean, the rigging was so obvious. The mutilation. I mean, the changing of result. I mean, I don't know whether you have seen some of the result that is downloaded in the system. Man, how can you write? You can see the way they change figures. That is very, very, very obvious to even a blind man. A blind man will know that those figures were cooked. So, my sister, again, I enjoy your show. Oh, Mama Echo, I don't know how you even get the energy to be doing what you're doing. I applaud you so much. I love you so much. Here, I will see you in Dr. Damage's show. The other time, I will show you in this person's show. Everywhere you are, God will bless you, all of you. God, we are all looking for good, better Nigeria. It doesn't matter tribe. It doesn't matter tribe. We are beyond tribe now. Look at in this country now. For some of us that have kids that are, or, have gotten to the age of marriage, a lot of them don't even marry what we call Igbo people or what we call Yoruba people or what we call Hausa people. They are marrying white people. They are marrying, Igbo is marrying, I have, in my family, I have three in-laws that are Yorubas. Nobody cares about this, the tribe you come from now. This is this generation. These kids are telling us that to hell with what we did in the past. This is a human being is a human being. It doesn't matter where that person comes from. It doesn't matter. Provided that I will find my love or I find my friendship in a Yoruba man, in an Hausa man, in Igbo man, Ibibio, it doesn't matter. But Nigeria, man, I wait for that country. I wait for that country. Let me stop here. And, I've been listening to your show for quite a long time. And I thank you for, inviting me and, accepting me to, give my contribution.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, sir.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Dr. Kelly. I appreciate you coming by. Thanks for your contributions today. It's very well received. I understand your concerns about, Peter Obi and all those other winning or, going to the court or anything like that. But what I want you to understand, Dr. Kelly, is that there are different people in this world, right? There are certain people that things work out for, or things just fall into place in a very in an unexpected way for them. Peter Obi happens to be one of those people. I personally, yes, I had my concerns about the judiciary, but we also, I don't know, I'm sure you're already aware of his history of going to court in Anambra State when they tried to get him out of being governor and all of that and gave it to Ngigi. I'm sure you're aware of that story. So for someone like that, it looks like history was already preparing him for this takeover, because only God knows how he works in the lives of every individual. So I cannot say because he hasn't, maybe I have lost faith in the judiciary and a lot of people have lost faith in the judiciary. But there's some people who have not lost the faith because they see their cases through and they get their wins. He's already made that statement today and he's willing to, because they have all the evidence. Everything is so clear, like you rightly stated. Everything is in the open. There are recordings upon recordings. There are people giving their testimonies. There's that girl from River State, from that local government, that was bold enough to testify. There's so many things. There are recordings. I just played one just now. So with that, and with good lawyers, because in Nigeria, let's just tell the truth. If you have the money and you have very good, and I know we have very, very good lawyers in Nigeria, this case will be chewed up, chewed out, So I agree with you that, people should be on the ground, but that's been happening peacefully, because what we don't want, no matter what we think, no matter how we feel, is we don't want the destruction in Nigeria, because guess who it benefits? It will benefit the external, the vultures outside that have been looking for ways to come in and take every good thing that we have. That's who it's going to benefit. So we have to be cautious in it, because it doesn't work out if Nigeria is completely destroyed.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
You're here in the United States, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way, or because I think in the Dallas area, they are coming up with
protest.
So we Nigerians here in the United States, I know that a lot of other countries look up to people in the US. Is there anything that is going on that we don't mind contributing? The city that I live is a very, very small city, so we don't even have up to 20, 30 Nigerians in this state. But I moved from Dallas to the city where I am now, but I'm still part of Dallas. But where I am is very far away from Dallas. But I follow up. My family. I have a lot of family. In Dallas. So is there anything that we can be doing to bring awareness to this injustice? Because
right. I mean, I don't know of any as of yet, and nobody has reached out to me about that. But I know in cities like Washington, for instance, there are probably people who are organizing protests. I remember seeing somewhere on Twitter where they were organizing a protest at the embassy in the UK. I don't know about other places, but what we have, which is readily available to us now, is social media. For instance, if you're on Twitter, you can use your Twitter account to hashtag cancel the Nigerian elections, 2023 Nigerian elections, hashtag Mahmoud step down, hashtag return our mandate. We can use that because that's another way of generating the
traffic.
the traffic, so that people get to see that something is happening in Nigeria and they're forced to look at it. So that's the other way that way. Like me now, I've been coming here every day, since that whole election, that shamble that they read out. So we've been here every day because we have to keep our voices out there. Because one thing I know for sure is that evil thrive when good people are silent. And we've been silent for too long. So we make noise on all social media platforms, and we make noise at home, by peaceful protest, because I honestly don't want anything violent, because my people have suffered too much. Talk about the NSAS, talk about even prior to the NSAS, the war that happened. We don't want that. There was too much destruction, and nobody felt better at the end of the day. It was worse off. It created more divide. So we don't want that. This generation is asking for, and they have better ways of putting pressure, and which is what we're seeing. Because if it was not for the pressure, they were ready to give Lagos to Tifnubu. They were ready to give it to him. But because of that pressure, they were feeling the pressure. They had no choice, because Peter Obi had over 1 point something million in Lagos alone. They had to cut it down and make it look like,
God bless you. God bless you, because they have the original result.
Exactly.
Even PDP themselves announced the original result for Lagos State. PDP.
That they counted, but for LP it was 1 point something, but for PDP they said they counted 900.
Yes.
For Labour Party. So you see what I mean. The evidence is just too much. It's right there, it's out there. They were very sloppy, shoddy with the work. There are some, local government uploads that they did. You see people's photographs. You see Bonu is now instead of Bauchi, you see Bonu on the ballot paper. You see the same numbers, like numbers from 2015 being replicated for 2023. So it's a whole different scenario that we're dealing with right here.
And two states in the north have the same exact result for both three candidates. The
Yes.
same exact numbers. The same exact numbers. How possible can it be?
Exactly. So it's either they cancel the entire election, or because they have all the original, because every poll, people waited to the last minute for their votes to be counted, and people took pictures, videos, recordings. Some people even did spreadsheets. They had collation centers, so they cannot get. It's just too blatant. And when you have good lawyers, and I know they do in Nigeria, which is what I had the opportunity to ask Mr. Okonkwo when he came on live at Niger Watch, I said, is he in touch? And I know now, I think somebody said that there are I think it was in on Common Sense Sisters. There's another channel that talks about Peter Obi as well. Somebody came on the show, Natu. She said that there are senior advocates that are volunteering. He doesn't even have to pay to fight this for him, because everybody has a stake in this. So it's not like, oh well, it's not my no, everybody has a stake. So that's what we're doing right now. So violence is no longer the way. We need to use our voices, we need to use our social media platforms. We have to educate our people back home. If they don't know, let's make them know. Let's also, the first thing is on the 11th, everybody shows up and vote en masse. LP from top to bottom, governorship, House of Rep members, senators, House of Assembly. That's it. Let's take over everything. Because when we do that, that first of all will shake them to their core. Because there's so many things they want to do. Without a majority, they will not be able to do it. So that's another angle. So while we're battling this in court, while there's peaceful protest at home, we are on social media pressing their head and their neck until they give us what we want. It is the voice of the people that will stand. It is the mandate, excuse me, of the people that will be secured. It's simple.
How will Buhari be remembered?
For nothing. For nothing. He will not be remembered. There's nothing to remember.
His name will not even appear in any history book.
Exactly. It will not, non-existent. We didn't have anything like that. Even the one that he ran as military to be erased. There's no point.
Auntie Omoye, I like what Doctor just said. Good evening, sir. Because
good evening there.
The whole 8 years that this man has been in power, I can count how many times he is addressed publicly, and it's not up to 20 times. And that's a precedent of a country. You are ruling people, but you don't owe us an explanation. I remember one time that he was sick, and I think he was sick in abroad, and somebody made a comment and said, well, why is he always, let us know how his health is. And another person answered, I think it was information minister or something, and came out and said that, well, his health is his private business. It is not Nigeria's problem. And I thought, somebody needs to rewrite what the job description of a president is. Being public, when you decided to go in for that job, nothing of yours was yours anymore. It belonged to the people you're ruling. Meaning your state of health is of huge concern, and it explains why a lot of people in power always hide their health if it is bad, because they know people will chew them up and spit them out with it. So for this man called Buhari, I can't right now at this point. I don't even remember that there was a time he even ruled. I'm not interested, because he has displayed how such a coward he is to every situation happening, both the ones that are quietly done and the ones that are publicly known. He has never said a word. And that is completely despicable. So I don't even think anywhere in the history books should be graced with his name. He doesn't deserve it in any shape or form. He does not. He has not stood up to what it is. The only time I heard him speak was when he told his wife that she belonged to the other room. I mean, who does that? Even the most illiterate of a president would not go out and shame your next of kin like that. But he did it, and he got away with it, and nobody saw anything wrong in it. So I don't even think we should even dignify his name by even talking about him. He doesn't matter.
Exactly. Exactly. So at the end of the day, and somebody shared with me the names of the governors running in different states. Unfortunately, they shared it to my WhatsApp, and I don't know how to get on WhatsApp from my computer. Okay, so you have Badebo Roads Vivor in Lagos. You have Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti, right? In for Abia State, and then for Plateau State, this is Plateau, yeah, Dr. Patrick Dakum, right? And then for Kaduna, you have for this one is for, I think this is oh yeah, he's going for governor, so his name is Honorable Jonathan Asake, or I don't know how they pronounce it on their side. Forgive me if I'm saying it wrong. For Kaduna State, and then for Rivers State, you have Comrade Beatrice Itubo, and then for Benue, you have um, Barrister Herman Lowashe Hembe for governor in Benue State. And then for Delta State, you have um, Deacon Kawariebi Ken Pella for governor. So those are a few names. And then I have another one here. For governors and state house of assembly. So the different states, you have Abia, Delta, which I read some of them already, Rivers, Lagos, Enugu, Benue, Ebonyi, Plateau, Kaduna, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. So I'm sure there are a few more. So those are the names to keep in mind, because we got to take everything back from them. We have to take it back and kick these people out of everything that concerns us, especially in the affairs of leadership. So we need to start doing the work now and mobilize for March 11. March 11 is very, very critical, guys. Very, very critical. We have to vote LP. You see that Okada man that won in one northern state.
Kaduna is Kaduna Swat.
So imagine if you had taken the LP membership thing, you by now maybe for don't they House of Rep.
For their Senate. For their Senate.
Exactly. You understand? So this is the thing. We need to get very active. No more docile citizenship.
Let me tell you what happened in Imo State. The current senator, they denied him ticket because of a making area. A making area doesn't, they don't agree. So he gave it to his chief of staff, but everybody thought that the chief of staff, the chief of staff is a very nice guy. Don't misunderstand me. Very nice guy. But he lost. He lost to LP.
Yeah, that's it.
He lost to LP. Did you see how many governors? Not all the governors that were following Wiki.
Only this guy, Autumn. Autumn is the only one that supported Peter Obi.
Yes, but he already knew. He wasn't even power conscious. But what I'm saying, all the other governors that was running for Senate, they all lost.
That's it. That's how they're gonna lose.
They all lost. They all lost.
Yeah.
He hasn't lost in Abia State.
Okay, so for Enugu State is Mba. I don't know the first name. Say it's Mba that is running for Enugu State as for governor, as LP governors. Mba. So please keep that mind, keep those names at the back of your mind here. Let me, I don't know, it's all on my WhatsApp. That maybe as I'm going down, if I come up with the pictures, I'll just show you guys so that you guys will be familiar with it. So you can tell your people back home, or if you're going home and you have your PVC, so you know who to vote for. They are all under Labour Party, because we got to get this right, my people. We have to get it right, you know. So there's no middle ground on this at all. We have suffered too long, you
Too
know.
long, too long,
Long, too
too
long,
long.
too long, you know.
Huh?
Look at this River State, right? This girl that she refused to rig for Wike, and Wike was looking for her up and down. So, this is the result from 8 wards of Obiakpo local government area in River State. This is according to
Okay.
INEC. So, see, look at this chart here. Look at it.
Uh,
Let me see if I can blow it up some more. Can you see the numbers?
yes.
Of everything here, the grand total is 34,713. Okay, and Labour Party won. See the gap. You see, some
Uh-huh.
APC 381 votes alone. Some of LP 34,713. PDP 1,828. You see, and this orange one you see so, now be LP. For that local government area, this girl picture when they put for here, so we came when they look for her. My head was trying to do harm to this girl because she refused. She's a youth copper. She refused. Eh? Hey, God, do
Hmm.
you understand? So these people are just Wiki is an evil man. All of them. Most of
Very
them,
evil. Very evil.
God. On top of election, for crying out loud, it's crazy to me, you know. So we have to keep governorship election is very important, my people. Though we cannot
Uh-huh.
no more complacent citizenship. I beg, no more. You have to be involved in your politics. Who is running for local government chairman, even village what is it they call a council, whatever they
Council,
call,
yeah.
be involved. If the person no correct, no refuse, make una no vote am in. I'm telling you, our eye don't open well now. Nobody fit dey play anymore. You cannot say, oh, I don't like politics, I can't. Don't. You don't have to be involved, but be an active citizen. Active citizen, it behooves you not to be active. You see the suffer when we dey suffer. You see this fight when we dey fight. Our ancestors could have fought it a while back, but because I don't want, politics is a dirty game, I don't want to be involved. I beg, I don't like what they do. I don't do this, I don't do that. See see the load when we carry. You see the load when we dey carry. You see the fight when we dey fight. You
But
see
my
how
dear, so social media is has helped a lot. You know, you don't blame them. They probably did their own, you know, in their own little way. But could it have been possible, me and you talking the way we're talking now, or 10, 20 years ago? Possibly not.
Yeah, but there's also the argument that all these other people did not have social media as well, but they were able to push for their own children, and they kept thinking about their future. You know, not only our side, I'm not trying to hop on that, but let's just say it as it is. I get it, I understand, right? But at the same time, we have to acknowledge, because if everybody had come together at that time and say, you know what, we perish, we perish. My children
But
would
but,
never.
but you know that the Civil War brought a lot of mistrust among the tribes.
Hey, now be the problem.
The Civil War, you know. I mean, I remember the reason why my dad, you know, the first time I voted was in 83. So I remember my dad, some MPN gave us one naira then. So my dad had that I collected 1 naira from MPN. My dad made sure that I put it back in the envelope that I used to cast my vote. And when they opened that envelope, my dad was there to see that there was an envelope that had 1 naira in it. You know why my dad did this? My dad had a property in Port Harcourt. It was seized as abandoned property. It was Mbakwe that went to court and got that his property back. You know, up to today, that property was built in the 70s, I mean in the 50s. So we were like, okay, let us it's an old property. Let us rebuild this property. Do you know that people of River State, they are telling us that if we demolish that property, we will lose it because they don't sell land. The land belongs to them. What we have is only the property. So I will allow somebody to die, you know, to do this house to fall and kill somebody. So I mean, it just the kind of things that happen in Nigeria are things that when you hear it, when you see it, you be like, is it for real?
Yeah, it is for real. This is what, this is what these people do. This is what they're known for. But I mean, I hear you, sir. I mean, I completely understand. Welcome, Mr. Ginger. Welcome. Good evening,
Yeah,
good
good
morning,
evening.
good afternoon, wherever
Good
you are. Good to
good
have you on
evening.
the show again, Mr.
Good evening.
Gingerbread.
Thank you very much. I really
Can you hear
appreciate it.
me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Ginger, we can't hear you. Oh.
Oh,
Ginger, oh, Ginger. Ginger, oh, Ginger. Mr. Ginger, we can't hear you. Oh. Are you on mute?
I was talking. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Give me 1 second. Let me use a better earpiece.
Okay.
Can I
I'll take
speak?
about 5 minutes break. I'll be right back. I'm not
Okay.
hanging up.
All right, sir. No
Can I
problem.
can I speak?
Yes, sir. You can.
Okay, 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Um, damn.
Enugu people, they say you should not let Chimaroke near that sanitarian seat. Oh, Mona not let her near. Na umba o, umba na go vote for o. I beg. Yeah.
Okay, Omo Kona. Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate you. So I want to
You're welcome.
quickly say something because I don't even have much time. So I think telling people the names of the candidates to vote for, might be confusing. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, because they just need to know that it's the Labour Party logo. That's what we are going with. You
Okay.
understand? It is a logo. The names of the candidates are not going to be on the ballot. It's still the Labour Party logo.
All right. That's true. You're right
And
about that.
any vote for Labour Party is a vote for Peter Obi, because the more governors, the more legislators that Labour Party, win, strengthens the fight that is ahead of us. So my recommendation would be for everyone to go out there on the 11th of March and cast their votes, because you are voting for Labour Party is a vote for Peter Obi. Secondly, the second point I want to make is that I'm concerned about violence that took place during the presidential election. So my question now is, how do the people defend themselves from
Okay.
subsequent violence in this coming election? And
Okay.
what
So here's
the recommendation I have, okay,
go ahead. Yes.
the recommendation I have is that there are lots of obedience who were unable to get their PVCs, right?
Mm.
However, they can make themselves available on the election day, and their role would be to mount security and checkpoints, safeguarding the obedience that are going to be voting, as well as the various polling units, should in case those hoodlums, try to come around to, disrupt the elections.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing I'm thinking about, because we know that law enforcement, have been used as an, tool to disrupt the elections. So we now have to develop our own security to guard the election sites. So, and I
Right.
feel that the best tool that we have are those obedients who, for one reason or the other, were not given their voters card. So they are not going to be able to cast the vote, but they can be useful on that day to make sure that, they mobilize themselves and form a perimeter across every polling unit where the election is taking place. And any INEC official who comes to a polling unit and after the election refuses to transmit the result for one reason or the other, should not leave. It is going to be one or two options. It's either you transmit it or you go home in a body bag. So that is my recommendation.
Right. No, that's a great recommendation, Mr. Ginger. That is very well said, though.
Right. Yeah. And
That Go ahead.
finally, is a note of warning to all INEC staffs who are going to come as electoral officers. Make sure that the password, have a good one. Yeah, the password that is given to you for uploading of the election, make sure you test it before you come to polling units, because I'm
Will
talking
they
on
be able
good.
to test it? Will they be able to?
Whatever they make, anyhow you want to confirm that they have given you the right password, that is none of my business. It is better for you
Right.
to be sure that
Yeah.
what they are giving to you is working than to get to the polling unit at the end of the day you cannot transmit the result because you are going to go home in a body bag. I'm talking from a very
That's
secure authority.
okay.
So the people do not want to hear that the password, I cannot log in, it is not going. If it does not work, if you know that the password that they are going to give to you is not going to work, you are going to tell stories, better don't come. Don't come. Because if you come and you don't transmit the results, I think the message is clear.
Exactly. No, you're right. So another thing I thought about, in addition to what you said, Mr. Ginger, is pepper spray. This perfume.
Pepper
When
spray,
you
pepper
pepper
spray will
for
not,
eye.
let me tell you, pepper spray will not work. Let me tell you why pepper spray will not work. I've had an incident in Nigeria, okay, before I left, where there was a situation where pepper spray was involved. In fact, I was a subject in that whole scenario. The Nigerian police will tell you that pepper spray is tear gas, and they consider that as a weapon. Okay, so you holding pepper spray, we in the Western world know that this is not an ammunition. But the Nigerian police will tell you that it is tear gas, and then tear gas is illegal for you to hold as a citizen. So you must be able to develop other tools that you can use as pepper spray. There's nothing stopping you from going to buy better tatashi and pepper, grind it and form it into a liquid form.
Oh
You
yeah.
understand?
My
Such
Yes.
that
brother, God bless you, because we have been using that one since when in university. You
yes,
put it,
notice
you put it inside a small bottle
put
and walk around with you. Anybody harass you, just
anybody
spray
that
it.
don't spray it on their
You don't
face.
say where they in
Now,
existence.
yeah, so it doesn't stop you from doing that. So we have to devise other means, of protecting ourselves and protecting the vote. Okay, so that is what I think needs to be done in terms of.
My brother, one more thing that they can also do, apart from just put small dry peppers, the very harsh one, like that
Mhm.
Cameroonian pepper, put it inside nylon or inside toilet roll and put in your bag. As a girl, we had to learn ways to protect ourselves, because I mean, you can find yourself anywhere. And
I agree
anybody
with.
that just does not say, you just spread the thing out. You reach your eye and voila be that. Put it inside
I agree
onion.
with you. And also another thing you can do is, you can buy fuel, put fuel in Ragoli's bottle. Okay. When they come with all those their hillocks or those their cars they used to carry ballot box, All you need to do is just to find a way and throw that fuel inside that motor. Let it burst. When they know that fuel is now the liquid around them, all you need to is to deploy one stick of matches or lighter. So you must have a way to protect yourself. Okay, the government does not allow us to carry firearms, but you must devise a way with things around to protect yourself on that day.
Right.
So that is what I think, because this gubernatorial election that is coming up is as important as the presidential election for Labour Party.
Absolutely.
Because that is the structure that we need to secure. Because you see this judicial panel, this legal battle that the Labour Party is about to pursue right now, is the government are going to be using the government resources.
Yes.
And the Labour Party does not have, resources, it can be difficult and frustrating. So, but if we have, we are able to secure, power at the state level, then you can deploy some of those strengths as support to pursue the just cause. So, Nigerians must understand that, when you are fighting a battle, you do not give up from the first round. Okay? You do not give up on the first round. No, you have seen wrestlers and boxers who might lose first, second, third round, but at the end of the day, by the 10th round, they come and they win the battle. So let us see this as even the first round we've not lost it. We know that we won that election, but we need to come out in masses and vote massively for Labour Party in this gubernatorial election, and then do everything to protect that vote. Because I feel that Labour Party at this presidential election, to an extent, we lose guard. Our guards were down.
Yes.
We're doing obedient, and we lose guard. We did not plan well because the thugs must come. But when they come, they need to meet, formidable resistance. Because when they meet formidable resistance, next time they will think twice before they come. So that's my submission, my sister. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Mr. Ginger, thank you very much. In fact, you just all those things you just mentioned. So, you are true. You talk honestly. You just break everything down. Everything that you said is so true. Security wise, what we need to do, how important the governorship election is. Not just the governorship election, the House of Reps, House of Assembly, the senators. Congratulations to Senator Ireti. Thank God for that win right there. That's very, very true. Thank you for saying that. And that pepper, and now we get hot pepper. Hey, why was I talking about pepper spray? I beg. Now we get the pepper now. When you grind that tarodo, you go put am inside spray can. How they carry am? They can rub the person. Now so. And you're right, those people that for some reason maybe they couldn't get their PPC, they can go and help to secure the area. You're actually very right about that. So now they hear, everybody that's listening in, I hope you're taking notes. If you're going to be voting that day, please make a note of all of these points. They're very, very important. And correction here also, no, Mba is not Chimaroke's candidate. Mba is Chimaroke's candidate. He's PDP. Okay, he's PDP, so don't vote for him. Just vote LP. Vote LP. There might be, because there'll be no names on the ballots, just like Mr. Ginger just said to us. Just vote LP because the names won't even be on the ballot. Just Papa, Mama, and Pekin on that day. Just vote. You understand? So now, thank you so much, Mr. Ginger. And then I wanted to play this video. Let me share this video with you guys. Where this guy, I don't know if it will have any effect, but I'll just play it because it's the Senate president that was saying something different. Says anything different from the beavers captured is illegal and null and void. So let's listen.
I mean, didn't you know how he came to power? I mean, he's just a stupid man. Just a stupid man.
Yeah, the guy was fraudulently put in, running for president, and also it's crazy. But let's just listen to what he has to say, really.
In the Electoral Act that we passed,
there is nothing like electronic transmission because transmission is when you vote and it goes to the server. What we have passed, and I can recollect this vividly because I read that act when it was a bill several times, is to transfer after all the paperwork that we normally do are done. The agents and everybody there, security, everybody will have the papers. INEC will snap the or scan or snap the result sheet and transmit or transfer or whatever it is. That whether it is transmit or transfer is that thing that is captured with beavers, the results. And for me, my understanding is if any result that was captured and sent differs from something gotten somewhere, that one is illegal. And only the courts, it's not us here that can do. So we urge INEC to follow the Electoral Act. And for me, my understanding is if any result that was captured and sent differs from something gotten somewhere, that one is illegal. And only the courts, it's not us here that can do. So we urge INEC to follow the Electoral Act and the other laws or their guidelines. That's all.
So now down here, also when they talk, we go walk, take one step forward, take 20 backwards. I mean 100 safe. Ha. I beg nobody back go that true. Let me go back to what so that everybody will be guided. Let's all be guided. To avoid compromising the channel, we need to be mindful of language. Please. Body bar, I not use my mouth talk again, but I get them. Please be sensitive because YouTube is hypersensitive, so please, so that we can keep fighting this good fight, so we don't lose our voices just trying to express ourselves. Feel okay.
You also heard that LP and PDP in Lagos State is trying to see if they can come together to vote this guy out. But the problem now is who do they present? PDP guy is saying that Obi is not going to be on the ballot. So the LP guy is not as popular, because Obi is not going to be on the ballot. But if you all watch recently, the LP guy has been gaining momentum a lot. So I don't know how it's going to play out.
I don't want LP and PDP to work together.
No, me neither.
I don't want. I've already expressed myself. I think so when Mr. Okonkwo came on Niger Watch, somebody asked him about that, like, what is this that they're trying to work? So he now said it's like plaintiff. They both have the similar fight. So they were talking, and I guess they just did that for the heck of it, not that they're working in alliance with them. So that was what Mr. Okonkwo explained. So sorry, were you trying, who was trying to say something? BBMJ, were you trying to talk?
No, that's not me.
Okay. Yeah. So if you must answer excellency, the process by which you arrived at the office must be excellent. That is very true. This has to be put on the wall somewhere. You must, if you want to answer excellency, not be you want to answer excellency. Oh yeah, now show us the way. I don't know what this video of this girl. See as they gum, they like say na papa. See the joy. You guys notice? See the joy on people's faces.
You know how your papa go out for morning. Then when you for evening you go come and you go say, Papa, Daddy, oh yo, Daddy, oh yo. That's the kind of thing I kind of see them doing. People are just genuinely happy. You know, not because you are aligning with somebody that is contesting, but just for another human being that sees you for you, not comparing you, not looking down on you, not trying to override you, just seeing you as an individual and knowing that you have potentials, you can do well, and that you have every authority as well as he does. Every right that he has, you also have, just because you're human. And I think that's what a lot of people align with.
Did you all see the day of the vote? He sat down, took his own number 26. They were, number one vote they will shift. Number two votes they will shift. He never said, "Oh yeah, I was the former governor with all his entourage when I'm voted before anybody." He sat down, unlike Wicked that will go, security guy will follow him, maybe 50, 60 of them, all the governors. But P2B sat down on that chair that everybody was sitting as well. And when it was his turn, he voted. What a humble man.
I'm telling you.
I didn't even know that. I mean, you know that this man is rich, rich as in rich.
Yeah, wealthy in dollars, in pounds, in euros, in that. Yep. He doesn't have to do it. He just has a heart for humanity. That's all. He just wants to help his people. That's all. Is it not time? Are we not tired? So far, not the so far. We never tire for so far.
We don't tire. I don't tire myself.
I don't tire. Go eat fresh mango under the tree. I won't go climb tree for house. Go dey pluck mango.
Exactly.
Yam with oil, pepper, and onions. Pick up a little bit and scrape the back and eat it. I want to drink palm wine from the calabash.
God bless you.
Palm wine.
Oh my yeah, but you not sabi speak your language. They ask you for Niger Watch today, so make you greet tell everybody good night for your language. Where you wrong go?
I greet them now. You don't hear me. I greet with my language.
They say you dodge comot, you can't come back later. Come they speak both Yoruba and Edo.
No, Mr. Elvis. You know, Mr. Elvis not sabi teach correct Benin. Me, I dey speak my own language. Now he they try to run away. He himself no sabi. Not tell us how I talk am.
Now which tribe you be? You be Isoko abi Benin Edo?
Isha.
Oh, Isha. Okay, Isha. Okay.
For real, welcome. How you doing?
Thank you. Now good evening. I just enter house. I just finish work. I just enter house now. I did background since as I did drive. I did background.
Okay, for real, as you come, so you bring yam, come. You bring roasted yam and pamoe.
For as I yes, now you never see yam. I don't send that enter your text message. I send that through text message.
Yeah, why you dey shop am alone? You have to divide it when they send it to you. It's not for only you. Yam, please.
With owo soup, you know the yam and owo soup with goat meat, better bush meat.
Make you find you. You hear say owo soup dey the matter. No, let me find
you. Know what I know the miss when I go Naija? Tapiaka.
Coconut. And that you get another one they use corn.
With a granite. I know the miss that one.
Oh my God. And they miss remember that strong corn? That strong one you boil the thing.
All those roasted ones.
Not be the roasted ones.
Oh my God, you didn't see but they buy them all. Where you dey?
Inside there, this thing like they sell them with tapioca, they hawk them.
I say I dey buy yam. When you go store, now Mexican store you go. You go tell them say they find Mexican corn, not American corn. and they will give it to you. Like our corn. The first day I discovered it, oh my goodness. I said no to all those sweet corn.
Are you serious? I've never, since I came to this America, you don't they go 8 years now.
You people
I never see better corn for this country.
I don't talk and say, if you want to know where things are, make you go the Ikoro of the people where they the land. They
Why are we talking about corn? I'm not the fear to eat corn this kind time of the year. This kind time you dey shop corn.
Well, no, but look, corn, me and Rain.
We are abstaining from corn until we get our mandate back.
We have to console ourselves with the agbado kilo so.
God forbid. I see the corn. I won't buy. And that's one spirit say, why will you buy corn?
No, if you go Mexican store, you go see the corn. Our native kind of corn. He did there.
I know the fine now. I don't want to be confused at this point in time. I don't want to be confused at this point in time.
You get one man why I see for Facebook today. He dey chop cassava. He dey chop live cassava. I mean, you know the chop am, but he put in mouth for cassava. It was a cartoon kind of. Say then we go begin the chop now cassava.
If Tinubu is allowed to remain president, people will not have the money to buy cassava.
Cassava and Gary
people will not even have the money. Say people every week and the same money go Nigeria just for feeding alone. Not to talk of school fees where they pay. This is not even my family because the whole of my family is abroad. But these are friends, extended family. The kind of money I send every week. No, I beg.
If you calculate all that money together and put it together,
you go reach you to pay mortgage for here now. You go reach for you to pay your house mortgage for here. Rich. Did you hear what Peter Obi said this morning when he said he saw someone just 70,000 naira to buy oven where everybody get for America? If you rent apartment for America, oven there, fridge there. You rent apartment. Night person just 70,000 naira. Wait, not be 1 hour money. That one at 30 minutes money person they make 70,000. That person not forget. That's an average Nigeria that went to school. What about the ones that did not even go to school?
Abi.
When I listened to Peter Obi today, I cried. I can't go back to depression again.
Oh. Why you go back to depression? For what did they do you now?
No, you don't understand. You don't understand as this thing they pain person.
But you don't go back to that phase now.
Oh Jesus, this thing is painful.
It is.
When you say something is extremely painful.
But you have to take part.
I don't want to talk again because I'm becoming emotional now. I laugh if I don't even know why I remember this thing.
Make I send you pepper soup. I say I would just make a native chicken pepper soup right now.
Please. Yeah. Come on, share it. They don't send your radio. Okay, so
and they see they wait for the Uber Eats. The Uber Eats never reach my house.
Why they use Uber Eats? Why they use?
I mean, now DoorDash they use.
What do you? They use Nigerian medicines. Obedient Air.
Okay. I don't know. That one good though.
My people, I love you all. I love you all. All these things is a form of therapy. All these things when we talk is a form of therapy. I love you all. Remembering all these things. Well, I never chop pear for I don't know how long. Why go? Ube? Hey.
Wait, so is pear not avocado? Pear is avocado. They don't have avocado where you are.
No, that's not
avocado no be ube now.
No be ube now.
Ube is native pear.
Native pear. The one where you go put inside hot water, make it come soft. I mean, you go.
Okay. That one they chop in those days with corn.
You go come lick them with the honey. You go come sterilize by your mouth. It dey here.
Oh my goodness.
Nigerian goats come here.
Comment says, sisters, the oil where they that today, they make person body fresh.
What are
Your
you not
body
talking
goes
about?
smooth.
When you go lick and mesmerize for your palate, you go
Oh
say,
my goodness.
is this food?
Make on a laugh. I tell one of my Igbo friends, I say we get one fruit where they my country, now 3 colors he gets. As the thing when it cold, the color different. When the thing hot, the color different. Now the girl tell me, say, which kind of fruit? That's now I come begin to explain. Look, the way where I take explain ube for my friend, she begin to follow find ube. She go internet, go Google. She said there's nothing like that. I
Listen, Nigerians, we get mad where we.
She said, I typed it. She said, what did you call it again? I say, ube. She said, yes, I typed ube in. I did not see it.
With Agbado.
Somebody did they talk. Who is that? we they talk of food stuff. Somebody's talking of Agbado. I'm not even seeing the person.
No, see, make I tell you, the reason why I like the Agbado, as I am chopping it, I am telling myself what I shall do.
What is Agbado? What is Agbado?
Exactly.
Now, Agbado is the Mexican one you say you love now.
Yes, so the Mexican
one you say you love. Agbado.
Oh, is that what they call Agbado? I didn't know that.
Okay.
Baby, this is not your assignment. I beg. Look for waiting Mexicans they call corn. Maybe we can learn down. Nobody they mix. People not confused. Before bats go come fly, come cut this session of the video. Come say, look at them, they are missing us.
Make her laugh.
We not come because.
May I make her laugh? Then we send me. I been crave udara. Agbalumo. I was craving it so bad that I say make anybody where you go see make it bring a call for me.
No, then also 2 weeks ago.
They call me. They send me the udara. I think like 5. I chop. I dey chop 1 every year. I don't chop 3.
Oh my God, I'm not feeling like Jerry.
I freeze you, but Udara. I go look at us. Okay, another 11 months. I shall come back for you. Stay there first.
Oh my God. You get one where they call Guguru and Granuts. That one I they miss that one too.
That one no Guguru and Ekpa.
We call it Tomfele.
Yeah, not true.
Now Guguru and Ekpa. You go buy corn now, then get corn where you go take pop. Put them for inside pan. Hit time, you go come get your popcorn, buy the better granite, so no be the one where they sell for so. Go buy the one where get share, come fry and chop. You don't get good granite. You have to learn to improvise until you go back home.
The first time I came to America, I cook ogbolo soup with granite oil. That was the most irritating thing I ever done.
Okay, so Mexican name for corn na maize. Na maize.
You're serious one.
So I ask you a question. As you cook when you shop
No, I can't hear you. What did you say?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The Spanish name for corn na maize.
Maize and maize.
Maize, so more they use maize now because this man don't spoil Agbado for us.
Thank you. Maize.
Let me welcome Mr. Onoche. Welcome. Do you have any contributions on the show?
Nigeria.
Uncle, you won't make me run go Nigeria tomorrow. You don't call Ewa. My head doesn't spin.
Wait, for real. Mr. Onoche, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, perfectly well.
Okay, welcome, sir. So, would you have any contributions on this topic before we move forward? Because there's somebody else in the studio we need to get to.
Hold on, please.
Okay,
Can you say it again, please?
I said, do you have any contributions? This topic when we don't talk since. Do you have anything to add?
The guy who said that the vote should be defended is a very good idea. That is exactly what I have in my mind. If I was there, frankly speaking, I would be Agboro. I would defend the vote, bumper to bumper, rooftop to rooftop. building to building, block to block, meter by meter, inch by inch. It's not going free until you get to Abuja, so that they cannot change the result and tell a story, big story. You heard what the Senate president is now saying. It is the one which they captured. The way they lie, they captured the one they want to capture. That the one which is original, it doesn't make sense. You get it? So what these guys suggest for next election is good. The man who said we should defend the vote, those who don't have PVC, who are obedient, should come there. And you have to outnumber these policemen, at least 10-1. If they fumble, they go home in body bag.
No, sir, don't say that. We just talked about it, sir. Come on. Don't use that word. You want them to take down
Sorry, I told you I took permission from you. Make you go
No,
what
no,
I said.
you didn't take permission. We already made that clear. Please don't make those don't use.
So I withdraw my statement, my comment. I apologize. I withdraw my comment.
Okay.
But however, we need to defend our vote.
It will happen. I mean, everybody has brought some very useful suggestions, But
the last guy, I support the last guy's suggestion. I give you 110 over 100.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Onochi.
Yeah.
Did you ask you what they do this Natalie Akpoti for Kogi State? How they read that and chai?
Yeah.
You all know who they talk about?
No.
The woman where they run for Senate, where this guy.
What the governor of Kogi State did when he dug up the road so that people cannot move around.
Yes, that woman. He won, but they read her, but she got the whole result.
Okay, she has the original result, so she's not
yes, she get the whole
Okay, that's good. Let me come to there's somebody in the studio now. Let me just come to him. Mr. Pansett, welcome. Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Omoye's Corner, and everybody here in the studio.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
The discussions have been very appetizing and uplifting. So I've been here all along listening to the conversations. So congratulations. I didn't know you had such a spectacular YouTube platform. I've been going through them last night. I went through some of your past episodes, your advice on relationships. So you are versatile, cosmopolitan and versatile, beautiful, strong person. So we're very proud of you, Omoye.
Thank you very much, sir.
And that also extends to the guests. So
yes, thank you very much, sir. Well received.
Thank you.
What do you have to say? We've been talking, of course, you know what we've been talking about, Peter Obi's speech, of course. We've been going through some of the tactics and also talking about the governorship elections that are coming up. This is very important on the 11th, which is in a couple of days, 9 days to be precise. Just sensitizing and encouraging one another here. So do you have any contributions for us with regards to this?
Yeah, let me just take a couple of minutes because there is no tension, there's no disagreement so far. And my contribution would not be so much as to advise. I believe that the Labour Party, they're doing the best they can. So obviously the problem has always been the people, us. It's unimaginable what we're going through, what's happening in our country. A lot of people geared up for this election, Ghanaians, Cameroonians, all kinds of Africans watching us. And what do we get? It came down to transmission of results as stipulated by law, ordered by law. And INEC got allocated, some say 350 billion naira to conduct an election, and they laid out the framework, what they're going to do. They said that they were going to use the BVAS technology, which is a bimodal technology. So the credibility of that election is in that transmission. Basically, they figured out the ways that elections were rigged in the past. So those who read it carefully, who were very proud of that act, the 2022 Electoral Act, that it was passed, the guarantee was that there, so many people have said what it is here. So let me just mention them, which is that at the precinct level, local level, when people vote, the agents will be there. They will take a snapshot of the form and then upload it by the BVAS. So remember, it's not something, if you, as they're voting, it's uploading. Even if you don't have signal, when you have signal, then it's gonna go. So there's just no excuse whatsoever. So it should be there, the record should be there. It's the only way to guarantee that the numbers are the correct numbers. So it's not even a question of we're not gonna do it. That should be unacceptable. The courts cannot say we cannot accept. I don't care anybody who's run for this election, local, federal level. They cannot accept it unless that verification is there. Because remember, if INEC says we're not going to use that technology, period, then that's okay. Because I don't think they are mandated to use it. They are given the option to use it. And they chose to use it, and that was a mechanism to prevent rigging in that presidential election. That was, else the contestants would have made other provisions to guarantee their vote. But they went all over the place educating everybody that this BVAS is the game changer. And then they used it in gubernatorial elections already in about 2 or 3 places, including Oshu and Anambra. So, and the results were acceptable. So it's come down to, when I was at Niger Watch, I'm saying that that's one thing to rig an election and get away with it, or you get caught. But the other thing, though, is to say we don't care what you think. This is the result. We don't care if we change our mind and do something contrary to the law. In essence, telling us you are weak, we've got the weapons, and there's nothing you can do. We've got the money, you're slaves, basically. They may speak euphemistically, but what they're saying basically is, look, you've seen what we've done. We've done it. What are you going to do about it?
Exactly. That's what it's saying. That's what they're doing, trying to do to us, though. That's what they're trying to do.
So with that, it's not protest that's going to resolve it. I'm against protest anyway, because it's an oxymoron. I conclude. I know you have to move on.
No, I'm not acknowledging what you said, but you can go on. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So it's an oxymoron. When you come to a third world country, brutal, it's a dictatorship that we have in our country. We know that. Virtually everybody who has ruled us without it being accidental, such as Jonathan, who became an accidental president. By that, they mean somebody else was elected, they died, and then he inherited it. He was an accidental governor in Bayelsa, then he was an accidental president, right? So, have been from the military academies and former dictators, from Obasanjo to Buhari and the rest. So we know that. We have so you don't go protesting, even as exemplified in the Lekki toll gate. The kids, when they're singing our national anthem and carrying our flags, and the military shot at them and killed some of them. At least wounded some. We know they killed some. people singing national anthem with our flags. So we've done everything. Now there are dimensions to our problem. There's the British angle, there's the American angle, there's the ambassadors in our country. Omoye, you know, we saw Showore leave his young family, came home and was protesting, doing all kinds of things. And they captured him, tortured him, put him in DSS custody. Do you know that all the American ambassador would do is to call or send a message and say, stop. And they will stop.
Right.
So if they don't do that, what does that tell us? Showore, right? Whose young family is in New Jersey. He's established, he's a media person. He's known. He won awards. And they put this man in prison for so long. Something that is anathema to everything United States stands for. I want Nigerians to go Google who is the ambassador from United States to Nigeria. When did she come there? Where did she come from? Where was she transferred from? Who appointed her? Then you look at the British High Commissioner, Miss Lang there, who's also been there very, very long. Where's our clothes? And find out what is the source of our problem? Who's going to let Tinubu, who I don't even know if he's a persona non grata into the United States, he's got a record here that has not been expunged. It's there.
Right.
Okay, so this may not be exactly the evening to talk about this. I'm just very elated to find your platform, but what we're going to have to do is more than protest. Those who like to protest, they could go ahead and protest. I don't like protests. The oxymoron of peaceful protest. If I guarantee you that I'm going to be protesting peacefully, what's going to induce you to do the right thing?
This is true.
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to induce you. And then we don't want violence. That is true too. We don't want violence. But what we're going to want that is we're going to have to determine, do we have a country? Do we have a constitution?
Mr. Pansa, let me help you.
Yes, sir.
See, the problem of Nigerians, unapologetically, is that
Mr. Pansa, I think
Nigerians.
your audio, we can't hear you.
Okay, no, somebody's speaking now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
He interjected. I'm giving him room to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that?
This is
Is that
Gingerbread.
Mr. Gingerbread?
Yeah. What I'm saying is that Nigerians too like life. You understand? We don't want to die.
Hey,
I
Mr.
keep, okay.
Gingerbread man.
Oh no, okay. Nobody won't buy. Nobody won't buy.
No. You go use spy, not be deal.
Nobody won't buy. Nobody won't buy. Sorry. Nobody won't buy. Nobody won't off. Nobody won't quench. You understand? Because the matter where they on ground right now, no be matter where did they use and carrying poster. No be like that. Because these guys who they do this thing, they are ready. They are ready for anything. But if you say that to carry placard, they do this thing, it no go work like that. It no go work like that. You understand? It no go work like that. So, Mr. Pastor, I know say you dey censor your statement, but me I go talk them the way it be.
Can I say something with regards to with respect to what you're saying? One must understand one thing. In as much as everybody love life, I think it's more of a general statement than an individual statement. Individually, people love life, but from what I have studied so far, I have seen people that are ready to sacrifice. You understand? I've seen people that are ready to give up everything. I mean, there was a man, I don't know if it was this show or Niger Watch, that said that he came out and said he told his children that if anything happens to him, they should be proud of him, that he's ready to give all. I don't want to use any a censored word, but I'm sure everybody understands what I mean. So with regards to saying we like life, I won't say, I beg to disagree with you on that point. That's number one. Number two, there was another there was someone that spoke in Niger Watch. I think he's an IT person, and he made a very good suggestion. I'm sure Moyer, you will know what I'm talking about. The guy was specifically saying that this thing can be handled, like he can bring the record of the family of these people.
Yes, I
You know,
remember
because
that.
yeah, you understand. So we can use social media is another form of weapon. We can weaponize the strength of social media to redeem this country back. We touch so much blood. We touch so much people putting their life at stake. You understand? It doesn't mean that people do not have the desire to pay such sacrifice, but you must outweigh the benefit of the sacrifice. Nigeria, the people that are currently ruling Nigeria, they are psychophants. They have mentally deranged. They have no empathy for humanity. They are ready to buy everybody, and only them will rule their country. They are hardened. These are people that have eaten animals for meal. So they don't have any iota of human feeling. So you don't play into their hands, because they're ready to give it to you. I mean, we all know about the genocide of Rwanda and those kind of things. If it was a white man, they have some kind of empathy. But for an African leader, I have no idea the kind of spirit that rules. The definition of the spirit of wickedness originated from these people. You understand? So if it's we must win intellectually, not by I understand. I'm a legal practitioner, so I understand forcefulness and other things. But sometimes it's profitable to be intelligent and to win in an intelligent way.
Correct.
Because and the era that we are in now is an era of intellect.
Right.
You understand? It is not always the strongest person that becomes a champion. That is why you see that no matter how hard you work, it doesn't necessarily make you the wealthiest. You know, the most hardworking people are the poorest people. But the smartest of people are the people that are wealthy. People like Bill Gates, Elon Musk. Those people, they use their brain. They don't use power for anything. You know, and that is the era we're shifting to. And that is one thing I love Peter Obi for, is an intellect. So we must intellectually, I believe so strongly that we can weaponize social media and if we follow what that boy said in Niger Watch, that said they have all the details of every. They can hack and get all the details of all the security personnel in the country, all the police force, all the military force, all the leadership force. If you get their details, they don't have the power over you anymore, because you will meet them at their weakest point.
Right.
You will
Okay.
meet.
Let me. I hear what you're saying, and that makes sense. Like I said, it's not an either or. It's all of the above.
Right.
Everybody's gonna do what they have to do, because there are a few things. For example, myself, what I'm watching, and I bet you a lot of people are watching the same thing. I will be heartbroken if the United States, in their full force, as the country, support what's going on in Nigeria. Now, I'm aware, Omoye, you made me aware that a low-level State Department person has congratulated Nigeria, and then the contestants, including the person who they've named president-elect, and that's okay. In the United States, there are very many levels to diplomacy. There's the president, and then you have the State Department who work under him. You have Congress, you have so many important people in the United States. So our principal, Mr. Peter Obi, spoke today, and he's approaching the courts. And I know he's a smart man. He's not going to go approaching the courts unless he has evidence to show there's a difference between what his calculations are and then what INEC has. So far, we know that INEC is partisan. They announced that result by 4 in the morning, and they've been haven't been listening to those who contested the elections. They're not listening. So what I'm watching, like I said, I was going to tell you what I'm watching, is to find out if what INEC and APC is saying is this. Look, there's nothing you can do. We've made the call on this. Yeah, maybe we rigged it, maybe we didn't. It's none of your business. We're going to impose it on you. There's nothing you can do about that. Now, if that's what I think they're doing, once it's clear that's what they're doing, then it's going to be unacceptable, right? But if they, for example, rigged it so perfectly that when that beavers is examined and the Obi, Waziri of Adamawa, NMPP bring their own numbers, and it jives and it shows that they rigged it perfectly, which means they're saying, hey, look, we didn't rig it. And they'll be saying that you rigged it. So that's different. What we're not going to live under is people who we can defeat in a war, right? Because they say the economy is not Tinubu. There are people behind Tinubu who are fronting him, the northern governors. It's not Tinubu. It's the people behind him. If they're saying to us that we're going to impose this on you, so what our response at that time will be, no, you cannot, because we can defeat you in a war. You don't have the numbers you claim as shown by this result. Even if it's true, it means that you don't have the numbers you claim that you have. We want a civil society that is bound by the Constitution, that's secular in nature, right? You cannot impose anything. That's what I'm saying. They cannot impose anything. It's not a protest thing. It's something that if you go to Ukraine right now, they're fighting a war. Not everything is going to be resolved in a peaceful means. Whether there's going to be violence is going to be dependent on the government, as demonstrated in the Lekki toll gate, right? The government brought violence on the kids that went there to demonstrate. Okay, but this is much larger. If they handle it like they impose it on us because the Attorney General is from the North, EFCC chairman, INEC chairman, the courts, the military, everything is from the North.
This is true.
All right. So we are vulnerable. It's going to move. Once what the argument they're making is that we don't have to show you what's in the beavers because there's nothing you can do about that. It moves away from Obi. I wouldn't care what Obi is saying. That is actually none of my business. They have to account for that technology because we all relied on it. We paid for it. At the minimum, Mahmoud will be guilty of diversion of election funds. So in the United States, maybe it's diversion of construction funds. Those are heavy felonies. You got the money to deploy that technology, and a lot of people, including the political parties, relied on the bimodal nature of that to guarantee. So we have to have that result. So we have to wait. Number one, we wait for the United States. Now, I am talking about Mr. President Biden himself. He cannot escape not getting on the record on this, right? We are a third world country. We haven't got a break. Our money is $1 to 800 naira. Our people don't have any money. Our parents don't have any money. We don't have any hospitals. We don't have any roads. We're endowed with everything that God could endow a country with, including oil. We have sweet Brent oil. We have human resources. We have more PhDs than the United States themselves on the aggregate level. We are not animals. We're Nigerians, we're Africans, and we've had it. It's enough. The only force that can save us is the United States. And they don't have to lift a finger. They have to admonish Great Britain to give us a break. If they could just stay out of it when it comes down, because it is going to come down. These people have no respect for us. We're going to go through this process, but there is no way we're going to accept somebody imposing a geriatric criminal on us again. There is no way we're going to let our country to be Islamized or Christianized. We're going to have a secular country. So I'm asking President Biden, don't hide from this. You are not too big to know what's going on in Nigeria. You are not. You are the leader of the free world. Nigerians love the United States. We have a lot of our people here in the United States. A lot. We are like we're in exile. The only force that can help us today, right now, Mr. Obi, really cannot do anything. Is that, Omoye, I'll conclude in 2 minutes. Let me say this because I want to get this out
Before
there.
you conclude, I have a question to ask you so that when you're speaking, you conclude with my answer.
Okay, let me say something first before you do that. Please.
Okay.
There's something I want. It's not going to be a pleasant thing to say, but I'm going to be very careful in the way I say it. What we're fighting in Nigeria, the problem we have, what is it? It's a fight between two traditions. We, the victims, really have no problem. It's not about us. You have the Judeo-Christian tradition, that's what it's called here in the United States, which is Christians and Jews. And then you have the Islamic tradition. The Judeo-Christian tradition is democracy. We love democracy. That's what we're practicing in Nigeria. But this other side, other tradition, don't want democracy, no matter whatever they tell you. That's all they're fighting. They want to show that democracy is a fraud. Sometimes they will refer to, they look at it as Western. They don't like Western stuff. And we do. So the irony then is, the people who don't like Western tradition or don't like Judeo-Christianity are being helped by the cradle. The United States and Britain are helping them. And they have no sympathy for us, who have nothing to do with their animals towards their tradition. Just because we're going to school practicing democracy, they don't want it. That's all they're fighting, trying to make a mockery of democracy. If you do elections, they will rig it to show you that democracy is stupid. Like we're stupid. So I'm asking President Biden, don't be too big. Yeah, you have ambassadors, you have Secretary of State, but you get intelligence almost every day. You know that we've had it. Our parents cannot go to the farms. Our students, even girls, cannot be in their dormitory. They bring trucks and load hundreds sometimes at a time. At one point, almost 300. And they're gone forever. We can't go to the farms. So a lot of people said, okay, we're just going to wait on the 25th. We're going to try to bear that in mind and then cast our votes to ameliorate the situation. So right now, a lot of people are mourning. They can't say anything. You are our only hope. Only you could talk to Britain. Only you, United States, can solve this problem. Only you. If you don't, it's going to be very difficult. We need the United States to either send a delegation to Nigeria, use your technology, your forensic technology, find out. Was the election rigged? Was there even an election? If you do this, President Biden, then you're going to redeem yourself. First of all, there's only one force greater than the United States, and that is the force of good. If you're evil, you lose. No matter how big you think you are, you have to do the right thing here. We can only be rescued by you and by God. That's it. Not Britain, not any other force, but you. So my plea is that once you could come in there and do the right thing, if Tinubu won the election, let him go on. But you have not been good actors in Nigeria, not directly, but indirectly. You let Britain do what they're doing to us. Our president goes over there, stay for over 100 days. The incumbent president right now, undergoing very intrusive surgery. He comes back, a lot of people are massacred. He goes back there and they welcome him back in. So it's been an arduous 8 years. There is no way you're going to let, on top of this 8 years, have this APC insult us. Because now that's the name of what I'm talking about. It's not about the rigging. If you could rig and get away with it, fine. That's a different thing altogether. You shouldn't rig the election. But you cannot disrespect the country.
Okay.
That's my plea on that.
Okay, Mr. Pansett, For Real had a question. For Real, can you ask your question?
There's a question and some notion I want to point to and notify Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much for those words. However, I'd like to bring to your notice one, that America is owned by the British people. America is a corporation. That is one thing you must understand. So America.
Hold on. Let me because of that statement right there, you have to understand that Great Britain, it's about the size of California, both in population, GDP, and area size, right?
Yet very powerful.
Yeah, not powerful. Not without the United States, Britain will be gone in a day, even if America doesn't do anything. All right. So what? But what you're trying to say? Americans are very savvy. America is a big place. There are more universities in California than the entire Great Britain. Great Britain is made out of Wales, Scotland, England, and all these are agitating to be freed from Great Britain. It's only the United States that letting that nonsense continue over there. All right. So, but okay. I know what you say, but don't ever say that the United States is an appendage or some kind of corporation for Great Britain. No,
it is.
The administration.
I don't want to argue, but if I can bring facts and bring history into this, but I don't want to argue about that. That should not be a bone of contention here. However,
For real.
hello,
For real, can
yeah.
you hear me? Okay, 1 second, please. Mr. Pansett, please let her finish. And it is true. It is a corporation for the United Kingdom. That's true.
Okay, I'll answer. Let me give a more detailed answer when she's done. Go ahead, because it's very important.
Let me give her the floor. Okay, go ahead. For real.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Omoye, and thank you for Mr. Parsley. I hope I said your name correctly.
Pansat. Pansat.
Okay,
Yeah,
Pansat. Okay,
because it's
sorry
not my
for the
real name.
mispronunciation.
It doesn't matter. Go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry for the mispronunciation. However, I also want to tell a lie to you. I'm sorry. Your message to Mr. Biden does not hold water. Why did I say that? The Americans only go for interest. There is no nation in the world, especially an African nation, where the Americans have come into to create.
Is she there? Omoye, can you hear me? Omoye, can you hear me?
Oh,
I hear
thought
you.
and I had.
Okay.
Can you, for real? Are you back?
Okay.
Okay.
Let me address something she said until she comes back, but she could take over as soon as she comes back.
Okay.
All right. Number one, yes, in political science, maybe the first day somebody takes political science 101, you will understand that states operate by interests. All right. They calculate that interest, though, not in what they call absolute terms. States are rational actors, right? So they calculate their interest in relative gain, not absolute terms like you would do like a normal person. So if this lady, I forgot her name, I'll get her name when somebody can offer it to me.
For real.
For real, has been, I don't think she's been to the United States.
She lives here.
She lives here.
An attorney.
Okay. If she does, she would know that the United States is nobody's, I forgot the adjective she used there. The United States is the biggest country, it's a sole superpower. All right. California is bigger than Russia. All right. So when England, Britain, and Germany got into it in World War II, it was the United States that not only rescued Britain, but also rebuilt it. Now, politically speaking, the alliance between the two, it's very, very deep. Without the United States, Britain will be gone. So it looks like the tail is wagging the dog, but it's really not. They're not even in the same class. So the American people are savvy, but the corporations in the United States are very bad. And you see that when Trump came and he made his case, when he came down this escalator, and he pointed those things out. And he went to war on those corporations who operate from, even if it's Mexico, if it's Ford moving companies to Mexico to build cars and make people lose their jobs, or those who go to China, and he made his case on that. And about NATO, he made the case about them paying their fair share. So all it takes, it depends on the individual that's sitting in that White House. Now, Trump has his faults. For example, he may be abusing the Pope or something. But he understands that the United States is going down because of selfish bad actors who are not adhering to the U.S. Constitution. You have to understand that the U.S. Constitution is like documents thrown down from heaven. It is truly a democratic document. It's one of the greatest documents short of the Bible. So it's not fair to criticize democracy. It's not perfect, but it's the best form of government. Two, it's not fair to criticize the American people. Do they have racists in here? Yes, they do. A lot of racists. But collectively, there's no better people in the world than the United States. They're fair. They are fair.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Pansa. I appreciate your insights. We can agree to disagree. We can disagree to agree. So it's all good. You know, everybody has their own, thoughts on this. And let me just borrow Dara Music's comment. Nobody has no, it was Eunice. Nobody has a monopoly of knowledge, but it's all good. We're fine, we're learning, we're unlearning, we're trying to get a better country and get ourselves better situated. So it's all good. I appreciate your contributions really greatly. But I have to finish this video that I was sharing earlier that was put on hold. And I was looking for the one of this comedic videos to share as well, because we tend to laugh here as well, just to ease whatever tension.
Are you serious? This is my open that place for me. Go, go, go. Please, please.
Okay, let me see if I can find that. Okay, there it is.
Correct. I put it to you that which one they go back? Okay, back like this. Correct. I put it to you that I don't even know. Which one they go back? Okay, back like this. Correct. I put it to you that
Okay, there's another one. Well, this is what's it?
We need a revolution. We need a what? I'm tired of all this ring my roll. We need more hoes. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a revolution. I'm tired of all this ring my roll. We need a revolution. We need a what? I'm tired of all this ring my roll. We need more hoes. Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, let's hear our VP on CNN.
Actually have that, even though there may have been, so the Labour Party is going to court. You have evidence that this election, that there was at least vote rigging in these elections. What evidence do you actually have that even though there may have been irregularities, that there may have been inconsistencies, what evidence do you actually have that these inconsistencies would have actually changed the result?
The evidences are, one, the direct transmission of results from the polling units as clearly and objectively provided for in the law and in the INEC guidelines were not followed. Next evidence is that the collation of results from the ward units all the way to the national did not make reference and did not compare and did not confirm correctness and authenticity of those figures with IREV. IREV was absent. So these are key evidences. I beg to say that election is comprised of voting, in the case of Nigeria and the new Electoral Act, transmission, collation in accordance with the Electoral Act, and declaration in accordance with the Constitution. What we noticed on Saturday is that after voting, everything else failed and fell into the hands of others besides the INEC. These are the evidences we have. And there is inconsistency between figures now on IREV and declared figures for that. Then there is also the figures we have with our party agents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so most of what you've just said outlines, what I was saying earlier, that there may indeed have been inconsistencies. They may have even been corruption. But what I think the APC is trying to get you guys to prove is that these inconsistencies would have actually changed the outcome, change the outcome of these elections. There are 176,000. I'm sorry, sir. There are 176,000 polling units across Nigeria. When you think about your evidence, does your evidence cover the breadth of all the polling units across the country? Just talk to us a bit more about what you actually have.
Yes, our evidence covers the length and breadth of the entire 178,606 polling units, less those that there was no voting, of course. Our results, our EC8As in the possession of our party agents collated shows far higher scores by the Labour Party than the APC. It shows great variance between figures that were collated upon which a declaration of a winner was made. If the actual results with us, and that should have been uploaded immediately after the election as provided by the law, we would have won this election. That is materially different from what has been declared now as the winner.
Okay, so just explain to me, Yusuf, what your goal is at this point in time. Yes, the Labour Party is going to court. They're challenging the results. Is your goal at this point for Peter Obi to be declared the winner, or is your goal to actually call for fresh elections in Nigeria right now?
A final position has not been taken by our legal team, but in my capacity as a running mate, and due to the wealth of evidence that we have, we would like to pray that the court declare Peter Obi of the Labour Party as duly elected winner of the 2023 presidential elections of Nigeria.
Do you trust the judicial system? I mean, I know that the judicial system, especially in Anambra State, has helped Peter Obi in the past. This is not the first time he's gone to court. And actually, he's been quite successful in the past. But this is different. There's never been a court ruling that's overturned a presidential election result in Nigeria. I mean, do you actually trust, do you have faith in the court system to actually take this forward?
No, now I can tell you categorically, I do not trust the court system. No, I do not. Peter Obi might have benefited in the past, but right now we have a Senate president who contested presidency in 2022 primaries, lost, and he is now a winner in a senatorial district. This is magic. I do not trust our court system anymore. Nigeria is suffering from a series of failed promises. 2023 presidential elections is just one of them. These promises have reached all the way to the United Nations. Promises of securing Nigeria failed, improving our economy failed, fighting corruption failed. So I do not trust anything that I'm sorry that our authorities are saying. I would have loved to be singing a different song at this point. Patriotic lover of my country, and I'll do anything to improve my country. But sadly, I don't believe, I have no confidence in the legal system. But this is no reason for us not to go to court. Okay. We shall go to court. It's no reason for we shall go to court and demand our rights, because history is full of first times. Mm-hmm. The wealth of evidence that we have, it requires more than magic to fail to declare us the winners.
Yusuf, we have to leave it there. Appreciate you joining us on the program. Yusuf Datti, Baba Ahmed, Peter Obi's running mate. Thank you so much for being with us.
That's fun. That was fantastic, I think. That was a great interview, by the way. So let's laugh a little bit. Let's see. For real, you're back. Welcome back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Everything just freezed.
Yeah,
I wasn't hearing you guys, and my phone was just like freezed.
Oh wow. Okay, well,
Yeah.
you have the floor now if you want to
Oh
speak.
yeah, thank you. Is Mr. Pathy still in the show?
Mr. Pansy,
Passy
yes.
rather. Passy.
Mr.
Yeah,
Pastor.
so yeah, as with regards to what I was
Sorry
saying
to interrupt.
previously.
I am here. I am on the show. Go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Then. So, Mr. Passad, I'm sorry to say this to you. Now, I want you to look at this as I want you to divorce yourself from your emotions and marry your business. That when I say marry your business, I mean marry. The intent of the marriage of the business is for profit. Now that is America for you. The fact that they are like that does not take away from them their empathy for humanity. That's one thing you must understand. The fact that they are profit oriented, that they go for interest, does not take from them. I repeat, their empathy for humanity. Does not take from them their sincerity, their fairness, their pursuit, their acceptance of justice. So it doesn't take that away from them. They are not perfect, but they are far better than a lot of other people. I will lay down as a foundation. So with regards to the appeal to them to come and help, please, I would really want you to tell me one country apart from the nation of Israel that they've helped.
Okay, please let me.
Before I continue, I would like
Yeah,
you to say that, because it's like
I
you
like your.
I don't, because we really don't need them. That's the truth.
No,
What we need
okay,
them
hold on.
for.
Hold on,
Okay.
please. I like your approach, which is to invite dialogue, right? So I will nibble at a few of the things you said, and then I'll pass it back to you, and that's perfectly fine. But
Sure.
before I do that, let me acknowledge the video of Baba Ahmed, that we have to have a good discussion on that. And after you're done, we'll have to talk about that interview, because it's full of gems in there. So, first of all, I agree with some of your premises, but I vehemently disagree with your conclusion. United States is not just better than most; it's the best. All right, their constitution is the best. The American people are good when you aggregate it. They have helped many countries. That's your direct question to me. I can go all the way back, but let's just start with Japan. They defeated Japan in a war. They didn't take an inch of land from them, but they wrote a constitution for them and set them off to the races, and they've been thriving since then. They defeated Germany in war, and Germany was divided into East Germany, which went to the communists at that time, USSR, right? Soviet Union. And then they kept West Germany in alliance with themselves. And you could tell the difference. It's like day and night. They went to war in Korea. By the way, they also helped West Germany then become a democracy, get rid of the Nazis. And today, Germany, it's third in economy. They're larger than the United Kingdom. Nobody can mess with Germany now, because they got the message from the United States. Britain doesn't want to get the message from the United States, so they just hanging on to US and doing all. Now I know some of the panelists are from the UK, but there's no denying that the United Kingdom, Britain, is a bloody monarchy. They have never picked in their entire existence a democratic head of state. It's a bloody monarchy. But to buttress my points on those that the United States have helped, South Korea, when they had a war over there between North and South Korea was on the side of the United States. I mean, not long ago, if you took a flight over Korea, you could tell the difference between the two sides, because one side will be total darkness while the other one is thriving. Now, the point you made about capitalism, right? Capitalism is not perfect. There are excesses. I'm a capitalist myself, and I'm a Democrat. I love democracy. There's nothing wrong with capitalism, but there are bad actors, and the U.S. is going down based on those who are abusing that system. But the American people and the U.S. Constitution, that is a perfect, near perfect piece of work. They're trying to make a more perfect union, not a perfect union. They started off, they had slaves under that constitution at the time, but they've been perfecting it year after year, year after year. The courts work. Their legislators work hard. They have a change of administrations. Some are better than others. So I am not just saying it because I'm here, because I don't worship idol. I'll tell you the truth. In essence, righteousness is one of my many virtues, right? So do not for a second undermine the United States based on what an administration is doing here or there. They have democracy here, and they're good. They do calculate their gains in terms of relative gain. That is true. Every country does that. Every state is a rational actor, and they should. But don't mix up the two. We should limit our conversation to what's on the ground. We are a nascent democracy. It's just inchoate. That's a word. I like that word. Let me spell it. INCHOATE. Inchoate. I don't know how you pronounce it over there where you are. But I'm telling you now, I know you're going to continue. I want to reemphasize that we have to discuss that Baba Ahmed. I hadn't seen the interview, but I just watched it. These are not people who talk carelessly. They say they have evidence that will show that they won the election, not just to rerun it. So we have to talk about that, because that's why I'm here. We should limit it. The United States, these are facts. This is not my opinion. The US is larger than the next, for instance, China, Russia, Britain combined.
Okay, I beg. Let's shift the conversation, Mr. Pansa. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Attorney in the house, our lawyer, our very own lawyer. For real.
Yes, ma'am. I would
I
have loved to ask him a question, but let me respect your wish. Okay. I would have loved to buttress a point, but let's move forward.
But let her talk.
Okay. Let me be very concise so we can go to other important things, which is the VP that spoke with CNN. Mr. Patley, I'd like to tell you, with regards to those countries you mentioned, it was a victory. It was a negotiated victory, but I don't want to go into detail with the war between Japan and South Korea and the American and so on and so that. But with regards to the African certain, I forgot to specifically ask you to. I forgot to be very specific. I didn't want to generalize it, but I forgot. Specifically, I wanted to ask you what nation in Africa as the Americans helped. That is what I wanted to ask you.
A very clever question, right? And I really like the fact that you are that bright. Now, the United States, they are not interested in taking people's lands or occupying anywhere.
Can I say something really quickly, Mr. Pansa?
Yes.
Yeah, when you said that she's very, kind of sounded condescending.
No, it's not, because you keep accusing me of that. That's not true. It was sincere. It was sincere. Okay.
No, I understand, Mr. Pansa, but you're
Yeah.
not the one hearing it. So there's a difference when you say it and how the other person receives it. How
Oh,
the other
did
person
you
receives it is
perceive it, ma'am? Did you
I,
perceive that to be condescending?
Omoya, I think it's your interpretation. You got to
okay.
keep,
I
yeah.
rest. If the
Yeah,
person
that's
doesn't perceive it, then okay,
and the
fair enough.
funny thing is that Omoye is somebody I respect very much, and we get along a lot. But she's accused me of two things, but I will leave that for.
If you live in America long enough, you have to have a very good sense of humor. So I mean,
Right, but if
I don't see it
yeah,
condescending.
if you did perceive it that way, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean that at all.
We're
See,
very
No, it's
different.
okay. I'm very okay. I'm loving this discussion because
thank
we're gaining things,
Of
and
humor.
I'm going to do some research. I wish I pray you come here tomorrow because I'm going to do some research on some certainties with regards to those other
okay,
previously you talked about, and I'll take you on that tomorrow, and I'll
okay,
prove you something. But I don't want
okay.
to bring it now because we
That's
have
fair.
other important things to talk about.
That's fair. That is fair. So let me to be brief to the question that you asked. That is very sharp, which is where has the United States helped Africa? You know, America is so big that when it comes to help in Africa, you talk about counties. The county of Los Angeles alone, that's how big the county is. First of all, the county of Los Angeles is bigger than Nigeria in GDP, right? So South Africa, during the Reagan administration, they had an apartheid system, right? And the president of Nigeria, I mean of United States at the time, his name was Ronald Reagan. He sided with South Africa in that administration as they were killing South Africans, jailing Nelson Mandela. Did you know that Los Angeles and then California put sanctions on South Africa that broke their back? Just teachers union investments, things like that, was able to break their back. They had to give up that power over there. Now, of course, that culminated with other Africans, other countries of goodwill, Nigeria herself, and others, our musicians singing songs. But what broke South Africa's back was that. Besides, if the United States wasn't there, oh, we will be slaves up to today. Because what the Europeans, especially Great Britain, the kind of mercantilism and the kind of setting our prices, taking our oil, stealing out everything we have, it would have been worse without them knowing that the United States is there. So because we don't have our game together, if Britain is not there, we'll probably be worse than we are, as a matter of fact, because we just have a very, very dark heart. The tribalism in that country, in that continent, is incredible. We cannot work together. So that's what it is. The US is basically not doing much, but they are not themselves as a pursuit of interest to destroy us, because we'll be done if they were doing that. What they've done is to allow others to use our resources, and that is not good either. So that's what it is.
Okay.
All right. So now I could give you a whole lot of, the little sanctions they put, visa ban here and there. You know, when our dictators steal money and bring it to the United States, such as Abacha, U.S. would find those funds and remit them all back to Nigeria, even though it's been stolen over there. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Pansat. Again, I appreciate you.
Sorry.
No problem, no problem. So let me share something with you guys really quickly, so you guys have an idea of what we're talking about when we're talking about the what's this one? Is it this one or this one? Let me see. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so these are the governor, the candidates, the state and the candidates. Can you guys see it?
No.
You
No,
can't
I
see
can't
it.
see it.
It's loading. It's loading.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay.
You don't have the picture.
Now the picture they show now.
No, now only names I they see. I know they see people picture.
No, not be picture. Now you know they see state candidate party.
Okay, let me I have to. Okay, I'm saying, oh my eyes. Oh.
Is everybody else seeing it?
Yeah, I can see it. It's just that like it's. Can you like zoom it?
Yes, I can see. Well, if you hold your camera or something and try and click it open, right click it,
Okay.
it can open bigger because I can
For
make
you,
mine.
I can't from here. That's the biggest it will go. I already expanded it from my end. That's why you can see it. So you might want to expand it on
You
your
want me to read it for you? Read it
uh
out?
yeah, please, if you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
It
Thank you,
So
says,
sir.
yeah, thank you very much.
obediently
By the
in
way, before Mr. Pansat start, let me just announce this. For those people that don't know Mr. Pansat is an extreme gentleman. He's a man with a high respect, a lot of high respect for women. So even though I'm disagreeing with him on some things, I have ultimate respect for him, and he has a special place in my heart. Not in a bad way, guys. Get your mind out of it.
we,
Oh my
we
yeah, all
understand.
this oh my all this one is stories. Please, did he pay the
Leave
fine?
me now. Let me finish. You all
Oh my God,
Did
they
he
were
pay for
talking
the
about
fine for the
I shall
village
be today
meeting?
for you,
Na lie.
Mr.
Where the village meeting money? Now me they collect the money. Where is the money for the
how
village meeting?
confident I am to be able to say that without any underlining meaning. Here on that day now they impose meaning to
Now village meeting money now they collect. I where the money?
make a talk. This man, when they talk, so Mr. Pansat is a man of great honor and respect, and the man get lots of respect for women. Now it make me like, now it make me appreciate and I like and well. So even though they argue, they fight each other for year, I get plenty boku respect for him. I just wanted to say that so that you guys will know Mr. Pansat. Okay. All right. So Mr. Pansat, please help us to read it. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Oh, my don't hear that whole finish. Oh. We want village meeting money. We have to buy palm wine and guguru and epa, please.
Ignore BB. Mr. Pansat,
all right. Thank you very much. By the way, I really, truly appreciate that, and you know that.
I do.
So on this is obediently endorsed candidates. At the bottom, it says the people's choice of candidate 2023 gubernatorial election. So then it has a state, then the candidate, and then the party. And this is for March 11th, governorship election. So they have one, the first one says Abia State. Candidate, Mr. Alex Oti, Labour Party. In Benue, Mr. Herman Hembe, Labour Party. And the third one, Cross River, Chief Ernest Obase, Labour Party. Then the fourth, Delta State, Mr. Ken Pella, Labour Party. Fifth, Enugu, Mr. Frank Weke Abga, APGA. Sixth, Imo State, Dr. Tobechukwu Iheahim, Labour Party. Seventh, Kaduna, Mr. Jonathan Asake, Labour Party. Lagos State, Mr. Badebo Rhodes, V, Labour Party. Now, that's a very important one. I think Mr. P2B talked about that election on the 11th, but all of them are equally important. Second to the last will be Plateau, Dr. Patrick Dakum, Labour Party. And finally, River State, that's Wike's land. River State, Mr. Kanine Baripoa, Labour Party. So that's what I see on there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pansat. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So there's another video I'd like to share with you guys that I just found. so we can both listen to it. Let me see. It's a funny one, and I think no, it's not funny. I think it has to do with the evidence coming from River State. Let me share that.
Mayor, we have to discuss Mr. Baba Ahmed's interview at some point, please.
Okay, sure. Well, I'll bring that up again. Let's see.
Where the thing win for River State, where you throw it for bush. They don't see him. Even people will read the election, eh? Go not tire, how not to get evidence.
Please, you should know.
Imagine this one. Am I supposed to hold this form?
No.
Is this one supposed to be in my discretion?
No.
Or this one was found in the bush with our principal leaving. So is it okay? Can you imagine? Anything is having 99 years, they sign and they stamp here. You can imagine this form found in the bush. This is what we are talking about. We are not saying you should not give us who you can see it. It's been found in the bush, which is not supposed to be. A student found this EC84 in the book. Yes, you can see it. Imagine election. Okay, imagine something is going on and this form is in the bush. So which one are they submitting? This was the one that everybody saw. Everybody saw as their result in the polling unit. But at the end of the day, it's being thrown away. So this is what we are fighting for. God bless you. Please, we are not doing protests again. We are going back to our regular school. And God bless you to come out. And for the reason why you come out, God will give it to us in Jesus' name. Go and pray in your regular school. There's nothing God cannot do. What God cannot do does not exist. He will turn the heart of men to our favor. Our cry has reached heaven, and heaven has opened up to us. That is why we are seeing. We have never seen this kind of a thing before. As a broad daylight robbing us, it has never been done. So this time around, heaven has opened. Because I'm not supposed to hold this. Just like that, I'm not supposed to. But in this one in the bush. So this is what we are talking about.
Una dey see am. Oh God, oh, nothing when Musa no see for gate o.
Sorry, I have a question. So I use what it wasn't very clear on my own here, but not that's notwithstanding. Is she saying that those papers that she's holding were supposed to be used or were supposed to be submitted to their headquarters or something?
So she found this paper. These are ballot papers, right? Showing the count of the number of people that came to vote. It was found somewhere in the bush. So they found it, and they probably brought it to. I mean, she found it and she brought it, and she's telling the people she's telling them what she found and all of that. That's the ballot paper that the numbers were collated on. Number of
Those are
the
not
master sheets, right?
those are not ballot papers.
Okay, what is
those are result sheets. Those are the sheets where the various counts of different parties were entered, and those are the sheets where the duplicates of those sheets were what all the party agents received. That paper you are seeing there is supposed to be what the electoral officer was supposed to have taken the picture and uploaded via Beavers. Then they will return that particular paper you are seeing now to the state collation office that will be used for verification of what was uploaded in Beavers. So what they did was to throw those result sheets away.
Okay.
So that means that woman's life could be in danger if the opposition party finds it.
Go ahead, Mr. Ginger. You're back.
Whatever you are seeing on whatever is on those that result sheet right now is exactly the same copy that the different party agents have from each polling unit. So that's the way they read the election. And just to add to what the useless Senate president was saying, because all these guys, you know that they are very, very uneducated. He came out and started saying that what he read about the Electoral Act was electronic transmission or transfer of a result. In other words, trying to tell us that the only thing that INEC will recognize is whatever is downloaded on IREV. But we are saying, because they've downloaded things on IREV, but the things they have done, the result sheets that has been downloaded on IREV are, manipulated result sheets, and that is why you could see, instead of a result sheet, the picture of a girl somewhere in Oyo State was downloaded, and but the Electoral Act says that it's not about downloading it on IREV, it's about it must be transmitted categorically from the polling units. So it is a different thing between not uploading the picture directly from the polling unit and waiting 72 to 48 hours or 72 hours and you download something on IREV, because then the credibility of what you are downloading is already tainted. The Electoral Act provided that result be downloaded directly from the polling units into IREV and transmitted, but that was not done. So they are trying to create an argument that INEC will only recognize what is on the system, but what is on the system is not in tandem with what the party agents have, which is what they received from the polling units.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ginger. See, I'm one person not they know everything finish. Una do well. Thank you, my people. Let me share another one again that I found. I'm sure we have all seen this before, but just in case we have not, say sometimes person they see everything finish. The evidence 1 year where they are plenty, they are like sand, So let's be seeing the evidence too.
When they know the can't result, when Labour Party they win. When you send people called thief, when I go throw away there for bush, we don't see them. You see, una not get them. Una they play with the wrong generation. This youth generation, 21st century generation. Oh, now we don't know the code. We don't see them. We don't go pack them. Oh, labor. When I think I finish, I go tramp for person farm. Farm we pay the farm now, I go tramp it. We don't see them. Obi them share this video. Make them see the one way they do for ICAC constituency. Where they take go thief vote. When Labour Party don't they vote, they can't Labour Party win. They go thief them. They come go tramp for farm. We don't see them. Share I mean they say the world must be see on our you. Oh, na can never win us. Never. Never cover. Watch them.
The thumbprints are all there. Labour Party.
All this is for Labour Party.
Yeah, Labour Party. See all. Because there's no Labour Party agent can do this. This was seen in the bush in Emohu, along the express. The woman went to the farm and she saw this and she brought it to our notice and we got it from her. So if you can see this, you see these are all Labour Party intercepted. Which one?
It's a clear evidence that these are
all this you can see this. All Labour Party completed and they were thrown into the bush. These were supposed to be in the ballot box, but they were found in the bush. Yes, I thought it was to bring it here so the press can see. You can see this. You can't. They are running into hundreds. I think this is clear evidence of what is going on. From what I say, this came from a cannon. Look at this. All this came from a cannon. They just threw it away. Okay. So you see this running into hundreds. Thank you and God bless. You just begin to roll it and see. Yes, roll it and see.
Look at.
Yes, no. So just make I bring this one to our notice. Look at. So if this should be in the meeting, in case they need them, maybe
this is
one of us will go and we'll still bring them back.
No, our principal will hold it.
It's an evidence.
Yes, I think our principal will hold it.
Yeah, this were for it. And it's a sign that so many things actually went wrong. Do your work. Leave this one. Leave the sequence.
You can bring it with you too.
We are having a meeting here. What time is one?
How many? Can we count the number? Okay. Please, let's count. They are desperate, very desperate. Yeah, very, very desperate. Yeah.
So you can see the ballot papers.
What
We
nine?
saw it in the bush.
In the castle.
We saw it in the bush. All
What nine? The
completed.
castle.
All completed Labour Party. All Labour Party completed. This, I guess, belongs to the Kano East. Yes, we saw it in the bush in the Kano East. You can see this all completed Labour Party. They were all still in the bush. So there's no way you can tell me somebody from a Labour Party agent will do this.
Even the agent will not have access to this.
The agent don't have access to this. Okay, you see this? They were all snatched from the only unit and thrown into the bush. So I think, please, it's an evidence if I'm not wrong.
Now, wow. Oh, got you.
That is incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the evidence, it just keeps coming. There's so much. It keeps coming, and I'm like, these people, very sloppy. Well, it's a good thing they're sloppy. It's a good thing.
Your papa, my lord, they mad me. Your Honor, standing on all legal protocols and with all due respect, your papa, because see the evidence now, you blind, or doing funny.
That's if
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Your Honor, standing.
Wait, let me start it from all over. It's so funny. Oh, Nigerians are ingenious, man. You can't beat this.
My lord, they mad me. Your Honor, standing on all legal protocols and with all due respect, your papa, because see the evidence now, you blind, or doing funny.
Now, so Peter Obi go take talk to the judge that day. That's what they're saying. Like, now, so he go take respond. See the evidence plenty now for ground. Wetin they want to see again? It's obvious. Anyway, make a shed. So let's discuss this. Let's discuss this video, this CNN interview with. Even though it's just a clip of it, but I think it's worth discussing. Okay. We're already Ginger, Mr. Gingerbread Man, can you hear me play the video? Mr. Gingerbread Man, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear. But okay, well, we already watched this video, so we can talk about it, guys. What do you think? What do you think about the interview? Do you want me to play it over again so you guys can like go you want to watch it one more time before we proceed?
Bibi, what do you think?
I don't think we need to watch it again. I think we heard it the first time.
Okay.
And he was quite clear in what he had to say. So I think we can just discuss with him.
All right. Then. So go ahead.
Did you call me?
Yeah, I called you. I wanted to find out if you saw.
Did you call me?
Yes, I did. I wanted to find out if you saw this video.
Oh yeah,
Were you here?
I saw the video.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, I saw the video, but I will give Pansa the floor. Let me get some knowledge from what he has to say. Then I will come in. I'm on the background.
Okay, all right. Echo, are you still here? If you like say Echo, don't sleep.
Does Miss Bibi, do you want to go first?
Okay. I think he expressed himself intelligently well. I mean, I didn't expect anything less. There were hardline facts that he brought out, and anybody listening, definitely, even if you don't have evidence, if I was anybody that was interested, I will be curious to know what he's talking about. I will be curious to want to know more, because you can't just come out and talk blindly. For him to be this bold, that means you have evidence behind you, you have facts, you have things, you have eyewitnesses accounts, not just paper evidences. So whatever is going to be admissible in the court of law is going to be up to them. I like how positive he is towards the Nigerian judging and law courts, because I'm sorry, I do not have any faith in them, and I have personally had their own wahala, because money will, if you give money, you will have things happening for you. And I have quite a number of family members that are lawyers at home, and I hear stories all the time, so I really don't have that much faith, but I like his faith, and I'm going to go with how positive he is towards it and pray that things will work well, more so because this is not the first rodeo for Peter Obi. He has gone through this before, and he waited. It did not look as if it made sense, but ultimately he won, and he proved all his naysayers wrong. So I'm very hopeful that this is going to happen. But the faith I have in it, based on his own positive faith, is the fact that the whole world will be waiting on the edge of their seats when the whole law, the court thing starts, because everybody wants to see, were the obedient people just making noise, or was it actually true? And really, how corrupt are these people that they keep on talking about? So that will be something interesting to look out for. But I think his interview was concise. I think he made great points, and I just pray that things work out the way we expect them to be.
Okay, awesome. All right. So, Mr. Pansa, do you want to go, or do you want me to go to For Real? For Real, are you ready to talk?
I'm ready to talk, but I want you should also contribute, and then
This
unless you want me to go, then you go. But I
no,
want to hear what you have to say on that.
I'm going to talk after everybody has spoken.
Okay, very well.
Yeah.
So we already know Labour Party's men, what they call MIEN. They are not the kind of people, Peter Obi and Yusuf Dati Baba met, to overpromise and underdeliver. He said, remarkably, even beyond what I would expect them to say, that the magnitude and the quality of evidence they have will even overcome, I believe it was a magician that they placed on the judiciary there. That is unbelievable. I mean, that is the case. Nigerians, I don't know what's wrong with us Africans. We cannot have an election where they did what they did here. This burden is not just on two of them. What we needed was that signal. Yes, they do have that evidence. When you, it's like forensic. If you take a look at those beavers, these guys, including their men on the ground, the party agents, they have the numbers. They have the numbers. So, and in courts is the best evidence rule. That is what happens when they come there and present their evidence, and Tinubu and his people come in there and say, "Hey, we don't have anything. We believe that the collation is correct." There are procedure for you to do collation. There is an electoral act there. So he hit all the spots in that one. Talked about Lawal, who under those circumstances can come back, but the courts brought him back. Right? That's the kind of impunity these people. This is the way they treat us. There shouldn't be anything like that. So it's up to us. Now I know. I'm willing to do what you don't expect that somebody can do. Because with a little flashlight, you can light up a whole dark universe, as a matter of fact. So look, these two are not the kind of people that will talk the way they're talking. And because they're saying that, we have to stay strong until they go to court. So you as far as they don't come and say, we rigged it, you do what you have to do. If they say that, I will escalate. I'm going to be on the right of Obi and Dati Ahmed. And what can I do? I can begin the process to bring the whole thing down. I can do that. Because wrong is wrong. We cannot be disrespected. We paid for our beavers. So let them go through the process. They have to be hard. The courts have to be fair. Because we are sovereign, the people. We're sovereign. So I know others want to take a bite at it, but I urge everybody to go back and listen to that interview. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed is an honest man. He's not into theatrics. He's not afraid. He's a courageous man. And they both have mutual respect for Obi and him. So he couldn't come there to say something that Obi is going to say, hey, I don't see the evidence you saw. Because that's exactly what you tell him. What are you talking about? We don't have the evidence for you to make that kind of statement. But he made that statement, and he's not like the rest of you in that country. He's not like you.
Mr. Pansat.
No, I'm very upset because we can't be human beings and go through what we've been going through in the last 7 years and before that. And yet you actually need another provocation. You need somebody else to provoke you to take back your country. You want P2B to take back your country for you? I mean, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Anybody who's going to sit there, right? Look, Omoye's Corner. We're not just coming out here so we could talk. We've been doing this for many months. You cannot have anybody think that they own that country more than anybody else. And we can't keep wasting our time. They have to do the right thing. Obi, Baba Ahmed, Dati, they're separate. But like I was trying to say earlier, I believe you were there, when I said there are many parties who have interest in this thing. You have Christians. You have Christians. I will have interest in this thing. Totally different from these two, the candidates. And Nigerians, citizens, will have interest in this thing. You cannot have a country padded where every single, the EFCC, the INEC, Attorney General, President, the incumbent, coming in, rigged in, President and Vice President. So where we're going to go to justice, where the courts are all slanted into one side. And when we were complaining about it, when Buhari came in and he was violating the federal character doctrine is in our constitution, and people say, oh, you're just saying that because you're from the southeast, or you're saying that because you're from the southwest, or because you're a Christian, that you could have the same tribe, the same religion take over all our parastatals. So we can't breed. We can't get any recourse anywhere. If you do that, it's good. I'm telling you right now, I'm not a member of the Labour Party. I'm not part of the Obi campaign, but I could tell you, as a Christian, as a citizen, we can't defeat you in a war. But that's not what we're doing. But you cannot come and take over every single avenue that we could get justice, and then you're doing the wrong thing. You're killing our people. And then when we do election, you're going to say in your face, we're going to take it over. You cannot do that. I don't care who says it. You, Omoye's Corner, if you don't want to hear it. Biden, Buhari, Obi. It will not happen. Okay, so your natural question will be then, who am I? What am I going to do about it? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pansat. I understand. I mean, everybody has, everybody's angry at the whole process. Nobody's happy about this. you know. But for me, especially, is for us to be very strategic and to so that we can and also strategize and pursue this thing to the very end. That's all I care about, because the way things are, there's not much we can do until Mr. Peter Obi gets in. There's nothing we can. I mean, the only thing we can do is just to decide we want to end everything, right? So that's the last, very very last option. But in the meantime, we're already in a sort of battlefront right now for Mr. Peter Obi, watching this go on and doing what we can. So we have to just keep talking about it and pushing it forward so we can get there. And we're not backing down until we get it. We're going to get our mandate back. We just have to keep,
We don't have a
speaking up
choice. We
about it.
absolutely do not have a choice, because what are you gonna do? What are what are you suggesting? There's somebody who say here I should take my emotion. That's a mantra that's repeated after every go. Why should I take off my emotion? I'm a human being. I've got emotion. If you are gonna mess, you're gonna do the wrong thing by force. What do you think is coming? Because there is something that is completely unacceptable, which is you have to respond when these people bring their evidence. You have to respond to those things. You have to provide those data. You have to. If you do not,
Isn't that what they're collating and they're going to be taken to court?
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Because there is behavior that we don't have to respond.
No, that's not what anybody is saying right now. Absolutely not. So why am I here? Why am I doing this live then? It's a waste of my time. I'm here because I want us to be aware of what of course, I've been playing videos of all the evidence that's out there, at least the ones that we've had the opportunity to see on Twitter. And I'm sure
I mean them. I mean, for example, the INEC chairman, okay, or the Nigerian state to say.
INEC chairman is already, we already know the guy was already part of the plan since 2015. We already know that. We know these people are all in and they're all trying to cook up something, and we know it's not a good plan for our people.
I conclude. I hear what you're saying. Obviously, you and I are on the same side, but let me be very clear of what I'm saying, and I'm not going to say anything. I will hear from the rest of the panel. No matter if you use euphemism to declare war on us, we're going to understand. It's just, do you understand? You, the Nigerians, do you understand? If somebody says we were supposed to use the beavers, but we don't have to. So do your worst. That is a provocation that is one too much.
That's true.
Okay, so that's what I want to make it very clear. Don't say, don't be violent, don't do this. Don't be violent. And if you use euphemism or whatever you use, okay, we're gonna understand what you're saying. All I'm saying is that the Labour Party, the Waziri of Adamawa, all these people are gonna go to court, but it has to be a reciprocal thing. Let evidence be proffered, and then we have to get to the bottom of what happened. How did people vote? Where are the votes? Where's the data? Right? So as far as that's going in that pathway, fine. That's okay. But do not say we have the military, we have the EFCC, we have over the years conquered you by making these appointments. Therefore, do your worst. We don't have to respond. We got a president. That would be completely unacceptable to anybody. And I'm talking to Nigerians, all of us right now. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to everybody. Okay, that is going to be unacceptable. So that's it. I'll listen. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Pansa. I don't have your energy today. There are a few things that you said earlier that I disagree with, but I don't have the energy. I can't, to be honest, I don't have the energy to argue today. But anyway, let me move on to For Real. For Real, are you still with us?
Can you hear me?
For Real, we are not hearing you. Are you on mute?
Somebody's calling you. Omoye, somebody wants your attention.
Okay, I can't hear the person. That's weird.
Yeah, you can't hear me?
What's going on? Is it me?
Can you hear me, Pastor?
Oh, Mr. Gingerbread Man, then.
Yes, I can.
Why can't I?
It's Mr. Gingerbread Man wants to address us.
Okay, Mr. Gingerbread Man, I know they hear you.
You can't hear me, but Mr. Pastor is hearing me for some reason.
I can hear you. I can hear both of you. I can hear Omoye, Mr. Pants, and Mr. Gingerbread Man.
You egg by me.
Okay.
So Omoye, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Can I speak?
Yes, sir. You may.
Okay, Mr. Pastor, let me quickly respond to you. Okay. So I don't think what the APC government is going to come and say, or INEC is going to come and say, is that we rigged it. What can you do? They're going to provide a defense, and I can begin to see through the defense that they want to provide by looking at what is going on and the statement and the position from what's it called? Ahmed Lawal, the Senate president. Okay. They've already begun to make an argument that what INEC will only recognize is what is on the IREV. Okay. And they are beginning to make an argument that if there is any other result sheets that is different from what is on the IREV, then what is on the IREV supersedes what is on the result sheets. Okay? And the argument I see them trying to make is that after the collation has taken place and the announcement of the fraudulent winner of the election has been concluded, INEC has gone forward to upload fraudulent result sheets on the IREV such that it will tally with what they have announced. And they are beginning to make an argument that when they pass that law, that what is on the IREV supersedes what is.
Your audio is gone. Can you guys still hear him?
Part.
Okay, now you're back.
Of that provision.
Mr. Ginger, your audio, we lost you again.
Provision of that.
Mr. Ginger, your audio, they go in and out. They do Michael Jackson.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, for real, you can talk. Mr. Ginger, you go hold on first.
Okay.
We need to hear you. Maybe
Okay.
Not be you for real. I'm talking to Mr. Ginger. Wait, fix
Okay.
your audio. Come back, Mr. Ginger. I don't know what they happen. Your audio don't come out. Pata pata. Okay, go ahead for real.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to come. I'm not trying to be the devil's advocate here. I'm not the devil's advocate, but as a legal personality, I'm going to come from the legal perspective. I'm very emotional naturally, but I'm in my legal mind now, and I'm taking away emotions and sentiments and attachments to anything. And the reason why I'm coming in this, I'm speaking like this, is because I'm bent on winning. I want the case to be won in court. But when it comes to the court system, when it comes to law, it's a different ball game entirely. The way the law works, how can you explain the obvious fact that the famous case in America where a man killed his wife, it was conspicuously obvious.
Okay, go with the K word again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Give me super chat. Make I take makeup for all.
No worry, I'll give you super chat. I'll definitely give you the spot chat. But how do you explain? I'm very sorry, Omoy. I don't know why that word came out from my mouth. I've been so scrupulous since. I don't know why I had to mess up this time.
But I think the context of when you use all those words matters. It's not about because you are telling a story. It's a story that happened.
Mr. Ginger, you know why? Let me tell you. Let me explain to you because it looks like a lot of people don't understand. When you're on the YouTube platform, YouTube has guidelines. When I did a video 2 nights ago, right? That video was demonetized because of the types of words that were said. It happens. Mr. Nigeria does not, because maybe he doesn't bother him the way, and he's a media. So he probably created his own platform as a media. So there are a lot of things he can get away with. I'm just doing my own thing. That's the difference. So we have stricter guidelines. That's why.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's why. Go ahead.
Why don't you do what Mr. Niger Watch do now so that you don't lose money?
I'm the media person now. I mean, they do my own.
Okay.
Am I back? Is my network clear now? I don't know. It keeps going
It's
back.
very
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yeah.
so should I continue speaking?
For real, you not verse because the Mr.
Nope.
Gentleman was speaking before. Make him finish in thought, and I'll come back to
Okay,
you.
no problem. I did patient.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you too.
Yeah.
Thank you for real. Thank you for real. Guys have begun to frame their defense. If you listen to what the Senate president is saying that when he read the Electoral Act, when it was a bill, he read it several times before it was passed, and his understanding is that it is what is on IREV that takes precedence than what is on the physical copy. In other words, what they have done is to upload the fraudulent results which they use in declaring the APC candidate as the winner of the election into IREV, so that by the time they get to court, they will want to dwell on what is on IREV to say that that was what they used in collating the results. But they forget a vital part of that Electoral Act that's exclusively stated. It is the stipulation of law that result that goes to IREF must be transmitted from the polling units. It must be transmitted from the polling units. Therefore, if it was not transmitted from the polling units, election did not take place in those polling units. And when this INEC chairman had a meeting prior to the election with the party agent and the party members, and they asked him a very fundamental question. In a situation where there was network failure and they could not transmit the results in real time immediately, what happens? He said there's a backup system whereby it can be transmitted and to hang on the server, such that when it gets to a place where there is network, it delivers into the IREV. None of that was done. Okay, now I think I want to speak on Dati's disposition on this interview. I listened to key parts of his interview, and I have known that Mr. Dati is not someone that speaks carelessly. The interviewer specifically asked him that there are 176,000 polling units in Nigeria. Are you saying that you have evidence across the 176,000 polling units that will change the outcome of the results? She asked him that question specifically, and he says yes. Now, let me pick it back and backtrack on what Dati said at one of the meetings of the Northern Elders prior to the election. He said, let us, in conclusion, we will meet at the polling units. Dati made that statement. And prior to this election, we were told that Labour Party had at least 3 to 10 polling agents in every unit. And we are meant to understand that at the end of the collation at each polling unit, all the party agents received a signed copy of the result sheets, which was meant to be transmitted electronically by the INEC official to the IREV. But that was not done. So I want to believe from the position of Mr. Dati tonight, listening to this interview, that Labour Party is in possession. Labour Party is in possession of all the result sheets collected, signed by an INEC official at the polling units. And we also know that there were videos captured in real time. We saw lots of them, but I want to believe that Labour Party agents had videos evidence as well, where the results were counted. Mr. Peter Obi, when he had his World Press Conference earlier yesterday, said something which is in tandem with what Mr. Dati have said here. And Peter Obi said that we won the election and we will prove it. So, listening to the presidential and the vice presidential candidate of Labour Party, and with my little experiential knowledge with the legal system, though not in Nigeria, but in the United States here where I live, I know that when it comes to legal proceedings, especially in criminal law, because this is a criminal case, and we can consider that it has some civil aspect as well. It dwells on evidences which are tendered as exhibits to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. So, Dati's position was spot on. The interviewer's questioning was spot on. Because if you say you will go to the electoral tribunal, do you have evidence across the 170,000 polling units to show that you won the election in all those polling units? And Dati said, we do. It will be existential for any law court to see raw evidence presented as exhibits and deny the people of Nigeria their mandate, because Nigeria will cease to exist. And I say this not as a threat, but look at it in this way. If one man, or rather a group of people, a small group of people, using the face of one man, can say to a nation, you spent billions of taxpayers' money in modifying, amending the Electoral Act, and attracted the highest number of registered voters in Nigeria, over 90 million people, assured them that their vote will count, because a lot of people lost hope in the electoral process. And this time around, the Nigerian people came out and casted their votes with evidences of whom and where they cast.
Mr. Ginger, your audio don't they do breakdown, so you don't
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. You don't return.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, talk. Now we can hear you.
And in broad daylight, you tell them that we're going to take all your votes and we're going to throw it to the gutters, and we're going to give you the results as we want it. In other words, do what you want to do. We are above, we are beneath Nigeria, or Nigeria is beneath us. That tells us that there is no Nigeria. So therefore, we have to dissolve Nigeria. So, but I want to believe that it will be rascality of the highest order for any judge at the Supreme Court to condone this level of rascality, to turn a blind eye, regardless of how much money they are going to be offered. I think every professional has a code of conduct, and there comes a point in time where you
Okay, it's hissing now. The audio is now hissing.
Oh.
Mr. Ginger. Okay. Your audio is okay. It sounds like it's gone.
Okay, I have made the point, and I hope you were able to hear me clearly.
The last few points you made, we couldn't hear you.
Oh, no. I muted. I think I finished speaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I said it will be rascality. I said it will be rascality of the highest order for any court, any judge to turn a blind eye to the overwhelming evidence that this election was rigged, because this is a constitutional matter and it's a clear violation of the stipulation as provided by law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ginger. I really appreciate your delivery there. Thank you. Guys, the likes are not encouraging. Help a girl, help a sister out. The likes are just measly, man. They're measly. You guys should push that like button, the thumbs up button. Who help me get the likes up, I beg.
Could I commend Gingerbread Man for a very, very, very important delivery on the point?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
And to say, obviously, I mean, he made the right point right there, especially his conclusion. The courts probably may be a different animal. They could say what they want within the powers of the court. Let's say it's the Supreme Court or whoever is in panel to look at this. But there is nothing else to take away from this, that the fact that this election was seen as Nigeria's most technologically advanced, with INEC deploying an electronic voter accreditation system and results, which means people come and that BVAS will accredit them. Okay, so which it did that. People came in there and they were accredited to vote. So you don't have the incident forms anymore. And then there was the viewing portal that is very important, that will enhance transparency and accessibility. That word, transparency, it's very important. So the high expectations over voter transparency saw millions registering to vote. And Omoye, you do know that over this 50% increase in the number of polling units compared to 2019.
That's what I heard.
Yes. So this electronic transmission was significant because you saw me all the time giving the INEC, say, it's almost carte blanche. Hey, look, they have the right body language. As far as they did that.
You were supporting INEC. You were always coming. You were always like speaking on. Yeah, I remember we came for you after. We're like, did you not you put your hope and trust on INEC?
On INEC. But I didn't do it foolishly, because this electronic transmission was significant, because it is intended to go a long way in reducing.
But they didn't use it. They did not use it.
Yes, they don't have that right. They don't have the power to say we're not going to use it. You see that you used it or you cancel the election, right? So he
Right.
did use it for others aside from the presidential. That is my understanding. On the senatorial, they used it. So you just can't say, knowing that you've gone and made the case to the country that rigging usually takes place at the point of collation. That's the case. So that infrastructure has to be put under intense scrutiny, obviously, and the credibility of INEC hangs in that balance. So that's for the candidates. But for us, the Nigerians, our mandate, I was just going to top off what Ginger Breadman said, because I am on board with him. The only thing I'm saying is the consequences part, because we Nigerians, okay, either because we don't care about the country, or I don't know, for whatever reason, tribalism, whatever, your religion.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why you wouldn't care, all right, about this. But I'm here to tell you, you've got your religion, you got your tribe. So do I. So do I. So we have to do the right thing here. The INEC chairman has to understand he doesn't own the country. It's just an act of civility that will let you have your people populate all our security agencies. But we still have the right to defend ourselves. So you have to go through the courts, and it's probably done by preponderance of evidence. You bring yours, and these litigants will bring theirs. But election rigging is the act of dishonestly organizing an election to get a particular result. It's a fraud and an interference with the process. So that's all I want, because the problem I'm having is Nigerians, us. You don't want there to be any consequences, but you could forget that, Jack. There'll be consequences if they rigged it, especially if they're disrespectful about it. Go to court, bring your evidence, and let's watch that part of the process unfold. But if you don't take that seriously and you want to corrupt the judges and just scale through, right? Because you think we're not conquer people, we're going to defeat you in a war. Take it from me. You're going to go through it civilly, go there and fight it out in the courts, but have respect for that process. Because you've committed a monumental fraud. All first-time voters, all the Nigerian youths that invested in this, we're not just going to say, hey, okay, you stole it, okay, go ahead and be the president of the country. No. Even if P2B says that, I'm telling you no.
Okay.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, just for real was gonna be next.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yes.
Let's see. In addition, let me say something. See, Tinubu, I don't see him being sworn in. You know, there are a lot of people that are speaking. Someone like Obi Ekwesili, she's another Nigerian that would not speak carelessly. I think she tweeted something and she says that that certificate is going to have to be returned. You see, initially, Mr. Pansat was talking about the United States.
Mr. Gingerbread, please,
Yeah.
can you? I need. What's her name? For real had started the conversation.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let her finish, and then BB, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, please. For real, please, you can talk now. Sorry
All
about that.
right.
For your
No worries. It's okay. I really respect and admire and concur 80% with every statement that everybody has made. But like I previously said, from the legal perspective, because I always try to analyze things critically, not because I don't know the truth, but when it comes to law, the truth, the truth is defined. Truth is not what you say it is. That's where the preponderance of evidence and layman view comes in, and it brings different interpretation. Now, my issue with me knowing the legal system pretty well in Nigeria, and having practiced law in Nigeria before moving to the United States, when it comes to, I was trying to narrate the case here in the United States, the criminal case of Mr. O.J. Simpson, where it was conspicuously known, obviously, it was a known fact that he committed a crime. But the law said he did not commit a crime because because of evidence, interpretation, legality, admissibility, facts, time, and so many factors. So, but when I critically looked into that case, as a lawyer, I could see some fundamental errors that led to that judgment. So when I'm not relating it. So coming to Nigeria, that is fraught with a lot of corruption within our judges, I'm wondering how the Labour Party is going to approach the court. Now, the Labour Party, what would you be demanding? It is a petition. This is when it comes to election cases, is between the petitioner and the what call it? My brain. Don't worry.
And
Between the petition.
the plaintiff or what?
No, petitioner and plaintiff, they're the same thing. Respondent and defendant. Yeah, it's just they are different. They are the same meaning, but different terms depending on the case, depending on the particular case. So, but in this case,
I think petitioner and respondent.
yeah, in this case, Labour Party will be the petitioner. Now, my own curiosity is: are they going to be petitioning, asking the court to cancel the election, or give Mr. Obi the presidency? Now, those are two different scenarios we have to analyze differently. Now, I understand everybody's in their emotions, and I think I'm more emotional than a lot of people here. But
Hold on. I hear what you're saying, and that's absolutely the legalese is very important. But remember what P2B and Ahmed Dati, what they're saying is that Tinubu did not win the election, that they won, right? And that they have overwhelming evidence to prove that, and they're going to proceed to do that. Do you understand?
Okay.
So they have that, aside from the other ones that we already have from other parties. For example, I believe that Waziri Adamawa is probably going to lay claims that he actually won too. So there'll be others who actually lost. For example, Showore and others may allege that the election should be canceled. But our own Labour Party is claiming that they won the election and that they have evidence to that. Now, you should know, aside from law, in software, okay, just because you take a piece of, say, phone and you wipe out the data or whatever, it can still forensically be recovered. Do you understand? Like your computer, your desktop, right? So their claim is that they have such evidence. Now we know from the law itself, the institution of the INEC law, the 2022 law, there are exclusive jurisdiction to INEC as far as what counts as votes. Do you understand what I mean? What is a legal vote and blah blah blah, right? So, but they had to transmit that result from the precinct level concurrently. Do you understand? As they count it, take a picture, then they upload it, and then it should be shown at the IREF. So even if OB they have certain data, the INEC takes precedence over that. But what they cannot do is to have less. In essence, say we don't have it, right? So because in most courts, it's called the best evidence rule. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is the issue. They have to show something superior to what OB have. They cannot say we don't have it. It's lost. Now OB will say, well, we have it. Now the court's going to take a look at that and authenticate that. because now their evidence will be a better one to use. It'll be better than not INEC not having any or getting a forged one, because every single one of those precincts have a party rep there who have a copy of what happened at that voting booth. Do you follow me?
Okay, good.
Yeah, go
Now
ahead.
I really like what you said. Now this is what I'm if I'm a lawyer for the respondent, this is what I'm going to be. This would probably be where I'm coming from the INEC law, from the what?
Can I chip in something so that you respond as a lawyer? Okay.
Okay.
Because to be honest with you, I've thought about what will be the prayer of the Labour Party, and I am kind of skeptical if the prayer should be declare us the winner of the election, because we have overwhelming evidence. And the reason why I say that, because you can't go to the court with two different prayers. You have to be
Specific.
precise, specific with what you're going for, because the provision of the electoral act made it clear that if elections were disrupted in certain areas, such that election as a result of maybe obstruction or like thugs, and those results were cancelled, right? If the results that were cancelled in those polling units is such that would affect the outcome of the results, then those elections needs to be reconducted. And you and I agree that we saw videos of some polling units where ballot
Yes,
boxes
but the
were.
video can be inadmissible. You know why I say that? Because the APC can deny the allegiance of those people to them. We're talking about law here and court.
No,
We're
it
not
has.
talking about
We are
yeah.
not. We are
Yeah,
not fighting APC. We are fighting INEC. It's not APC.
Let
But
me
I think
let me engage you on the law part of it. Okay, you do
yeah.
know, as we sit here right now,
Mm.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu has not met the federal capital territory requirement for winning the election, and that
Yeah, but
he only got
it can
18%.
cover for the 36 for the other states. You know the electoral act also covers other states, that if he wins so much in the other states, it covers for the inefficiency or the deficiency of
No,
the
no, no, no.
FCT.
No. They all got 12 states each, right? Just hear me out, because this is the law. They all got 12 states, but P2B in addition got the federal won the FCT, right? So, but the law is clear that he only has 18%.
You must get 25% of
Right.
FCT.
Right now. So in essence, he doesn't even have that. But now let's talk about the law itself. Okay. INEC had the option to go into rulemaking mode and say we will use manual plus technology. Right? These are the steps we take. In essence, INEC has the ability to make laws, which it did. He had the power to do so. But he violated the laws that is set already. So by clause 38 of the regulations and guidelines for 2023 elections, building on its own power in section 60, legislates to say every polling officer shall transmit these elections to the INEC server after polling all results. So at that point, legally speaking, INEC cannot do otherwise. Okay, they led the enactment of these powers in the language that President Buhari signed. So it broke its own rules, for one thing. It cannot do that. That's the law. So he cannot go and proclaim somebody. The Constitution, there's a constitutional requirement, right? It's constitutional that you have to have 25% of the FCT. He has only 18%. So that's what I've been telling you why I'm upset, is that you can't say, what are you going to do about it? This is what the Constitution says, but we're going to just make this guy president. That doesn't call for a protest or walking around. No, you cannot do that. That's the answer to that. You cannot do it. It's unconstitutional.
Okay, can we let her
Can we,
interject? Now they interject this with my poor, beautiful lady since Biko. Eh? For
Okay.
real.
Okay. Okay, let me just conclude. So my best bet would be if with those lacunas, like those difficult areas of law to interpret, I would have loved if Labour Party pray for cancellation ab initio, because of those fundamental, but I think they have more weighing evidence and laws to back them than the declaration of winner, because of some interpretation of the laws from INEC. I don't know, that's my own opinion. But
I agree with I for real, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree. That should be the prayer. The prayer should be total cancellation of the election.
That is one of the. It's not an either or. I mean, it's not you have to do one or two. Okay, it's not fallacy of false choice. Like I said, I did refer the lawyer to the clause 38 of the regulations and guidelines for 2023 election. But remember, ab initio, like you use, I like that word. Let me borrow that from you for a minute. The Electoral Act empowers INEC to decide what mode to use when collecting results, manual or electronically. Okay, so at that point, the INEC is given the discretion to choose. They can say, well, we're going to do this manually, or we're going to do it electronically. But once the choice is made, INEC cannot return on that decision. So INEC had passed a law / guideline to collect the results electronically. So you cannot break that law. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they do have a discretion to choose whether they're going to transmit the results electronically or manually. I mean, if they're going to collect it, I'm sorry, not transmit it. They have to transmit it. But so they chose to do it electronically and then publish the guideline of what's going to happen. It's like a law. It's an agency that has the ability to make laws. So he made a law that they call a guideline to collect results electronically. So it has to be done that way. It's nothing that he could, that initial discretion is given to you before you make the decision on what you're going to do. After you make that decision, you cannot change your mind on it, which is what he's done here. He chose, he made the discretion was given to him. He made a choice. Say, okay, we're going to go electronically, and went all over the place educating everybody on this. And then I actually guaranteeing by people by saying, okay, this is why this is going to be different from the past. That is why you have this Electoral Act, is to improve from the last times where the election is stolen at collation. So once he chose to go electronically, so what he did was at the night of the election, he decides to go manual, thus breaking the law. Do you follow me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's where that's where there is no lacuna here. It's not like one of those things where.
Yeah, I know there's no lacuna, but there's difficulty in preponderance of evidence.
No,
and it beats down to interpretation too.
No,
which is where there will be a little bit of dilemma, a problem.
In law, that is there, but in this case, preponderance just means the weight. Okay, who has more? It's not like a criminal case where you need to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. Nor is it an infraction. But in this case, is preponderance of evidence, and this is what Baba Ahmed is saying. But for you, though, as a red-blooded Nigerian, okay, it is so disrespectful. We have a constitution aside from the Electoral Act. That Electoral Act could even be unconstitutional. That's how important the constitution is. As shambolic as it is, it's our constitution. You have to win 25% of FCT. Now, those kinds of issues is I don't care what will be that it does. I'm not part of their thing. I'm talking to you as a Nigerian. You cannot when FCT, when the constitution says you have to have 25% and somebody got 18%, then you go and declare him president. That is a declaration of war. That's a provocation. That is just disrespectful. Because we're civil and we let you pad the agencies. Okay, but we always have the recourse to say no, you can't. We're not going to accept it. Okay, because they've gone too far. We spent all this money, but for the Constitution to be looking at you, your ugly face, it's telling you you need 25%. How could you then go and declare somebody president-elect? Because it brings in the spirit of inevitability. You're in there. Then what can we do? And I don't blame him, because look at how sorry Nigerians are. Every single one of you.
I'm not sorry, yo. I don't know who they refer to.
No,
I'm not sorry. Everybody for here not sorry.
irritating
We dey front of the war right now. Me, I dey front of the battlefield. I don't know where you dey, but me, I'm not sorry.
Oh my God, they make me laugh.
Okay, I'm muting myself. I'm mute.
No, sir, I understand. I really appreciate what you're doing. I understand your emotion and everything. It's good. We need it. Yeah. But I'm very, when it comes to law, I think differently.
But you know what?
Because I'm always in to win. So I think differently. When it comes to law, you have to dead your emotions, and feelings, and go the legal route of everything.
Mention for real, you did mention that you were playing at devil's advocate, so I understand where the questions are coming from.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, she's great, and we're blessed to have her here to
exactly. And you see how emotional she got you, Mr. Pence.
No, but that's the thing. That's this thing about trampling on emotions lately. All right, it's like, what if you don't have a goddamn emotion on provocation upon provocation? Now, some of us, and I count myself in one of these people, okay? We may have to duke it out before we go to trying to civilize this country. We just may have to duke it out first, because there has to be mutual respect. If you're in a relationship, if you're married to somebody, if you're friends with somebody, even if you're an enemy with somebody, we can have a certain group of people thinking that they've got us conquered in our own country.
That's not going to happen. Let's not use the word conquer.
No, but that's what they absolutely. It might come in all times, but anthropologically speaking, where you come from?
Okay.
Where the hell did you come from? Who are you gonna conquer? No, I'm asking you. Where the hell do you come from?
Where you come from?
We are not African. We are not conquered in Nigeria. I just want you to know that.
I know now, we're not.
But it takes a lot to provoke a nation into war. But we're gonna go to battle with you if you keep thinking that we're conquered people.
I know you are under me. I know. Myself know so you the vest. No worry, not pump. We did the front now. I tell you just now, say we did battlefront. Are they front? Okay, may I come to Mr. Africa? Mr. Africa, welcome to my channel. Oh, thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I bet what you get on this ogbonge matter when we talk about Mr. Pastor won't beat everybody for you.
I greet all of you. Good evening, everyone, and good night wherever you are. Good morning, I guess, people in Nigeria. I was listening to you, Amoye. I think what was his name? The other guy, Niger's Watch. I was on his show the last time. I listened to you. I think that was how I followed you down here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Africa, you don't like? I bet like the video, like the something. They're very important.
For real, thank you very much. I don't understand. What I like
there you go.
The likes are they're so low. Please.
Yeah, I know sometimes, I don't know his name, Mr. Pansat or something like that. He can be emotional, but it's okay. Everybody can be emotional right now. That's completely understandable, Like I totally get his pain, and I'm super pained too, though. I was talking to Mr. Niger Wash today. I said, if you look at what's going on in Tel Aviv right now, the government wants to take away the judiciary and be able to decide everything that happens there with just a majority vote in the parliament. And the people took to the street and said, no, that's not going to happen because the people owns the government. You know, that's the essence of democracy. That's what America fought the war for. That's why they ran away from Europe. That's why they came down to the American continent and set up a different democracy and set up a different government. That they would not be oppressed by kings, that they would not be oppressed by queens and monarchy, that they would not be oppressed by any sort of political elite. And that's the reason why they ran away. And then when they came here, they set up a government that is for the people, by the people, and that would never be taken away from the earth. And the fact that we practice democracy in Nigeria and this is happening, I feel like Nigeria doesn't have any democracy. We are still in the military or dictatorship rule. And at this point, I think it's very sad that the very law that was made by INEC, the very law that was guided by the Constitution, is being broken before our own eyes. And we think, a lot of people still think it's okay. Oh, yeah, people have been doing it for some time. And then you see some people come up to TV and say, well, the previous president did it, you know, then what's wrong with that? But guess what? You are dashing the hope of a 4-year-old boy who is just coming up from, primary school. You're dashing the hope of an 18 years old who is trying to get into college and try to study because he is looking up to you as a leader. See, the thing with African rulers, I don't call them leaders, I call them rulers because they don't know what leadership is. They think leadership is to be in a position and be able to control people. As a leader, people are looking up to you, and you have to lead by example. If you don't lead by example, what precedent are you setting for those who are under you? What precedent are you setting for the citizens? How do you expect people to look up to you? They think, well, it's okay as far as I get to where I'm going. But guess what? What about the unborn generations? What about those who are going to come after you? If you continue to live like that, then what's going to happen? But Nigeria has decayed to the level where leaders don't know what they are doing anymore. And even if they are caught red-handed, they defend themselves and think it's okay because they feel like, others have done it before. And when I looked at the result and looked at so many evidence, I'm not quite sure what her name is, but I think she said she was a lawyer. She was talking about so many stuff that she practiced in Nigeria. Yes. I was trying to see if Omoyes can place that section 65 on the screen so we can see, because I was trying to interpret. I'm not a legal practitioner. I was trying to interpret the constitution as saying the candidate has to win FCT and with 25%. There was a place where the state and the FCT. So for me, when I see the word "end," it's more like a must. It's not like it's not something that you can omit. It's like a requirement that you must meet, unless you have all or either. So that's kind of the way I interpreted that. I'm not a legal practitioner, so I just thought like, in order for you to win to become the president, you have to have 25% at the FCT. But that's left for the Supreme Court to argue for. But again, when you look at the INEC Electoral Act, it appears the polling agent from INEC, is the Supreme Court of the election day. Whatever result the polling agent transmits from the polling unit, that's the final. And if you cannot get the result from the polling agent, election was not conducted. So they would have saved off all these charades and dramas of well, you can go to court, because they are saying that because they probably infiltrated the court with their own judges that are going to make the decision. That's why they are saying all of that. But the polling agent would have been the sole decider in this election, because once they transmit that result from the polling unit, that is the final result, and then we don't have to deal with all of this. But INEC knew what they were doing, and they decided to go the long route, and decided to go, collate result manually and try to hide some stuff. And it was sad, but then again, if we don't stand up to these guys and end this chaos that is called Nigeria, if we don't stand up to them, this is going to keep going on. And I have heard some people say, "Well,
That's what we're doing right now. That's part of what we're doing right now. So I don't want us to go backwards. I just want us to keep moving forward. Meaning, we agree that we have to do something about it. We have to keep pushing forward, whatever that is that you're doing, right? Whether it's social media, whether it's what's it called, peaceful protests, whatever,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely."
So this is why we're here. So I don't want us to keep going back and say we have to. No, now we're doing something. What are you doing? What am I doing? What is everybody doing?
Well,
That's
let me tell you what I'm doing. I am going to Nigeria. I'm going to Nigeria to vote on March 11th.
fantastic. Let's give him a round of applause. Which
I am
state?
going to Nigeria to vote on March 11th. I'm leaving from New York City. I'm
Which
going to
state?
Nigeria.
Which state?
What's that?
Which state are you going in Nigeria? Where are you going to?
Lagos State. I'm going to Lagos State.
Okay, fantastic. So you're going to be voting for GRV. Badebo.
Yes, yes. I'm going to Lagos to vote because sometimes it's not all about doing the talking. You have to do the work as well. Because I mean I supported. I never paid any attention to Nigerian politics until Obi came out because when I looked at him when he speaks, I feel like he's speaking from his heart.
Yeah.
He was really concerned about the citizens. I just feel like for years Nigerian rulers, they don't know if Nigerians are citizens. They don't know if people live there. They only care about their own pocket. They want to just pocket the money, and as far as their children are not there, their children are living abroad and having a good life. They don't care about other people.
Exactly. No, you're right. Because Nigeria has been an abusive relationship with their government for a very long time.
Absolutely, absolutely.
They're trying to come out of it. They found their strength finally, and they're trying to come out of it. This comment here really makes a lot of sense. Where is this? Where is it? Aluski. Welcome, by the way, Aluski Systems. Welcome to the channel. He says PDP should go to court with a different suit while LP will approach the court differently. Likewise, the other. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I hope this gets to the LP people because I don't like seeing them with PDP. It irks me when I see them hanging around, when PDP is hanging around. I hope they are not planning a joint suit. I hope they're smarter than that. We need to let them know that they need to have a separate suit because this PDP. Look, did you guys listen to what this Mikano guy was talking about? Saying, Peter Obi was in a hurry. Those comments, infuriated me. I felt like going through the TV and giving him a big. Oh God, I was so mad. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? What does he mean by he should have been patient? Are you freaking kidding me? But anyway, I digress. But yes, please, in case there are any LP agents flying, just scrolling down YouTube. Biko, as you hear my voice, don't do joint suit with PDP. Oh, I beg.
Can I make a statement, an observation? You see, when I heard Mekano make that statement, a part of me thought, are you sure that PDP is not in collusion with APC to stop Labour Party?
It is so absolutely.
All these things could be staged.
Absolutely. Gingerbread man, you are right. Because guess what? It's been staged all along. So what
all
makes
along? Because they say that Atiku finally admitted that yes, the Labour Party splitted the vote of PDP. Because that's one narrative. If you listen to the APC campaign prior to the election, they've always been saying that PDP could not win the election when Obi and Atiku were together. That now that they have separated, that Obi has taken away South and South East, which was what what's his name, RFI was also saying. And if you look carefully how the results that they apportioned to Labour Party and PDP, they gave them 6 point something million to reflect that Obi took half of PDP's results. So this can be a game, because let me tell you something. I don't trust this political class. They are PDP and APC. They are the same thing. They might have seen that P2B, the Labour Party, was coasting home to victory. They knew that. They saw that all along, and they devised this means to stop Labour Party. And because I wonder why Atiku we make that kind of statement that P2B was in a hurry. What kind of allusion is that? You know?
Exactly.
So
It was
we just.
to me, I felt insulted by that. Like, how dare you this Mongo pack?
And he still repeated the statement he said in the Southeast that he has said that the Igbo will be he will be the stepping stone for an Igbo president. What a nonsense.
That was an insult. That was an insult, because it just makes it sound as if the will of the people cannot prevail. Like, you can go out and vote, but they don't care.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying, that he makes it look as if it was a collision. You understand? To stop Labour Party. You understand? When you say you will be the stepping stone, what do you mean be the stepping stone? Nigeria has voted for a man overwhelmingly, and you are saying you are going to be the stepping stone. That means you are part of what the people that have tried to stop Labour Party. That's what it means. Read between the lines.
Of course.
By the way, Ms. Omoye's corner, do you
Sir.
have ability, maybe not for tonight, but in subsequent discussions, to put on the screen, just like you have these pictures here, put in the law or the constitution or the INEC guidelines or statements? Do you have the ability to do that? Like, get it? Because I can also help you when you want to do that, if I'm here or somebody else. But you have to have that ability to be able to, you know, for laymen, the law is not like some kind of bogey, something that only one individual should be entitled to read. We should be able to put what the law says on the screen, right?
Okay, so law, is it a section in the Constitution or is it an INEC rule?
The Electoral Act as amended.
Right, like he suggested earlier, he was asking you to put section, I believe it was section, I don't know, 60.
Yeah, I think it's section 65 or so.
Section 62, section 64, 65.
Especially 64.
Yeah.
All
Is
right.
it Constitution?
You could. I'm just saying, generally, anything anybody want to talk about and they cite it, you could either Google it and put it on the screen so we read what it says.
That's what I'm doing. So I'm trying to. So I just want to clarify Section 62 of the Electoral Act, right?
No, you could start from Section 60.
Section
we could go to 60 and subsections.
Yes, from 60, from section, I think it's from section 60 to 65 talks about the electoral provisions.
Right. So 60, 1, 2, 3, 4 is probably important, but whatever he was trying to cite is important. If you have that ability, when it comes to what INEC's responsibility is by law, we should have it there. Now, the other things that everybody should know, maybe we don't have to do that when it comes to electoral fraud. There are many kinds of electoral fraud. All of them took place here. Election manipulation and voter fraud and vote rigging. All those illegal interference with the process of an election, either by increasing the vote share of a favored candidate, in this case, Tinubu, and the other ones that we talked about. What does he say about the FCT? What percentage? Because that's just a plain number stand. Can you win it with 18%? The answer is no. So to me, it's a provocation to say you're going to declare somebody to be president-elect when they only got 18%. And the contenders, the top contenders, each had 12 states.
Can you guys see it? Let me blow it up a little bit. Can you see?
Yes, I can read it for them if you want.
Okay. So this is section 60. Okay.
Very good. Very good. So,
Mr. Pansat, you can help us, please.
I will read it because I can see it very clearly. 8378 2022, which is the Electoral Act, right? So number
Yes.
13, Electoral Act 2022.
Correct.
Counting of votes and forms. Section 60, subsection 1. The presiding officer shall. Now, when you hear shall in legislation, it means must. You have to use that in your ear. The presiding officer shall, after counting the votes at the polling unit, so it gives you the locus, the polling unit, enter the votes scored by each candidate in a form to be prescribed by the commission as the case may be. Now, remember, this is it's a law. He has to do it. Okay? I'll read it again. The presiding officer shall, after counting the votes at the polling unit, not at the collation center, enter the votes scored by each candidate in a form to be prescribed by the commission as the case may be. Subsection 2. The form shall be signed and stamped by the presiding officer and countersigned by the candidates or their polling agents where available at the polling unit, right? In that case, it says where available. So if they don't have it, they don't have to have it. I just want to make sure that you understand that there are things that you have a choice, but there are things that you don't have a choice. Subsection 3.
And before you go ahead,
Yeah.
this form Mr. Pansa just read now is the form that those people are picking in the bush, like that lady of the video
Right.
you played. That's that form.
Right. That shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be there, that's for sure.
It shouldn't be there. Yeah.
Subsection 3, the presiding officer shall give to the polling agents and the police officer, where available, a copy each of the completed forms after it has been duly signed as provided under subsection 2. That's one I just read.
That is the form that Labour Party has, and all party agents have it.
Right. Subsection 4, the presiding officer shall count and announce the result at the polling unit. Right there. 5, the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the commission.
Before you go ahead,
yes,
the polling officer will count and announce, which we all saw.
Right.
OB1, no structure. OB2, no structure. That is the counting.
Yeah.
6, a presiding officer who willfully contravenes any provision of this section commits an offense. Now, that is very, very important. A presiding officer who willfully contravenes any provision of this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not more than 500,000 naira or imprisonment for a term of at least 6 months. So it's a serious offense, so to speak. That's punishable. There are consequences for doing it. It's not just talking. It's so important that that presiding officer, which so many of them have committed this fraud right here. So 61, we didn't quote 61, but let's go ahead and just read them through. They're very short. A candidate or a polling agent may, where present at a polling unit when counting of votes is completed by the presiding officer, demand to have the votes recounted, provided that the presiding officer shall cause the votes to be so recounted only once. So they have a second bite at the apple one more time. All right. So can you go up, because we need to go to 64 now, but because they're short, we can read them, but we should go to 64.
Okay.
All right. All right. The presiding officer shall endorse the word rejected on the ballot paper rejected under section 52(1) of this act, and for any other reason, and the ballot papers shall not be counted except otherwise allowed by the returning officer, who may overrule the presiding officer. If an objection to the decision of a presiding officer to reject a ballot paper is raised by a candidate or a polling agent at the time the decision is made, the presiding officer shall add to the word rejected the phrase "but objected to," close quotes. The presiding officer shall prepare a statement on rejected ballot papers stating the number of rejected, the reason for rejection, and the serial number, and he or she shall, on request, allow a candidate or polling agent to copy the statement. 4, a collation officer, returning officer, officerat, an election shall collate and announce the result of an election, subject to his or her verification and confirmation that the A, number of accredited voters stated on the collated result are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from the polling unit under Section 47, subsection 2 of this Act. The votes stated on the collated result are correct and consistent with the votes of results recorded and transmitted directly from the polling units under Section 64 that we read a minute ago of this Act. Subject to subsection 1, a collation officer or a returning officer shall use the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from the polling units under Section 47(2) of this Act, and the votes are or results recorded and transmitted directly from polling units under Section 64 of this Act to collate and announce the result of an election if a collated result at his or lower level of collation is not correct. So you can see the word transmitted directly from that polling unit. So INEC violated even on all these. These are laws. So I don't know if you, Gingerbread Man, if you want to add anything to that.
Because I just have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I mean, we've read through these documents, and it doesn't appear there's a place that was stated, what should the polling officer do in terms of a breakdown in technology or something. I don't see anything down here. Did you?
No, I didn't see anything there, but it's gotta be there. What they should do, because they did a test run. They've used this several other times. If there's no signal, you're supposed to. I've read them before. To be honest with you, I'm just gonna tell you my summary. I cannot quote you what it is. You could Google it. It says that the agent, if there's no signal, the agent can go somewhere.
Everybody hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have to come to. There's a new person in the studio that I want to acknowledge.
Okay.
He's also an attorney.
Okay.
I want him to help us to continue to shed more light on this, even though she practices here.
Very well.
So she can help us out. Yeah, I'm so glad you came in. So good.
It's coming to 2 a.m., but I'm glued on the show. I cannot leave.
I know. I really appreciate you. It really means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for everything. Omoye, you've done an amazing job. I've been following you, before, but I was so gripped by the election that took place in Nigeria. I'm not even Nigerian, but I'm an attorney and I'm interested in election petitions because I have been a part of a team that handled a couple of them in East Africa.
Right.
So I could share a little bit of my knowledge here and there.
Okay.
I really appreciate the fact that Nigerians are being super active in this election, especially the younger generation, because the country is theirs at the moment, and they have to take the power in their hands. It's very impressive what they have done. The outcome hasn't been what they were expecting, but the fight must continue, and we have to have hope that Nigeria is going to be better, and that's for the betterment of Africa as well. So I would just like to appreciate what my colleagues discussed before, especially that I'm not very cumbersome with all the legal provisions in Nigeria. I haven't really had time to study the election laws in Nigeria, but from the few snippets I've heard, the provision, section 60, that I don't know, I forget his name, it starts with P. The provision, yes, the provision that he read is very, very, very pertinent in this petition that is going to take place. That section, that provision essentially gives you all the requirements that INEC should have followed, INEC officials should have followed, all the presiding officers should have been making references to that provision. The returning officers were essentially representatives of the INEC chairman at each polling station they were at. And I want to make it very clear, I do believe it was, I don't know whether it was subsection 47, that emphasizes that upon the vote being cast and counted, it should be transmitted electronically and directly to the INEC. What is it? The Beaver system, you know? So where they went wrong is the fact that they started changing the rules and regulations in the process of election happening. And so for that in itself means that INEC went back on its word. In my opinion, and if I were to be representing Labour Party, I noticed that at several polling stations, the agencies went at the polling stations with pieces of papers and pens. It means they were speculating that they were going to encounter a problem with the electronic system. Why were they speculating that? Were they already prepared to submit their results manually instead of electronically? You know, that comes to mind. That is something we should be asking ourselves. And then secondly, what Labour Party should be seeking for in the courts of law should be a nullification of the presidential results. And it does, when you read that provision, it does say somewhere it's mandatory. Most of these requirements were mandatory. It says must, and must is mandatory according to law. The only time that that can be turned around is with the consent of the court. It's not a discretionary matter. It's a requirement that should have been fulfilled. There's no exception to that. So at this point in time, the only thing that court can do is the respondent with they will have to seek leave of court and maybe request court to overturn that. But court will look at all the evidence. That is, the election laws were very clear, especially that section 60. I find that they contravened everything and they committed offenses that were very, very grave. It attracts penalties and fines, or both penalty and fines. So even the officers, they should be facing the law. Very importantly, when you're seeking nullification of presidential election results, is for you to prove the fact that their irregularities were very substantial. It was so substantial in a manner that could have the results could have been in your favor. So that is the one very important point that Labour Party has to stick to, because if I'm to borrow a precedent from the East African cases, the petitioners petitioned and they had overwhelming evidence, but they were not able to show that it was substantial enough to make them win the election. So this is something that this is a petition where Labour Party must stick to that, and then they will produce all their evidence. They have lots of evidence. I've been watching on YouTube, and people have been sharing lots of evidence all over social media. So they have a lot in their favor, and we just hope and pray that the quorum is going to listen to them and grant them what they're seeking for. The second thing they could be seeking for, obviously after seeking for cancellation of the results, the second prayer or relief that you can make is just to pray to court that whatever relief they deem fit. So that is discretionary to court to grant you that second relief. Then I wanted to speak about
Can I ask a very quick question before you
yeah,
go
sure.
ahead?
Go ahead.
So, in other words, it is not going to be appropriate for the Labour Party to make a prayer for the court to go ahead and cancel or nullify the election. At the same time, make a prayer for the court to declare them the winner of the election. Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is their first request or their first prayer, what they should be seeking for is nullification of the election results, right? Can you hear me?
By the way,
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Gingerbread Man, let me just say this to tag it along what you're saying. You asked a very, very important question about 20 minutes ago, what the law prescribes. So maybe Ms. Omoye's corner could pull up section 47.
Okay.
I think that law, it states what will happen there. That's a very, very key question. What it says is where a smart card reader or any other technological device fails to function in any unit, and a fresh card reader or technological device is not brought, the election in that unit shall be canceled and another election shall be scheduled within 24 hours. So that's what it
Yeah.
says. I'm sorry, when you asked that question, I thought that you deserved a more accurate answer.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes.
Go ahead. Somebody was speaking.
No. That was my question. I think you're responding to the question I asked.
Yeah, so outrightly, you have to ask for that is your very important prayer to seek from the court nullification of results of the election petition. The second relief, when you say when you seek a second relief as the court deems fit, that is just you trying to be what can I say? That is you covering anything that you may not have foreseen that the court may see and they may grant it to you. Because you cannot dictate everything. But if you do say I'm seeking a relief that the court deems fit, the judges could grant you a relief that you didn't even see coming. They could come up with it and they would grant it. So you have not limited yourself. Essentially, you've left yourself open for them to hand you another relief in case the second one is not granted to you. But it's just a formality that when you're drafting your pleadings, you have to put it in there.
But thank you very much for that answer. But in summary or in conclusion, what you're saying is that the Labour Party can ask for different relief. One, can nullify the election. If you will not nullify the election, we are providing you with substantial evidence that show that Labour Party won the election. So grant us the winner, declare us the winner of the election. And third, whatever relief the court deems fit. Is that
Exactly.
appropriate thing to
No.
ask?
So your major prayer is actually nullification of the election results, right? Then when you seek that, you are going to provide your authorities or your evidence. You're going to provide case law, cases that would support your case. You are going to provide all the evidence. You are going to cite all these laws that, section 60, I think section 47, you are going to cite all of that and present it before the court. It would also be in their best interest to hire what they call expert evidence, expert witnesses and experts actually. So IT experts who are very knowledgeable on how electronic systems work in the manner that INEC had said would work. That is one evidence they will need to show the court that this was the law, and the expert will then educate the judges that this is how BVAS works, regardless of whether they had signals at the site or they did not. All they needed to do was log in and transmit the results. If they didn't have network at the site of the polling stations, whenever it was transmitted and the network or a network came, or internet or whatever came back, the results that were transmitted would automatically be registered in their system. So they don't have any excuse whatsoever. The second thing, you could actually just pray for that nullification of election results. But when you're drafting your pleading, you are expected as a lawyer to ask court to pray for any other relief that they think could be deemed appropriate. It does not mean that the court will start considering things that is not in your interest, things that you did not provide evidence for. Whatever evidence you provided and whatever submissions you made is how they will determine your case. That is how they do it. So let's not even dwell so much on that, because you could decide to just pray for one thing, that is nullification of the election results.
Let me give you a background so that you can interpret it with your legal knowledge.
Okay.
So the Electoral Act, or rather the party agents, and we believe that the Labour Party agents in all 176,000 polling units had a copy of the result sheets.
Yes.
And from the result sheet in their possession, it showed that Labour Party was leading significantly. Okay. And when you collate the results from all the sheets in the possession of the Labour Party was the top, led and won all the other 17 political parties. So on that premise, is it appropriate for the Labour Party to ask the court for a relief to grant them the winner of the election? Or is it appropriate for Labour Party to pray to the court that since INEC were not the ones that did the collation, they should go ahead and cancel the results? Which of them is more appropriate based on this level of evidence that is in their possession?
It would be very important
I can chime in on that as well.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, because there are two provisions, okay? The 60 and then 64. INEC is in breach of both. Do you understand? So it's appropriate to ask for both, with the third language of pleading with it, praying that the court would also add additional sanctions as it deems fit. So the law is clear. What they're going to ask for, obviously, they are much more advanced lawyers and a team that's handling this issues. So we don't have to worry about it. Like you said, you got the number of polling units correctly, which is 176,846. They have the data from all those places. Where they don't, it will mean that INEC violated either the 60 or the 64, subsection 4 of each one of those.
Which is to have conducted another election, right?
Which was to have an officer at the precinct level,
Okay. So let me help you a little bit there.
Yeah.
So the section 60 lays down all the requirements that the presiding officer and the returning officer should have followed. Okay.
A collation officer.
Yes, the collation. So right. if all these officers had their results, they had their results, but Labour Party has results that is different from what the returning officers have got. Okay.
Right. At the Senate.
Yes, at the Senate. Right. So they will have to prove that. So the burden of proof then essentially lies on them. The burden of proof lies on them. They will have to prove and contradict what the presiding officer or the returning officer presented. Right. They have enough evidence to contradict that. You don't even have to worry about it, because they have overwhelming evidence to prove that the returning officers did not follow the requirements of Section 60 or Section 47.
And 64 subsection 4.
Exactly.
That's very, very important.
INEC itself violated its own rules and regulations because they did not follow what they had promised that would be delivered electronically. At what point did they decide to change the rules to the election? They changed the rules to the election while the election was ongoing.
Right.
That in itself is a serious exactly. It's against their own law.
Exactly.
Actually.
Right. It's their
so
law.
They violated their own law.
It's our agency. In essence, they have discretion to choose if they're going to go manual or if they have to do it electronically.
Had they actually decided that we are going to go electronically, but should we encounter problems at the site or this and this may happen, we have provided provisions for that.
Right. The law says you if you cannot get a satellite technology to substitute, then you cancel and then conduct within 24
hours. But still, you see, exactly, I agree with you because it did not provide for any manual, any paper or any pen to be used.
Exactly.
Still, everything is electronic.
Yes.
So you cannot at any, they have no grounds to even stand on. They don't.
Right. The only ground they have
if that Supreme Court of Nigeria is interested in pursuing the rule of law and actually setting the record straight, this should be a case that the trial shouldn't even take more than 3 days.
Exactly. But we know that's Nigeria, right? Especially for a set of people who have no respect. See, that is the problem. If the courts or the agencies or the administration has respect for Nigerians, a lot of these things would not happen. They feel there's nothing we can do, right? So you could go to court for whatever reason and they could make any kind of judgment that affects so many people. Like, for example, in Imo State, where the 4th person became governor, right? So there are no consequences. They have no respect for us. And those there are regional areas that have no respect for certain regions. There are religious people who have no respect for other religious people. So there's this setup that's nothing but combustion, because you have to have respect in any relationship you have. You cannot look at all these laws and then just dump them and say, what can we do?
Yeah. So the irregularities that were shown is beyond anything that the court can just overturn, because it's their own laws and regulations that they went against. And then there were certain legal requirements like 25% and FCT had to be met.
Yes.
There were delays in delivering ballot materials. There's just so much overwhelming evidence against INEC and the Attorney General, actually.
You are so good. I mean, you remember all these, and I mean, it's just fantastic. We're really blessed to have you here.
I'm glad to be a part of this forum. I'm honestly glad.
Yes, we're enlightened by your presence. We thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
It's let me just say that what Baba Ahmed said here tonight, which was
I needed to clarify something that my land friend talked about before. For real mentioned an issue concerning a lacuna being in the law, but there is no lacuna in these provisions we've read. The law is very, very clear. The law is not silent at all, where you would have to go to seek interpretation.
Right.
The law is clearly requiring you to perform the ABCD very, very clearly. So there's no lacuna in this provision at all. So you cannot plead lacuna, you cannot plead technicality. No.
Okay, thank you so much.
I agree.
Goodness. You blow my mind, though. Hey, Eunice is Nigerian for by extension. No, wanna leave that. Something about she's our sister. Hey,
I need the
I,
green
I have a
passport.
I have a question.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Someone said in this platform earlier on that some of those videos on Twitter and Instagram, they can be inadmissible in the court of law. What do you say to that?
So, you know, it's just that if you are going to admit electronic evidence, it needs to be you need to authenticate it. There needs to be credibility, because right now people are out there and they can fake things and all of that. So if you are going to enter your evidence that is electronic, you need to make sure that you have provided proof or provided some kind of just make sure it's authentic, so that when that is being challenged, you can show and tell that this is something that was not fabricated. I
Can someone
believe, yeah, go on.
can someone testify to the credibility of the electronic evidence?
Oh yeah,
Like,
you're going to have what they call expert evidence. And expert evidence in this case here, you're going to have IT experts. So you will the Labour Party will have to retain the services of IT specialists who can tell the difference between something that is authentic and something that is fabricated.
no, I think my question was you talked about electronic evidence, like
Oh, I seem to be
video
losing you.
evidence. In other words, the person who can
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I lost you a little bit
Yeah,
there.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was trying to say, in other words, the person who made the video can testify to the fact that they made the video and testify to the polling unit and where the video was made and what time the video was made.
So you're going to have some witnesses who you can call to speak to that, right? But their credibility is very important. Okay? So you're going to have the people who made those videos. You can call them as your witnesses. But to
Right.
even
To lay a foundation.
to make your case very to make your case stronger, you're not just going to have witnesses who made these videos. You're going to have people who specialize in electronic database or information technology, and they will actually be there to show that these are the evidence that is being presented before you is authentic.
Right. They'll probably challenge them to
They
lay a
will
foundation,
corroborate it, yes,
and then
because
they'll
they will
lay a
challenge it.
foundation.
Yes,
Right.
they will.
Yeah, that's all they would
So
So,
need.
like
you definitely there. I know, I know, like
forensic
right now,
analysis.
Right.
you have so much evidence, like so many witnesses out there made their videos. You will have the team of lawyers will have to, I'm afraid to say, but the next couple of days or nights, they will not be sleeping. They'll be working hand in hand with their witnesses to prepare them, and also the IT specialists. Okay, they will have to choose their best evidence to present in the court.
Right.
That is how you do it.
By the way, Miss Omoye's corner, just in case some people are just laying down listening to this and they're not reading the screen, could I, for the record, read this 47 into this record here?
Absolutely. You want
Okay.
to? Should I go down to up to 47? Or?
Yeah, it's up to 47 where I'm looking at it right now. So I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this is Electoral Act 2022, number 13A375, Section 47, subsection 1. A person intending to vote in an election shall present himself with his voter's card to a presiding officer for accreditation at the polling unit in the constituency in which his name is registered. Subsection 2, it's going to be 3 that we're concerned about, but let me read 2. To vote, the presiding officer shall use a smart card reader or any other technological device that may be prescribed by the commission. for the accreditation of voters to verify, confirm, or authenticate the particulars of the intending voter in the manner prescribed by the commission. Now, subsection 3, that we're very interested in that. I don't see it. It's disappeared. Where is it? Omoye, can you bring back 47, subsection 3?
It's right here. You can't see it?
I cannot see it. Let me see. Hold on, let me see.
Let me
Oh,
just...
okay, I see it. Hold on. Okay, so subsection 3. Where, oops, what happened?
Take it out when you said you couldn't see it. Hold on, I'm bringing it back.
Okay. I probably should be reading it from this screen. I was reading it from the chat section.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, you should be reading it from this screen. Can you see it now?
No, I cannot. It's okay. There, I see it.
There you are.
Okay, 47 subsection 3 is important, and I'm going to read it now. Where a smart card reader or any other technological device deployed for accreditation of voters fails to function in any unit, and a fresh card reader or technological device is not deployed, the election in that unit shall be canceled, and another election shall be scheduled within 24 hours if the commission is satisfied that the result of the election in that polling unit will substantially affect the final result of the whole election and declaration of a winner in the constituency concerned. Okay, so we're talking about the not the ward level, at the precinct level. You are the lawyer there, so do you agree with that?
Of course I do, because they had the mandate, they had all the authority they gave them options to do all of that. Like, they gave them the options that if this doesn't work, this is the step that you should follow.
Right.
But they didn't. They had all the authority to do that. Right. I have not, in all this all that YouTube I have been watching and listening and everything, I haven't had one case of that nature.
Right. Or even saying that it didn't work.
Exactly. Yet
had no way of knowing if it's going to affect the result.
And yet, most of these, either the commission or the officers, claim that those devices didn't work. So if it didn't work, this is the next step that they should have taken. Exactly. They did not.
Exactly. So the violation of that is clear, crystal clear. Okay then.
No, so funny enough, you see, they were able to transmit the
That is what I wanted to mention. They voted before. Is it for the governor?
No. I mean for the same election, they were able to transmit the results for Senate and for House of Rep, but the one for the presidency, they did not transmit it.
What does that mean? What does that tell you?
That they were cheated. That's
exactly. Why would they be having glitches at the moment that they had to vote for the president?
Exactly. That's the question.
It's just to an ordinary, even to an ordinary layman, that just appears like it's premeditated.
Yeah.
You just planned everything. It was very deliberate an act.
Absolutely.
He has no credibility, and he overpromised and then compromised everything. Every credibility he had and reputation is completely gone.
That is why we have to use the same energy, because they said in your face.
There is also a press release from the spokesman. There's also a press release from the spokesman of INEC. I think that was sometime in December. It's in the second. It's on the. In fact, that press release has dominated the whole of the social media, including Twitter, where INEC reassured Nigerians that they were going to follow this act, that the results were going to be transmitted directly from the polling unit. In fact, that some people have raised concerns that there's a plan by INEC not to transmit the results from the polling unit and to do the manual collation. And they came around and made a press release saying that no, that they are reassuring Nigerians that this is what they're going to do, that they're going to transmit the result. But they ended up doing exactly what that allegation, stipulated.
So
right.
it was
So
premeditated.
INEC failed to perform their duty. They fail woefully to perform their duty, and so the only thing you would ask for is nullification of the election. Not only did they make statements authoritatively, the law which is before you, which they are very aware of, which they had 5 years to work around, sensitize the population about, has been violated. They defaulted in every way.
You know, that's exactly true. And all the foregoing discussion that we've had here show that the entire process is inconsistent. Not
The
just with the
process was
various laws.
flawed. The process was flawed.
Yeah, not just with these laws that we've been showing here, but also with the 1999 Constitution.
Yeah,
So
can I
both
give you
Electoral
just
Act and the Constitution. Sure, go ahead.
yeah, sorry about that. I have someone in the studio that's been waiting for a long time. I have to get to him. Mr. Chooks Obiboeze, welcome to my channel. Glad to have
Hello,
you.
Chooks. How are you?
Ohimai, before Chooks speaks, do you still need me here? Do I go now? I don't know.
No, we need you here.
We need you.
No, you need
We need
to
you until we
stay
get this
here.
mandate back.
You have to remain here. Every night I'm here. You have to be here. You cannot sleep early again. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, Omoye, I have like a gazillion things to do. But anyway, go ahead. I'll give you some more of my time.
Someone please
Can
give her a martini.
I read that press release out just
No,
to
1 second, please. Let me finish with Mr. Chooks. Welcome, Mr. Chooks. Good to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Pansat, Gingerbread Man, and everybody on the panel. Yeah, I've been listening to what you've been saying, and it's quite interesting, because in my own view, I say that INEC just broke its rule in the middle of it's just like a football game. All of a sudden you change the penalty rules while the football is on. And that is where I find it difficult to understand. When we talk about all these laws, does it mean that law has a way of interpreting itself? Because I put a link down there. I don't know if Omoye can play it.
Yeah,
Where
I
the
have to
INEC
play.
chairman himself,
Yeah.
when they accuse him that some people is trying to scoff to using the electronic media, and he came out to reassure Nigeria. Is that not evidence enough for this whole case to be trashed? I'm just asking this because I can see there's some legal professionals here so that they can shed light more on this. Thank you.
Yeah, she actually has spoken extensively on it, but I'm going to allow Eunice to re-clarify for your own sake, okay? So, Eunice!
Look at you. So,
excited.
Chooks. Yeah, hi, Chooks. So, it's not only that is.
let me read what Mr. Let me read what Mr. Chooks just out what Mr. Chooks just stipulated right now. The accusation he talked about.
Okay.
So he says alleged plots to abandon the transmission of polling units results to IRF portal. The INEC wrote, our attention has been drawn to reports in a section of the media of alleged plans by the Commission to rig the 2023 general election by abandoning the direct and real-time electronic upload of polling unit results to the INEC result viewing portal, which is IREV, by the registration area technical support staff. The claim is patently false. The Commission has repeatedly reassured Nigerians that it will transmit results directly from the polling units, as we witnessed in the Ekiti and Osun state governorship election and the 103 more constituencies where off-cycle governorship, FCT area council election, and by-elections were held since August 2020. The results can still be viewed on the portal. The IREV is one of the innovations introduced by the Commission to ensure the integrity and credibility of election results in Nigeria. It is therefore inconceivable that the Commission will turn around and undermine its own innovation. The public is advised to ignore the reports. The bimodal voter accreditation system, which is BVAS, and the IREF have come to stay for voter accreditation and uploading of polling unit results in real time in Nigeria. Signed, Festus Okoye, National Commission and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee. It was signed on Friday, 11th November 2022.
So is that, if I may ask, is he a representative from INEC?
Yes, he's that's his position. He's the National Commissioner and Chairman. He's Information and Voter Education Committee. He's their spokesman.
So from that statement alone,
to come in. Even the INEC chairman, there's a link I posted on the private chat.
You're right. You're right.
Where the chairman himself,
he said it with his mouth.
Chairman himself, not spokesman. The chairman himself came out to say this.
Let me share it. Let me share that video.
So from that statement alone, that was issued by INEC, they seem to have they actually, it appears that Labour Party made an allegation, and so INEC recognized that that is a mere allegation, and they reassured Nigerians that elections shall be held electronically. Okay, so they stated their position at that point in time, and then they supported it with the law, but then they acted contrary to the statement and contrary to the law. The results that are in the portal that you talk about, those results are handwritten and put in the portal. It's not electronically transmitted as it should have been, as required by the law.
That's right. And that's where the second thing that I've been emphasizing all along, that I'm speaking to Nigerians directly, is it is one thing to rig the election, which they've done. But it's another thing which doesn't call for protest, which is to say this chairman and this spokesman, Mr. Okoye, Mahmoud and Mr. Okoye both on numerous occasions went on the air reassuring Nigerians, the statements that Chooks read out here, okay? If you did that and then turn around and do the contrary, you're basically sticking your finger in our eyes and say that we're slaves, we're conquered people. What can we do?
Mm-hmm.
That is where I am. That's where that's what I want to talk about.
I would slightly depart from your argument when it comes to did you talk about protesting? You are not for peaceful protest.
I am
okay?
not for that, no.
My caution about protest at this point in time, we have many ways to get results, but as we have always known, like history tells us, if Nigerians actually have a right to protest peacefully, but it will not end peacefully. You know why? People will go on the streets to march peacefully and protest election results. The military will be on the streets. The police will be on the streets. Some people will be incited. You cannot control a very large gathering that is protesting something that is emotional, like election petitions. There is bound to be violence. There is bound to be the red stuff, the red human stuff being spilled on the ground.
No,
And
but
that is going to degenerate so much and take our focus away.
You're talking about election protests. That's not what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Pansat, I think that let's leave that out of. We already understand it. But let's
okay. So maybe I misunderstood you there.
Yeah. So I believe that we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For right now.
I not go sleep for a year. All of na just the hot at the same time.
All I'm asking for is respect for the Constitution. Without
and the rule of law.
Yes, if you don't respect the Constitution and you thwart it, then you have anarchy just from that alone. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to respect. There has to be respect for the process. All right?
Yes,
we have to have respect for the process. I don't want to mince my words by saying the regurgitating the same thing by saying if you toward the Constitution, then we just end up with whoever you point to be the president. That will not happen. That will not happen. And I want Nigerians to bear that in mind themselves.
That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
So we've read the Constitution, 1999 Constitution as amended, and we read the laws, the Electoral Act.
Don't want to go to 1999 now. I beg, we'll hold the argument for now. I think
okay, all right. I hold my peace on it.
We'll continue again. But let me just play the video when Africa share and Mr. Bibweze, and there's one video I wanted to share with you guys that I had to hold because we were talking. So let's do that. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Un momento. Eunice, you're the best. You are the best. See, I appreciate you coming.
I second that.
Thank you, sis. We're all trying to support you.
Let's get our martini.
I will take you on that. Omoye, get that person's contact, please.
Mr. Ginger, forward my contact.
I come at a high price.
Don't worry. We have we are capable.
You're capable. Okay, thank you. Okay, you're going to put something up, right?
I'm going to put something up. Yeah, so you might want to put it as well because you know I know you're gonna. I'm going to be seeing you again because you're such.
Don't talk like that, honey. I don't think I'm going to be here again. I'm giving you my night, and that's it. I'm not coming back on your show. I'll be in the comment section. You have all these men on the forum, very brilliant men, very impressive, and the ladies have run off right now. All the ladies run off.
All the ladies went to sleep. That's what happened.
I know, right?
Okay, so this is the.
And you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election here on Arise News. I'm Charles Anyegolu.
And I am Adesua Omoron. Well, let's take a look at the elections here in the Federal Capital Territory. There's controversy brewing over the interpretation of Section 134, subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which states that a candidate for an election to the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected where there have been more than 2 candidates for the election. He has the highest number of votes cast at the election, and it has not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election, each of at least 2/3 of all states in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja.
And it is, of course, the Federal Capital Territory. That's the big issue here. And if there's one man who can figure out what all this means, it's got to be Frank Tietie, who's a lawyer and a Rise News analyst. Frank, great to see you, as always. The vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dr. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, put out a tweet saying that the PDP and APC failed to get the constitutional 25% requirement in the FCT. Nobody can be declared the president. The FCT just saved Nigeria from the crisis of succession and further destruction. How do you read that?
Well, if the FCT didn't matter, it wouldn't have been expressly mentioned in the provision of Section 134 as just been read out. You know, all you need to do is an inversion of the statement by putting the last first, by saying a candidate will have to win if he has the highest vote. That's fundamental. Then it goes on to say he would have to have a quarter of all the votes cast in each state out of the two-thirds of all the states of the federation and the FCT. So if you change it and you say he has to have a quarter of all the votes cast in the FCT, number one, and then proceed to have a quarter of all the votes cast in each of the states or in the two-thirds of all the states.
But let's just be clear that are you talking about all of them being seen as one block?
No. Section 299 of the Constitution may refer to the FCT as a state. Maybe, we refer to it to be considered as a state. However, when it comes to the provision of election, considering the special status of the FCT, being a coalescence of Nigeria, being a reflection of true Nigeria, because the whole essence, you need to look at the purpose of a provision, which is to say you don't only have to have a popular vote, but your vote has to be spread across the entire, federating and representative of the federating units of Nigeria, so that you can be seen as the president of the whole Nigeria and not necessarily a section.
Yeah, but
that's the reason why the FCT is special. So just a simple inversion, tells you that first condition is that get two-thirds of the vote, get a quarter of all the votes in the FCT, then go and get a quarter of all the votes in all the states, not less than 24.
Yeah, but doesn't it mention
states.
the FCT for the simple reason that the FCT is not a state? So it can say you must get this in 36 states and the FCT.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. That is it. But in breaking it down, because we've seen the several interpretations that have been put out. Now, and then the strong points, the other, points that, the other alternative points that they prove is that, okay, simply which Femi Falana pushes, which is, I believe, is not quite really a reflection of the intention of the drafters of the Constitution, is to consider the FCT as a state, and then you now say we have 37 states, and then you have to have two-thirds of 37 states and have 25 states. That's not quite right, because the Constitution made a sharp distinction. The Constitution would have simply said, oh, you have to have a quarter of votes in at least two-thirds of all the states. But it proceeded
that would have exempted the FCT.
No, so it made it look special. I will borrow the expression used by Mike Igini, which is very, very apt. It says that just like an examination question, one of the questions, question one is compulsory, and then you can answer any other question among the other 36 questions.
The FCT is a compulsory question.
So the FCT is a compulsory question. That is, it is fundamental. You must win at least a quarter of all the votes cast in the FCT.
So that's 20, simple maths, because I have my calculator here. That's 24 states and the FCT.
Yes.
That's what the Constitution,
minimum.
That is what it
So
says.
basically
Minimum.
you're looking at 25 there, not 25.
Not 25 states.
Not 25 states. You can win 30 states. You can actually win 35 states. But you must have a quarter of all the votes cast in the FCT.
The FCT is assuming a special position.
Of course, that's the provision of the
Have we ever had a president
That's
emerge
exactly what I was going to ask.
without winning the FCT?
Yeah. That's a question of facts, and that issue hasn't arisen before. At the time that Nigerian jurisprudence actually dealt with this, was the last time was in 1979, and at that time there was no FCT. So what matters is that if you look at the presidents we've had over the years, they've always had landslide victories and across the entire state. So this hasn't ever come up as an issue.
Right.
But right now it's becoming an issue because the provision you're looking at talks about where the election, is where the participants in the election more than two candidates.
Yes.
What we've had predominantly in our history, in our recent history of elections, just two
political
parties.
parties.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is easy to actually determine.
Right. But what happens if you win, let's say, 27 states, but you don't win the FCT?
The same point I've made. That is the fundamental, crucial thing. Fundamental means the foundation upon which any win must stand is that you have to win the FCT. Now, that's the expression of the Constitution, to the extent that why would the Constitution expressly mention the FCT if it wanted it to be, joined with the entire the 36 states?
But it's never been tried in a court, though. It's never been tested in a court.
Yeah, because of this predominant, prevailing different, discordant views that have been out there. Some of them held by senior advocates of Nigeria and professors of law. But take a look at Mike Igini, who has had a very long years of experience working in the Independent National Electoral Commission, who holds the view, and quite correctly so, that it is the express mention of the FCT. And I don't want to actually, at this time, I would rather leave it to the courts to apply the ex justem generis rule. That is, it's quite complex. When you mention, if you wanted all of them to be together, you wouldn't mention them expressly, differently. So it's important. The point again we keep making is that just simply invert, because when you either in logic, there are times you need to convert a statement, you invert it, you invert it just to get at the truth. So in interpretation of statutes, you have to look at the intention of the drafters. The intention in this case is that the person must, to become president, must be seen as not only a popular candidate, but a candidate that does represent the total interest of Nigeria. And again, you have to consider that if the FCT was to be expressly considered as a state to be joined to make it the 37th state, the Constitution wouldn't have actually mentioned it in that provision.
So you're saying it's not just semantics to have "and" expressly stated in that section of the Constitution, to say you have to win 2/3 of votes in at least 24 states.
Of all the states.
Of all the states.
And the FCT.
And the FCT.
Yes.
But, I mean, it looks like this will end up in the courts regardless of the outcome of this election for the interpretation of this, because we have the major opposition political parties pulling out and dismissing whatever is going on at National Coalition Center. But we do have a case where Labour Party has won the Federal Capital Territory in landslide, and other political parties are unable to meet the 25% requirement. So it does look like it will still end up in the court.
Perfectly so, because at this time, when you have the cacophony of voices regarding the opinions concerning this particular provision of the law, definitely they'll be headed to the Court of Appeal.
Right. I've just got a text from someone saying I'm one of the framers of the 1999 Constitution, and I won't mention the name of the person. The opinion expressed by the lawyer you're interviewing is not necessarily correct if the intention of the drafters is the basis of his opinion. I'm not quite sure I understand this, what he's saying, then he is wrong. Well, I mean, I can't pass judgment.
Well,
because you're a lawyer.
I think he's quite his position is limited to if I am making a limitation to the intention. No, intention is just one small part when you apply that you apply in interpretation of statutes. It's not wholesome.
But
Actually,
one thing that is clear
yes,
is that this issue is going to be controversial.
Oh yes, it is already controversial.
Yeah.
But if you look at it literally, you just simply need to invert it, and you see that the FCT is distinct from the 36 other states.
Well, actually, in fairness to your argument, every single text I have received on this is supporting what you're saying. Apart from that one that went the other way, it's saying that if the framers of the Constitution intended the FCT to be a state, the requirement would have been including FCT. But in this case, it says and FCT. Meaning,
and to a large extent,
right.
I even agree with him. Because I'm careful because you need to look at decisions of the Supreme Court with regards to definition of terms like and or. They are not quite certain. There are certain times where the Supreme Court decided and to be conjunctive or disjunctive. So in this case, it is the disjunctive, sense that the Constitution is being read. But the goal of interpretation of statute is actually to go into the minds of those who drafted it. They are no longer there, and they don't have the opportunity to say this is what we meant.
And that's
and that's the reason why the courts.
Sorry, finish what you said.
It's on the screen for everyone to see, and that's Section 134 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and it stipulates there that for 2 or more presidential candidates, that's what we have at the moment, because we have 18 political parties and 4 front runners. It says there in subsection 1, a candidate for an election to the office of the president shall be deemed to have been duly elected where there have been only 2 candidates for the election. A, it has the majority of votes cast at the election, and B, it has not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all the states in the federation and
the federal capital. So you're actually right.
Yeah, but that's the provision, and then
it goes further.
The following subsection actually deals with the president.
In fact, let me tell you this. I'm just getting a text from the respected former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Olisa Abakoba San, and he's saying Frank is very correct that if a candidate doesn't win FCT, he won't be declared, period. He says he wrote a letter to INEC about this so that there can be clarification and it'll be clear, and they ignored his letter. But he's saying that this is so clear and to him so trite that he's shocked that anyone can say there is any confusion.
Oh, yes, but nobody can doubt the legal foresight of the Olisa Abakoba. He's been doing patriotic.
I think we've gotten the substance of this video.
Okay. All right. So I have one more video. Let me remove it. As if say one be saying that they share video. I say I don't understand though. Okay. So there's one more that I want to share, and I think we're going to call it a night. After that, we'll start winding down.
Is a focus of this training of master trainers by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Amidst reports of plans to distort the use of technology for the 2023 general elections, the chairman of the electoral body assures Nigerians of massive deployment of technology to all parts of the country for the exercise.
The combination of beamers and IRA portal have come to stay as a means of voter education and transmission of election results. Nothing will change that.
While the chairman of the board of Electoral Institute harps on the need for credible elections, the country director of International Foundation for Electoral Systems promises continued partnership with INEC.
The special training and retraining of all categories of electoral personnel for delivery of effective and efficient electoral services at all levels is a standing principles of the Commission.
INEC can count on our readiness to continually partner with the Commission in achieving its mission of serving as an independent and effective election management body committed to conducting free, fair, and credible elections for sustainable democracy in Nigeria.
Recent reports of violence at campaign venues and the refusal to grant access to venues by some state governments also have the attention of the electoral body.
Let me caution parties and their supporters to focus on issues and steer clear of attacks on each other. These are not only violations of the Electoral Act 2022, but also negate the voluntary commitment by all political parties and candidates to the letter and spirit of the peace accord signed about 3 weeks ago under the auspices of the National Peace Committee.
The 3-day training is expected to equip participants on how to be able to effectively and efficiently organize and lead training sessions for other officials towards the conduct of a successful 2023 general elections.
Mumu man, see him face. Hey! I no believe if he dey stand with a face straight till dey talk. Abeg, you people, oya, 1 minute each. Abeg, baby girl is tired. Mr. Pansat, let me start with you. 1 minute, give me your final thoughts. Mr. Pansat, let's say Mr. Pansat don't go sleep.
No, I never go sleep. I was I had my mic muted. But anyway, let me first start by thanking every participant here, even those that were speaking before I came on board. And obviously, most especially Miss Omoye's corner and the sweet words that she said all along. But in summary, let me just summarize with the limited area that we've concentrated on, even though we're going to have more competent team for the OB campaign to handle this. It's clear that we've shown that it's clear. The videos that were played here have shown that the electronic transmission of votes provided by the Electoral Act and the guidelines issued by INEC themselves has not been complied with. Period. In the counting, recording, and transmission of votes, the Section 60 of the Electoral Act states that the presiding officer shall, after counting the votes at the polling unit, enter the votes scored by each candidate in a form to be prescribed by the commission, as the case may be. But more particularly, Section 60, subsection 5, we didn't get to read that, but we enter into the record now in our discussion of the Act, states that the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot in a manner as prescribed by the commission. So the prescribed manner in this case, in this election, is the BVAS, which INEC introduced to ensure that the electoral process is credible. So the BVAS was introduced by INEC in line with Section 148 of the Electoral Act, which gives INEC power to make such guidelines and regulations to ensure the full effect of the law. So I thank you again, and I hope to come back another day to continue this discussion. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Pansat, and have a great night. Thank you. We'll meet on the battleground again tomorrow. Thank you. Mr. Ginger, let's have your 1 minute.
Amoya, my 1 minute, I just want to use my 1 minute to say thank you and to conscientize and ginger fellow Nigerians that they should make sure that on the 11th of March, they go out and cast their vote for the Labour Party, because a vote casted for the Labour Party is a vote casted to reclaim the mandate of Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ginger. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much. We move, Abi. Mr. Africa, your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, everyone, and Amoyes and everyone who joined us. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Ginger said. Let's try to go out and vote on March 11th, because I feel like if we don't go out and vote, they are going to win the battle. This is not going to be easy, like what Peter Obi said. It's going to be a long journey, but we've come thus far. We can't retreat right now. We have to keep pushing, and we have to soldier on and make sure we win this battle from these political vampires, I call them. But nevertheless, I think we have to keep the faith, just keep hoping, and I believe Peter Obi and the Nigerian people are going to reclaim their mandate, because this was stolen from them. And I would just have to retreat from here and I'll say good night to everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Africa. I really appreciate your contributions tonight. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Let me come to Mr. Chooks. Eunice, I'm going to come to you last. Mr. Chooks, let's have your 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, for giving me this opportunity once again. I'm gonna re-echo what my brother said. Let us go out there, and make sure that we vote these people out. We need to do it. Like we've been saying, that is a kind of evidence as well that we won the election. If we can go out there and vote as many as we can, so that they will know that we actually, made it on that very Saturday. So please, Lagosians, especially Lagosians and River State, we need to take it. We need to start punishing these politicians for all their crimes. Please go out there and vote en masse on the 4th of March. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chooks. I really appreciate that. Have a great night. Thanks for your contributions. All right, Eunice. I'm so glad to hear you speak. Oh my God. Hey,
I'm really honored to be on your forum. It's been an amazing evening, and I'm so grateful to everybody who was on the panel and those who kept everybody up, commenting and everything. They have been great. Um, I can only give you my 2 cents and say that as a lawyer, I do see there's overwhelming documentary evidence for Labour Party. There were lots and lots of irregularities committed that is incurable. The court must pronounce itself on this matter. It's not something that can just be wished away. The law is on the side of Labour Party. They just need to put themselves together and retain. I'm sure they have retained a team of very experienced senior lawyers who will be, of service. And I'm praying that the bench is going to be that bench that will really want justice to prevail and uphold the rule of law. I wish Nigeria the best. And if you have to go out and vote on March the 3rd, go out and perform your civic duty and let the rest take its course. So thank you, everyone. Have a good morning or good night or whatever you are or wherever you are. Thank you so much, Omori. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Please come back again, Eunice. I beg. Don't make me beg and prod and
Okay, I will. I'll try, but I cannot promise I'll be here every day.
I know. No, that's fine. No, whenever I'm just
Mr. Baron, I join mad for the matter. Please come back again.
I mean, if it's thank you. If it's a topic that I can authoritatively submit upon, I will definitely be here. But if it's relationship issues and stuff, I don't think I'm the best. I don't think I'll be.
we can still talk about that. And it's 11. Thank you so much, Eunice. I really appreciate your contribution.
You're welcome. I hope you get this video to get monetized. You've done over 6 hours.
I know, I hope so too. Let's wait. YouTube surprises you. But let's
I
wait
know.
and see. I appreciate everyone. But you
Okay,
guys,
good night, everyone. Take care.
good night.
Kisses and love. Bye.
Good night.
All right, Mona use super chat. Make her for in case. Anyway, Sha, una do well. Mr. Pansa, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. All right, Mr. Ginger, everyone, good night. So again, I'm just going to remind everyone before I leave. March 11th is the gubernatorial election. Please, I just posted a list on my community page of all the governors that are running, their states and where they're running. Okay, so you can check out my community page. I just posted it a few minutes ago. It's the 5th slide, it's the last slide. So you're going to see all the names and the states they're running on. Please come out en masse. We need Peter Obi. We need Labour Party in the governorship, for House of Representatives, for the Senate, House of Assembly, from top to bottom. We need Labour Party. So please, if you're voting, if you're in Nigeria, please come out en masse. Okay, we've heard from our principal. Everybody is encouraged. We move. So let's make sure that we vote the governors for those particular states and the House of Rep members. You're not going to see their names, but you're going to see Labour Party. So vote LP, and the logo is Papa, Mama, and Pekin. Right? Papa, Mama, and Pekin, please. So let's come out and vote and show our support. Thank you very much. And if you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe. Let's keep this going. And please don't forget to like on your way out. To like. I go dey shout. Like. Share, share, share. And I will see you guys on my next one. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone. Abiajulu, yay! You're just coming. I don't they go. You're just waking up. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, Femi, thank you very much, Femi. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, then. Have a great night. Bye.